Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing. Pleasant good morning to everyone. A pleasant good morning to my esteemed colleagues, my staff, listening and viewing audience, as well as our testifiers. Good morning and welcome. At this time, I do acknowledge that I will need a quorum just for everyone's awareness. And so what I will do, and as I wait to obtain a quorum for today's hearing, but in the meantime, as I always encourage as we get ready for today's hearing, to the listening and viewing audience, I really encourage that you access the committee documents for today's hearing. You can do so by going to legvi.org, go into the committee's folder, today's hearing date of September 12, 2022, and you can get the information, the agenda. And one of the things that we're going to be discussing today is certainly a few bills, one bill that I'm proposing, another bill being proposed by Senator Carrion. So I really encourage that. And again, so at this time, I'll take a 5-minute recess, and then the committee will reconvene in 5 minutes. Again, welcome, and we'll get started shortly. Thank you. Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess. I want to again say good morning to everyone. Good morning again, once again, to my colleagues, the staff, my staff, the central staff, listening and viewing audience, and pleasant good morning to all of our testifiers. I want to begin this day by thanking everyone as we prepared for today, central staff, media, security, facilities, management, custodial staff, journal, office legal counsel, for all their work in helping us prepare for today's hearing. And I also want to thank the invited testifiers for their time and participation today. However, before I dive further into my opening statement, I wanted to hold a few moments of silence. As we know, yesterday was the anniversary of September 11th, 9/11. We continue to pray for those families and the fallen victims. Also yesterday was the one-year anniversary for the death of passage of former Senator Holland Redfield, statesman, mentor, and support. And we also pray for his loved ones. And for all those who have recently lost their lives, we pray for their families. So just take a moment of silence to recognize them. Thank you. I would also like to indicate that this month, September, we have a lot of observances. This month is National Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month, National Literacy Month, National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, and last week was Caribbean Friendship Week, and many more. And of course, to highlight, Literacy Month, as we have today's committee here on Education and Workforce Development, and certainly last week as we celebrated the unity of strength between Virgin Islanders and Virgin Islands and Caribbean peoples, as we all are Caribbean peoples. It was a grand celebration at Government House, which I participated, and it also is connected even to the bill on today's hearing agenda as we address the teaching of Virgin Islands Caribbean history in our schools. Once again, if you're just tuning in, I invite you as members of the public to obtain the committee documents for today's hearing. Go to legvi.org, and you can go to today's hearing date and pull up the agenda, the testimonies, bills, and the like. And also as we gather here today, I want to really highlight and thank the Commissioner nominee, Wells Hendrington, for her just continued collaboration as we move forward. And as we gather today for today's hearing, we have parents in our community continue to question the disruptions of classes, school conditions. As we start the school year, we hear about a lot of different issues, critical issues of impacting our students. Some issues with bus transportation, certainly different water levels, different issues, and certainly, as most recent, we had an emergency meeting concerning security concerns. And I would also just continue to thank the hardworking teachers and administrators and just everyone who's involved as part of the effort just to continue to do what we have to do, what is being done now and what we're planning to do. I want to highlight just in terms of some of the work of the committee in my office back on August 23rd. In the case of Claudio Marcos School, there was a water level issue, and there's issues at different schools regarding water levels. So I want to openly thank once again Commissioner nominee Wells Hendrington and Mr. Johannes Milligan, who agreed to a site visit to address the issues and to meet with the principal and assistant principal there. And before ahead of the school year, also the department did reach out to myself, and I engaged my colleagues over us doing site visits at the schools. I was able to, before school started, with my chief of staff, Mr. Nayadney, we went ahead and we went to the St. Croix schools, and I certainly wasn't able to make it to the St. Thomas St. John tour as it conflicted with a session. In Block 1, I will be introducing a bill as I believe it's a real necessity for our children's future. I acknowledge the work of the department in this area. And a quote that comes from Michael Crichton: if you don't know history, then you don't know anything. So if you don't know history, then you don't know anything. You are a leaf that doesn't know it is part of a tree. You're a leaf that it doesn't know that it's part of a tree. And so we know that to be very important quote as it pertains to our children understanding the history, and that's Bill number 34-0238, an act amending Title 17, Chapter 5, Section 41C, relating to the courses of study in public schools to require the teaching of Virgin Islands Caribbean history from K to 12, just as it's already mandated the teaching of Virgin Islands and Caribbean culture from K to 12. This is a 39-year effort as per a long-standing statute, and I will highlight that this long-standing statute, we continue to strive that in fact we move forward with the teaching of Virgin Islands and Caribbean history. And I will highlight that most recently, it was presented to the Board of Education, the 2002 Virgin Islands Standards of Achievement for Social Studies, known as the USVI Visa Social Studies. And I did a comparison, and I want to say that you guys have done tremendous work, but I will make a quick note. In the resources area, for example, that's outlined in pages 125 to 142. That's specifically the Virgin Islands and Caribbean Inquiry and Social Studies Standard. That there's a few resources. I point to the resources of, we have Memoirs of Alton Augustus Adams Sr., we have Civicus, Virgin Islands of United States Civics and Character Enhancement by Harold Willocks, the Umbilical Cord by Harold W.L. Willocks, and also a resource of a history of the Virgin Islands of the United States by Isaac Ducan. As I've shown by demonstration for a few committee hearings, the compilation by our late, dearly departed Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull, back in 1986 when he was a Commissioner of Education then, they compiled and also a social studies, and that was the 1986 compilation known as the U.S. Virgin Islands Social Studies Curriculum Guide. And in that guide, there are several pages, 5, 6, 7, several pages of publications that will be resources for the teachers. So I would say that we are at a few. I would really encourage that we consult with with those individuals from the past who are still alive. We have those who made up the committee are still alive. For example, former Senator Ruby Simmons was on that committee. She was in a capacity then. Then I also saw Gorla Canegate and others who are still, and we have, of course, right now, Dr. Larson. So I really suggest that you guys dive a bit deeper, because we don't want to be surface level with this effort for teaching of Virgin Islands Caribbean history. And finally, as I conclude in that particular area, we have Senators Delbert Bryan and Senator Cleon Criqui Maynard, who continue to, even till to this day, to, advocate for what because they have been attesting to the fact that they would like to see it fully implemented, as they did back in 2018 in providing affidavits to the court in the litigation in the case. I look forward to continuing to hearing from our education and working with our administrators and stakeholders along with members of the committee. And as it relates to the education of our youth, I hope that today, both the legislation and the people of the Virgin Islands can be informed by our administrators how we can improve the education system and legislation brought forward today. I stand in support of all the bills discussed today, and I hope that my colleagues extend their support also. In closing, let us work on being the village for our Virgin Islands youth, because they are our future. Madam Clerk, can you please roll call, please?
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph absent.
Present. She's present.
Senator Carla.
Present.
Senator Carla J. Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Milton E. Potter present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Present.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker present. Madam Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Madam Clerk, do you have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Letter from the Honorable Kurt A. Violet, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, dated September 12, 2022, to the Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Chairperson, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022, Estate Golden Rock, Christian says St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator Whitaker, I will be late for today's Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting due to a previous engagement. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. Violet, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. We'll, once he comes, we will make sure we mark him as present. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please now read today's agenda into the record? Oh, Madam Clerk, also, do we have any correspondence for Senator Potter?
Senator Potter is present.
Ready? Okay. Senator Potter, good morning to you. And Senator Potter, okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much. Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed to reading the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Education and Workforce Development has scheduled a hearing for Monday, September 12, 2022, at 10 o'clock a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewis Conference Room on St. Croix. Block number 1, Bill number 34-0238, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41C, relating to courses of study in public schools to require that the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history be taught specifically in kindergarten through 12th grade and for other purposes. Sponsored by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifiers, Diane Wells Hedrington, Commissioner nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Education, Dr. Kaiser Carwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Block number 2, Bill number 34-0236, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 190DD, extending the eligibility for the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program to part-time students, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Invited testifier, Dr. David Hall, President, Virgin Islands University of the Virgin Islands. Block number 3, the committee will receive testimony concerning critical issues with respect to the current state of our schools, including but not limited to learning loss prevention, after-school programs, curriculum plans, the school bus transportation crisis, delays in the installation of kitchen equipment, insufficient school supplies, lack of running water, school safety crisis and hazardous safety conditions, shortage of school nurses and medical supplies, as well as after-school program plans, interscholastic sports. Invited testifiers, Diane Wells Hedrington, Commissioner nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Dr. Kaiser Carwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0236? (0238).
I do.
You may proceed at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning once again. Testing. Good morning once again. I am before you today with hopes of the passage of Bill number 34-0238, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41C, related to the course of study to require that the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history be taught specifically from kindergarten to 12th grade. I'll also note that I also have an accompanying amendment that requires more so of the integration. Senator Creaky Maynard, known as a fearless leader, took on the system in the 1970s. She sponsored several pieces of legislation, for example, mandating the teaching of Virgin Islands Caribbean history, along with Senators Delbert Bryan and majority of those senators, back in 1983. And as I've shared in my opening testimony, both senators and others continue to advocate, as well as the wider community, on the teaching of Virgin Islands Caribbean history. Why do we want this bill? It is very simple. Our children do need to know the history. We are taught oftentimes everyone else's history but our own, and it's a very dismal that we are focusing more on the outside than our own history. If we understood our history as Virgin Islands at a younger age, the decisions we would make would not be can address even as it's connected to crime and violence. And we will find that our children would take and our wider community things more seriously if they know and understand their history. History is not just a story, it's about a story about us. It's not so students could be bogged down with additional coursework. We want our students to learn those who died for us, those who fought for change, and those who have had a dream to keep pushing and achieving and moving efforts forward. Colleagues, I ask for your support in bringing this measure forward, and I certainly welcome any necessary changes. If we as a people realize the greatness from which we came, we will be less likely to disrespect ourselves. Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Again, I ask colleagues for your support for this measure, Bill number 34-0238, in support of Virgin Islands and Caribbean history. Thank you.
Thank you for your introduction. Before we proceed at this time, St. Thomas's do a sound check. Commissioner nominee Wells Hendrington.
Can you hear me, Senator?
Good, now I can.
Okay.
My glasses are off. Is that Dr. Charleswell?
Yes, I have Dr. Charleswell here.
Sound check.
Good morning.
Good, let me put these specs on 1 second. Okay. Dr. Colwood.
Good morning, Dr. Kaiser A. Colwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you. Insular Superintendent, Dr. Yergin.
Morning.
Good,
Fellow
perfect.
Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John School District, Dr. Stefan Yergin.
All right, and then from my right, for the stenographer,
Good morning.
name and title.
Cynthia B. Moore, Legal Counsel for the Department of Education.
Thank you.
Good morning, Aristotle Datley Herman, St. Croix District Acting Insular Superintendent.
Lockton.
Great morning. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you. And just before we proceed, we only have 2 testimonies, correct? One from the board and one from the department. Okay. Who's testifying for the board? The chairman? Okay. Dr. Kaiser Colwood, you may proceed at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable, I guess it will be Janelle K. Sorrow, Vice Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, other members of the 34th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audiences. I am Kaiser A. Colwood, Chairman of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education, hereon with, after, vibe, or board. With me today is our Executive Director, Dr. Stephanie Berry. I provide testimony on behalf of the board. As it pertains to Bill number 34-0238, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41C, relating to the courses of study in public education to require the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history be taught specifically in kindergarten through 12th grade and for other purposes. The board has no objection to the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history being taught in public schools. The board continues to emphasize the recurring need for additional resources and remains mindful that given the number of instructional hours required, there is not sufficient time in the current school day for all the courses subject mandated by the legislature to be included as a standalone courses for all students. Furthermore, while VI History is a standalone course and graduation requirement for every student on the senior high level, VI History must be taught within the context of social studies, of the social studies curriculum on the lower levels. The board recently reviewed the Department of Education's Department VI Standards of Achievement, VISA, which holds the department accountable for higher educational and academic goals from 2022 through 2024. Last month, we approved the content and materials to be used for VI and Caribbean history, and directed the department to acquire and make available to all schools and include in the visa additional resources by local and Caribbean authors and historians. In conclusion, the department is to be commended for the great work on the standards of achievement presented to the board. As it pertains to the history of the Virgin Islands and basic Caribbean history, it is the board's expectation that the department will provide clear guidance to all teachers on the teaching of these subjects and present to the board where and what aspects of these subjects are being taught to all students as evident in the standards, curriculum, materials, course outlines, schools, lesson plans, and other areas. Chairwoman Saru, thank you so much for allowing the Virgin Islands Board of Education to provide testimony. We stand ready to answer the questions posed.
Thank you, Chairman Coward. Commissioner nominee, Dr. Wells Hendrington, you may proceed at this time.
Good morning, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Chairwoman Senator Genevieve Whitaker, Vice Chairwoman Senator Janelle K. Saru, committee members, Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory, Kurt A. Viale, Kenneth L. Gittens, Milton E. Potter, and Carla J. Joseph, non-committee members present, and everyone listening and viewing today. I am pleased to present this testimony on Bill 34-238, an act amending Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41C, relating to the courses of study in public schools to require the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history be taught specifically in kindergarten through 12th grade and for other purposes. With me are the members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Som III, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, St. Thomas, St. John Insular Superintendent, Erisilda Otley Herman, St. Croix Superintendent, Dr. Yvette McMahon Arnold, Director of Instructional Development, and Attorney Cynthia Moore. It is often said, a people without knowledge of their history are people without hope, people without a future, in essence, a lost tribe. Social studies within the context of the standards and supporting curriculum is the integrated study of social sciences and humanities to promote civic competence. Within the school program, social studies provide coordinated, systematic study drawing upon which disciplines as anthropology, archaeology, economics, geography, law, philosophy, political science, psychology, religion, and sociology, as well as appropriate content from humanities, mathematics, and natural sciences. The primary purpose of social studies is to help young people develop the ability to make informed and reasoned decisions for the public good as citizens of a culturally diverse democratic society in an independent world. The Virgin Islands Department of Education recently completed the development of new standards for social studies under the banner of Virgin Islands Standards of Achievement of Social Studies. These standards were developed to enhance and richly capture Virgin Islands history and culture at every grade level and course throughout its implementation. Additionally, VI Department of Education will provide additional resources by local and Caribbean authors and historians, work that started several years ago, to align with the standards. Virgin Islands history is not taught in isolation, but in context of a wider world to give students perspective on the world around them and the opportunity to compare, contrast, and analyze the social, political, physical, and economic factors that have impacted the Virgin Islands. These standards were approved by the Virgin Islands Board of Education on August 29, 2022. The Virgin Islands Department of Education appreciates the opportunity to provide testimony and understands the Senator's intent to clarify Bill 34-238, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands, Chapter 5, Section 41C, relating to the course of study in public schools, to require that the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history be taught specifically in kindergarten through 12th grade and for other purposes. However, the bill in its current form accurately represents what the department is doing now. Virgin Islands and Caribbean history are not only integrated, but embedded in the VI standards. We stand ready to answer any questions relative to this bill, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee Wells Hedrington. The first speaker. Okay, let's go to Senator Potter. Senator Potter, are you online?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Good morning, Madam Chair.
You're recognized for 5 minutes. You may proceed at this time.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Good morning to Dr. Wells Hedrington, Dr. Colwood, and your respective teams. Without question, I think we have general consensus that more knowledge of one's history and culture is absolutely better than less. And our kids stand to gain, our children stand to gain a whole lot when they know who they are and from whence they came. I wanted to ask, and I think Dr. Wells Hedrington just mentioned that the Department of Education is in fact doing what the bill is mandating or is suggesting that we do. And I think, to quote you, you said that history and culture is embedded in Virgin Islands standards. Can you break down exactly what is happening with respect to the teaching of Virgin Islands history right now? How does that look on the elementary level as well as on the high school level?
Thank you for that question, Senator Potter. I'm going to allow Dr. Charles Well to talk a little bit about the standards, and then I will allow the superintendents to speak more directly about what it looks like on the elementary versus the secondary level.
Good morning, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. So to answer your question, Senator Potter, in terms of VI history and Caribbean history, we are currently in implementation phase of the new standards, which includes a gap analysis, building of resources, because we do look at having more resources to support the curriculum as well as the standards, and of course, professional development so that our teachers, coordinators, and administrators are aware as to what needs to be taught in our classrooms.
Okay, so you're in the process right now of providing our teachers and instructions with the, with a knowledge base to effectively implement or execute appropriately, instruction of Caribbean and Virgin Islands history in the schools. So you're saying we are in the process of doing that right now, of preparing our teachers.
And let me just add to that, in the process, in the sense that we have new approved standards and curriculum, but bear in mind that Caribbean history and VI history is being taught throughout. This has been something that has been taking place for years, where this is nothing new. However, because we're updating and we're ensuring that we capture the necessary information for our schools and our students, it's important that it's a evolving process, yes.
Okay. And for the elementary schools, is it a matter of, since you don't have I'm assuming you don't have a book or a specific text right now, that I guess our students are really subject to the knowledge of, if you happen as a teacher, as an elementary school teacher, to have a specific background and knowledge of Virgin Islands history, you can incorporate it into, if you're teaching math, or if you're teaching social studies, if you're teaching, whatever that specific course that you're teaching for that day, you can incorporate it, but it's based on what knowledge and background that you have. So I think what you're saying is the strategy right now is to develop the information, the documents, the instructional manuals, the resources, so that anyone coming from the outside, let's say an international teacher is coming to teach in the elementary school level, who were not exposed to, history and knowledge and culture of the Virgin Islands, they would be more equipped to function in that environment with respect to teaching or instructing their students in this area of Virgin Islands history and culture. They aren't equipped right now if you're coming in there without that knowledge and background.
And I want to also add that we have what is called our Go Open US VI microsite that has a vast set of materials available for anyone, whether you're new or you're not local. We do have available resources within our schools and at teachers' fingertips for them to be able to access to assist in instruction of VI and Caribbean history.
Okay, and there's a specific body of knowledge that you would like our students to learn at the elementary school level? Is there like a specific structured guide as to what we would like our students at the end of the day at elementary school level to leave elementary school knowing and understanding? Is there a specific focus with specific areas that's thought out, that, in the 7th grade, I want them to, in the 5th grade, they should learn about the fire bun, or is something like that happening?
Yes, we do have that. That's available in our standards. So yes, it is available as to what specifically students need to know at that certain grade level, from elementary all the way through high school.
Okay. I know I had an opportunity to look at the Virgin Islands Standards of Achievement, and I see a lot of a focus on culture, not so much a focus on Virgin Islands history. And is there a distinction, in your view, between exposure to Virgin Islands culture versus exposure to Virgin Islands history?
Time.
Yes, there is a distinction. However, again, these two areas can be married, but there is a distinction that is outlined in our curriculum as well as in the standards.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Can somebody from the Board of Education email a copy to all senators of the VI state standards that was completed on August? On August 29, 2022?
August 29th, Senator.
Yes, Commissioner nominee. Senator Fred Gregory?
Noted.
You need to, okay. Senator Joseph, you ready? You may proceed at this time.
Thank you. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good morning, testifiers. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues and the viewing and listening audience. I want to, one, note that I am in the presence of 4 doctors from the soil of the Virgin Islands, specifically from the St. Thomas, St. John district. Great educators. I feel very much enriched to be here and in their presence. I also want to take the opportunity to commend the proponent of this measure, Senator Whitaker, for her tenacity. She has been pushing this issue since she was sworn in to get Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history taught in our schools from K to the 12th grade. Although we know that the Board of Education requires that Virgin Islands history is taught in the high schools, and that is a requirement for graduation. Our senator, she wanted to assure that it is taught, and she should be commended. I do know that not only is Virgin Islands history being taught in some semblance in our public schools, but it's also being taught in our private schools. My question today to the testifiers specifically is surrounding the pedagogy. I hope I'm pronouncing the term correctly. How are we going to approach and teach Virgin Islands history with some rigor and relevance based on the standard curriculum that you have developed? I haven't had an opportunity to review, but I definitely would like you to expound on what you see can be done so that teaching Virgin Islands and Caribbean history can be embedded in the minds of our young people who are like, their minds are like sponges. And so now they can now go out and talk with a sense of authority as well as
Thank you, Senator, for that question. And I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Dr. Charleswell said. Now that we have adopted the standards, our next approach is to align the resources and make sure that that component of training is provided for all of our teachers. The standards helps us to align, which is what we were missing. Even though there were pockets being taught, it wasn't consistent across the board. And so with the standards now, we have that consistency. And so there's a training component embedded in our plan moving forward. And Dr. Arnold can expound on that because that's her work primarily. And so if you want that, we can do that. If not, we can have it offline.
So let's put it on the record because, you know, we need to work with always time frames to roll out these things. We don't want it to sit, gather dust, and be in any way not implemented. So if Dr. Arnold or you can expound on what we're looking at as time frame for the training for our teachers and the rolling out of this new curriculum and standard.
Dr. Arnold, can you respond, please?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Regarding the gap analysis, we do have an implementation plan, and that has a number of phases. And the first phase of that plan that we developed is followed by the gap analysis that you've heard mentioned a number of times today. That gap analysis is scheduled for Wednesday this week, and it involves our teachers, our administrators, it involves the board. The board has accepted, and we will come to the table and look at the standards, review the standards, and determine where those gaps are. And so where Senator Whitaker mentioned that, you know, she saw those gaps there and so forth, these are just the standards that provide the minimum requirements that we want students to know and be able to do. The gap analysis will identify some of those gaps that the senator has seen and other senators and others may have seen as well, and then determine how we are going to address those gaps, what resources we may already have on hand, and how we are going to develop new resources to address whatever gaps come out of that session. The senator also asked, Senator Joseph also asked about the rigor that will be expected. And one of the things you will see as we look at the standards is that the standards speak to, and this is across the board for all of the grade levels from kindergarten to 12th grade, you will see that there is a focus on civics, there's a focus on economics, there's a focus on geography, and there's a focus on history. So with every grade level, within every grade level, across the board, these standards address these particular areas aligned to what we consider the C3 framework. And so in that history component, students will have that opportunity through teachers guiding them to develop around history, whether it's VI history or any other history for that matter, and as well as the economics, the civics, and so forth. So that's how we're going to get into it. And then there was a section that speaks to professional development. That comes after the gap analysis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arnold. Madam Chair, was my time called?
Yes. Do you have a burning
may
question?
I be allowed to just wrap up with one additional question, Madam Chair?
Yes, ask a question without a monologue. You may proceed.
Thank you kindly. I wanted to ask, what is your time frame based on your plan, Dr. Arnold, for this whole process to be completed and actually see the full integration of this new standard within our public schools?
Thank you. The gap analysis should be finished by September 30th. That's what we have on the timeline. And then I think it's down to the end of the year. I will check for sure. I will pull up the implementation plan, would be the building out of the missing items and so forth. We have to provide that to the board, but this is something we would have done anyway. And then the professional development component, then that is followed by specific curriculum development. So we are anticipating by next school year that we will have everything in place, including the new resources to roll out the start of the school year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Dr. Arnold, for your well-explained plan. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. I want to acknowledge the presence of Senator Frankie Johnson, non-committee member. Good morning. Senator Fred Gregory, you had a point of inquiry? You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Just wanted to, I know that the standards were just emailed to us. Particularly, what page can we go to clearly get a clear understanding of what was represented by I think it's the Assistant Commissioner, the Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, as it relates to this subject matter that we're discussing this morning? I need to be clear because I do have some challenges as far as the clear integration and the clear step-by-step as it relates to how teachers will relate to the Caribbean and VI history within the integration of the curriculum.
Dr. Arnold, would you like to respond?
Sure. For every grade level, you will see that at the end of the grade level, not even so much the end of the grade level, but the end of the components within the grade level, it indicates some specific Virgin Islands connections, I think we refer to it as. And one of the things I think I need to clarify is that what was presented and approved by the board was a set of standards. The standards are just the minimum, just says what at the very least, what we want our students to know and be able to do at the end of the grade, so they're grade specific. That detailed work, that specificity will come in the curriculum that has to be developed, aligned to these new standards. So when Senator Joseph spoke of a timeline, I indicated that the curriculum will come as part of the implementation plan and the phases. So you're not going to find that specificity, Senator Gregory, within the standards.
Is it my turn?
Is your point of inquiry, you've concluded that?
I'll follow up with my questions.
Okay, you may proceed at this time.
I may proceed?
Yeah, but before you proceed, let me mark Senator Gittins as present and acknowledge the presence of Senate Vice President Lovell Francis. Good morning. You may proceed, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to follow up on that discussion, I definitely understand that the details will not necessarily come with the standards. However, so I am a international teacher, teaching in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I have to follow the standards, right? So how does an international teacher know, who doesn't know anything about our history, how do they know exactly what particular aspects, components, etc., should be taught on each grade level based on the standards that you presented? That is really my concern. So I understand the drill down, but as it relates to the standards in particular, how does an international teacher pick that up and know what direction to move in?
So, Dr. Arnold, I know you mentioned the implementation plan and the fact that now that we have the standards, now we're able to do that gap analysis. I believe that's what Senator Gregory is asking about. How do we ensure that they get what they need in order to teach the children effectively? So can you elaborate on that plan? Because I think that it needs to be noted that full implementation is not until the next school year.
Okay, but thank you, Commissioner nominee. It's full implementation of the current standards, but this is work that has been going on, that has been occurring for years. And we have the coordinators at the district level who support teachers in the classroom around not just Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history, but around all the other areas within social studies, the economics, the civics, and so forth. And we have content area standards who support teachers throughout. So some of what we've been asked here would come to the district level and the support that is provided at the district coordinator level.
I hear you all, and I think that y'all are definitely speaking on a different language to us who are considered laymen in this particular matter. But I still believe that if I'm an international teacher, I should be able to pick up the standards and know exactly what happened in the Virgin Islands before Columbus. Where should that be taught? What grade level are we teaching that? It matters. It really matters. So I hear you about the support and all of that, but I think that we need to be a little more detailed in order to accomplish what's necessary for individuals who really, teachers who are not of the Virgin Islands, who are required to teach or who've elected to become a part of our educational system and are now teaching our children. So I'm still not clear on that. And of course, my concern around the legislation that's before us is we know that we have experienced situations where we've been in this long battle with VI history before the courts. And now we are now creating another layer of a potential court matter, just based on the conversation we having this morning about, the question that I asked, around where the specifics on each particular grade level. So I'm concerned about us moving legislation and creating that layer of confusion and distraction around our educational system with these court cases. So let me ask, so you have, I know that the Department of Education have been working on these via history, if you will, workbooks for quite some time. What's the status of those workbooks? And if the workbooks are completed, what grade level are they completed on? And are they administered, are they in each school in our school district? Particularly elementary schools, of course.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The workbooks have been completed for kindergarten through second grade. We are currently going to resume our work on, I believe, third through eighth. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Arnold, correct me. So we are convening our committee right now to address those. Those workbooks are in all of our schools, and the superintendents can verify. But based on the conversation, they're in all of the schools.
I'm going to ask the superintendents. Is the superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District online?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
Doing well, yourself?
Do we have the K2 workbooks in every K2 classroom in the St. Thomas St. John District? Yes or no?
The books have been distributed to all schools. Yes, we do.
St. Croix?
We have the digital version, and the printed version, the excess, will be on island soon, and it will be distributed to the schools.
So they're not distributed in all schools to date?
No, they are in our schools on St. Croix, but we need some additional copies for K2, and so Dr. Larson has distributed the digital versions.
Okay, so let me tell you what my concern is in this conversation, and this is why we continue to have these types of discussions. So I worked at the Department of Education somewhere about 2012. And in 2012, we had this same discussion. I am very disappointed that we are still having a K2 workbook discussion. That's, how much years later? What year are we in? 10. 10 years later, we still having a K2 workbook discussion. I mean, how is that even possible? What happened? What in the world happened between 2012 and 2022? Are we still having a K2 conversation? I need to understand this.
May I?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Arnold.
Thank you. Senator Gregory, what happened in that interim is that the publisher with whom the project initially started was purchased by a bigger company, and that new company no longer supports customization because, quite frankly, when you look at our size and you look at what customization will cost to put customized material for such a small population, it doesn't make them any money. And so we've been to 4 vendors, 4 publishers over that time. We are at the 4th one right now. We have a contract in hand.
So Miss Dr. Arnold, I don't want to cut you off, but let me ask you, so are you saying that you have, so now you have the K2, so are you saying that you have others to roll out, other workbooks, but you're having challenges? So what is the other level of the rollout that you have?
Okay, so we have a contract to publish the 3 to 8. And that contract allows us to develop an ebook as well as the print. That would be the 2 deliverables from that contract. We are working with the vendor. We meet every Thursday with the team from the vendors team and BIDE. And we have been working, we've been collaborating in order to do that. We have a timeline in place with that vendor in terms of the deliverables.
What's your timeline? I know my time has been called, so I'm going to wrap up. You could answer on the chair's time, but I think it's very important as we have this discussion, because the last thing that we want coming out of this conversation is that we are in fact not teaching VI history and Caribbean history on our elementary levels and junior high levels in particular. Thank you for the leeway, Madam Chair. You can answer on the chair's time.
You may answer.
Oh, yes. From what we've been discussing and the timeline that was submitted, and I just saw Attorney Hudson jumping on, so he may be able to speak specifically to the contract itself and those terms. But we are looking at December to finish civics because the work is a bundle. We are publishing a civics 912 text that is a customized text and publishing the remaining grade levels for the VI history workbooks from grades 3 to 8. Much of that content already developed, but we now have to go back to the content in light of the new standards to make sure that these standards or the content developed aligns to the standards. If I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking maybe June of next year, but the idea is to have this ready to go. So I can ask, if I am able to ask Attorney Hudson to elaborate more on the specific timeline that was submitted.
Attorney Hudson?
Good morning, Vincent Hudson, Department of Education. No, Dr. Arnold, you're on target. What we have in the agreement is we're looking at 6 to 9 months was the rollout. And I think that Dr. Arnold understated the difficulties that they're having, not just with the publisher, old publisher, but also the new publisher and working with subcontractors. So they've done a heavy lift, and then they have a very ambitious timeline, and they've been working for months. And there's no doubt in my mind that they should be able to meet all the deliverables on the contract as it has been written.
Okay, briefly, the Department of Property and Procurement has a printing shop. And if we're talking about a workbook for K to 8 or K to 3, is that a possibility? Or does this publisher have like a really detailed job that our printers cannot do?
Right, I think that's a great question, Senator. And actually, there are a couple of intellectual property issues here. We had to use this one vendor, subcontractor. There's the only subcontract that they were allowed to publish the things. But it's not just that they're publishing it. We are receiving things in print, and then we're going to be able to, we're receiving things digitally, and then we'll be able to print. But the biggest thing that we have here, really for the first time, is that you're getting an interactive digital asset that we have not had before. And this is going to be able to be used on our learning management system, which is Schoology. So that's why there's additional money, additional things. And so students will be able to access it from wherever and through their learning management system, which is really significant. So they're customizing things, and that's why it's taken additional, and they're integrating all of the VI history and the Caribbean history into the standards. So they're doing all of that work, and that's why that's the majority of the work that they're doing. We can handle the print on the other side once we get it, but we do have to use them.
Now, before we go to a point of information, Senator Blaine, did I recognize you? I did not, right? Good morning. Can you please mark Senator Blaine as present? Now, I'm looking at the standards, acting superintendent and the other superintendent and Dr. Arnold. So I'm seeing civics being introduced at 9th grade, correct?
For the high school, yes.
Okay. When is civics being introduced to the elementary level, the primary level?
As I indicated earlier, the way the standards are written and utilizing the CPA framework, you see that civics and history and economics, those are like base across each of the standards, across each of the grade level of the standards, I should say. And what I had indicated was that you have an opportunity, or teachers have an opportunity to focus on these key areas.
Okay, hold on a second, Dr. Arnold. So what I'm asking, so I don't know if I think I comprehend okay. So I don't know if it's really sticking out that this is that it's embedded per se, because just let me give you an example. If we're talking kindergarten, or let's do kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, and we give the narrative that Columbus discovered the New World, and they're learning about Columbus or pre-Columbus, civics can come in where you're asking the question, okay, who sent Columbus? Who paid for his expedition? Of course, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. And what is that type of government called? A monarchy. And then if you had a discussion that monarchy is a type of government, then a classroom today, K to third, could have a discussion right now on current events on the monarchy. London Bridge has fallen. So how, and that's the question. So I guess maybe, how are you getting that across to our coordinators, who's also, they play a very important role in this process. So the whole civics discussion doesn't have to be lengthy, but we could introduce civics by talking about Columbus being sent, his expedition was paid for by the Spanish monarchy. Make sense?
So good morning, Senator. St. Croix District Superintendent Araceli Otley Herman. What I wanted to say is everything is grade level appropriate in terms of content and what it looks like. So when we're talking about integration and what that is, for example, at kindergarten, we talk about citizenship. What is it to be a good citizen? And what does that look like? And then we talk, and the teacher brings in real life application of what does that look like in the Virgin Islands. They talk about different aspects of history in the VI. So in K to second, when we're looking at using the workbook that it was developed by Dr. Larson, who also supports teachers in the integration of this content area. They talk about not so much a monarchy, but what does government look like? What is the Senate? How many senators do we have? And then we start to build upon that for every grade level to the point that students are able to call all of the senators by name and understand the role of the Senate versus the executive branch versus the judicial branch. So it's integrated where it's a part of it. The teacher might have an overarching topic, but then they delve in and start to bring in the VI history and the aspects.
So here's the other question now, before we move to the next senator. Let's look at the U.S. history component on U.S. history component of this document. On the U.S. history side, I see the driving concept of America's beginnings to the Civil War. How is VI history incorporated in American history?
So
and I'm asking this because, of course, in the Civil War, the first president to be interested in the islands was Abraham Lincoln, but he was caught up preserving the Union. VI history can be integrated in that fashion, or during the imperialist era when America went on, the Spanish-American War against those countries, Alaska, we were purchased for $25 million during the imperialist time. So how is that embedded as well into the U.S. history concept?
You look at the time frame and the period like you're talking about, and you talk about what was happening in the Virgin Islands during this time, and you bring it, huh?
It's not here, that's why I'm asking.
Oh, well, I'm explaining. So as we continue to delve out, the gap analysis is completed, but what currently happens in many of our classrooms is when we talk about that time frame, we talk about what is occurring or what occurred in the Virgin Islands during that time. How does it look like? What did it look like, and how did what happened on the U.S. mainland affect what happens here in the Virgin Islands? Even with current events, we talk about how long things take that when it occurs in the U.S. and it stems down to the VI and what is its impact to the Virgin Islands. So the teacher, like I said, takes the overarching topic, teaches about that concept, but always brings it back into what occurred in the VI and how do we build upon that.
So I think I was leading in my questions because I tell you exactly where the history should be included.
So it's not there yet.
So the concern I have is coordinators also have a role.
Yes.
I might get in trouble for saying this, but we have to support the teachers. And I'm speaking as a primary source. Okay? We could know the subject matter all day, but what's the plan, the training, to get it to our coordinators and have that high-level professional development in the VI standards?
So I can speak to the fact that in
And
a
this goes to both superintendents.
So I can speak to the fact that first and foremost, Dr. Arnold works closely with the coordinators. They are actually key stakeholders and they lead many of the work with her at the state level. Then they provide support, and this is across all content areas, directly to school teams and to teachers. They have shared pacing guides, they've shared standards, they provide resources, and when requested upon, or even they go through their walkthroughs and they provide a direct support in school to teachers. I have copies of sign-in sheets from grade level and content area meetings. So our coordinators go in and they provide support to schools.
Okay. Dr. Yagan? I can't hear you.
School district. Senator, the point I wanted to make is that along with the standards really are broad expectations. And from the standards, you would develop the essential question and objectives that speaks to the specificity of some of what you were covering. The coordinators absolutely have a major role in providing our teachers with the level of support so that we are able to make those real life connections so that it's relevant to the students right in front of, based on what's going on in the world around them. So all of those things has to go through a process where you go from broad to specific, and you do that with the support of not just the coordinators, but also the building principal has a role in that, and also the other teachers that teach that same discipline, whether it's high school or elementary level.
Okay, thank you. I'm just asking on behalf of teachers because we sit and we say we have a plan and we have a standard. And so often those plans and standards never really trickle down to the classroom. You have teachers that lack the support, lack the information, the supplies,
I
the
agree with
services.
you, Senator. I agree with you, Senator. And I think we've made an intentional attempt to provide our teachers with much more support. This is why you're seeing our walkthroughs occurring with our coordinators and the superintendents and providing teachers with more feedback than they've received in the past, and also looking at their lessons and seeing what we can do to make it sharper and more specific so that the child walks away with more real life connections, understanding the relevancy.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Point of information, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to be very clear. We're talking about Title 17, Section 41, Courses of Study. And right now, the code reads in subsection 41B. I'm sorry, rather, let me go down to 41B1. The history of the Virgin Islands and basic Caribbean history and drug prevention and education, such courses to be courses to be part of the curriculum in elementary and secondary schools. And then we go down to subsection 2, a Virgin Islands cultural curriculum for kindergarten through grade 12. The bill seeks to address the congruence, and then in further, also in the section, it also brings up the matter of substance abuse prevention. So again, the effort is a clarification. Again, C1 couples VI Caribbean history with drug prevention and education. In 2, we clearly have that a Virgin Islands culture curriculum for kindergarten to grade 12. So I just want to put that out, as also I had engagements with both the Board of Education, Department of Education, on the need to clarify the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. You ready?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the Department of Education, as well as the Board of Education. Where do I begin, Lord? So I've been on this tier for some time now in respect to teaching of civics in our high school. I think going back to 2015 or so, when Dr. McCollum was there, and I must say that there have been tremendous stride forward in respect to working with Dr. Arnold as well as Dr. Larson in respect to having a VI-centric civics being taught in our schools or our high schools, because I was informed that it was being taught in both the elementary and the junior high school level. So this bill seeks to make sure or ensure that Virgin Islands and Caribbean history is taught in all grades. Again, I'd like to go to the Board of Education because you said that you're in support of this, and how do you see this bill being implemented and moving forward? And then we'll come to the Department of Education.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm not sure if you could hear me.
I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the board has approved the standards as indicated to this body regarding VI history and Caribbean history being integrated. And now it's the department's responsibility and role to ensure the implementation phase into that. When, of course, there is mechanisms in place for the board's curriculum implementation policy, where the department has to report back to the board all the things that they're doing to ensure that they maintain with the standards that they have provided to us and we approve, and to ensure that it's being integrated as indicated.
Very well. So do you see, how does this bill strengthen whatever is being done for the implementation phase of it?
Well, the bill, the currently department is already integrating VI history and Caribbean history into the fabric of the school system. All the bill now does do is codify it to ensure that it can always be done, and to ensure that that doesn't change from, you know, from as the department turns around or make changes, the VI history and Caribbean history would always be integrated within the fabric for years to come.
Thank you very much for that. So, Department of Education, having heard that in fact that there is an opportunity is already being done, you know, what is the issue or concern today in respect to moving this bill forward, as you understand it at this point?
So I feel, Senator, that the department has made great strides to correct many of the things that were not implemented in the past concerning Virgin Islands history. And putting it into a law at this point, I don't support it because work efforts have already begun. If the department had not done anything, I would speak differently, but we have made great strides. Yes, they did have hiccups. Yes, there were some delays, but there's a clear way forward to getting this fully implemented across all grade levels. And part of what we struggled with before is it more surrounds monitoring of instruction than having the content. And so that goes back to Senator Saru's questions about coordinators and getting into the schools to support the teachers, of building administrators, ensuring that lesson plans are aligned to the standards and the different resources are being utilized. What gets monitored gets done. And so we are moving the needle forward, and I don't feel that it needs to be a law. I think that the department has already shown, I mean, if the body requires the implementation plan, we can certainly provide that. We can be held accountable in our regular meetings with this body, but to make it a law, I don't think at this point it is necessary.
I think a codification commissioner is to transcend people, right? You're the commissioner today, we're the Senate body today. Tomorrow, perhaps a new commissioner will have a different position on these issues, hence the rationale behind of codification. You know, what is it that you want this body to do to support the implementation, to make sure that it continues beyond you, beyond Senator Whitaker? I think is what's important for us to have in respect to this discussion, because people come and people go, and you know, positions change, you know, based on who's sitting at the helm at any given time. So again, tell me why Do you believe that codification presents such a difficulty in this measure?
Time.
So I beg to differ a little bit with that statement because, yes, people come and go, but the standards have already been adopted. So that baseline and threshold of what it is that we expect in our classes has already been established. So whether people come or go, those standards will be in place. So again, it goes back to the monitoring of the implementation of the standards. And that comes through the leadership. Whether the superintendents change or not, the standards remain the same. So the accountability measures is what I feel needs to be in place. And if this body feels that it needs to be a law for that to happen, then that is what it is. But in my opinion, because we have made great strides, I don't feel that it needs to be a law. I feel that the department needs to be given the opportunity to execute the plan that they have put in place to change the integration of Caribbean history and Virgin Islands history from pre-K to 12th grade. The work has already begun. And so whether it is or not, the work will continue no matter what, because we have to make sure that this is being done across the territory.
Thank you very much for your response. My time has been called, and not that I disagree with you, I wanted to get your position on record in respect to how do you believe that this matter should be addressed, because ultimately we want to make sure that our students are taught throughout VI and Caribbean history. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before Senator Fred Gregory goes, Director Dr. Berry, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to say something else that we had as part of the conversation relative to the visa and social studies. The board is very concerned about intentional instruction and monitoring to make sure that the teachers understand the direction that they must go at every grade level in terms of VI history and Caribbean history. And so as part of the conversation with the department, one of the things that we committed to ensure that our teachers are as prepared as they can be is that their professional development in the area of all these standards would be counted towards their certification, recertification. That's one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we were part of the monitoring process, because oftentimes, even through our own operations, we fall short of the quality assurance piece that is often missing. So the board has made a commitment, I have made a commitment as long as I'm here with the board, that we will monitor not only that they get their VI history requirement by law under their certification, but also that when we're looking at professional development for recertification, that these professional development components that are committed to by the department as part of this process for all the standards are incorporated into our review process for certification of our teachers. And this includes the coordinators as well, because we do certify coordinators. Thank you for the opportunity to add that.
Thank you, Dr. Berry. Senator Fred Gregory.
Madam Chair, so I think we're doing a dance. We're doing a little dance today, and we just need to lay it all on the table. So my question is, or my point of inquiry is, when will the Virgin Islands Department of Education have the mandate in place specifically for VI history and Caribbean history as it relates to the curriculum? When is that going to happen? We hear next school year, what I mean. And the reason why I keep going back to it is because we've been at this for a minute. So when? The question, what is the priority and when? There was a whole board of folks that were put together some 10 years ago. Do you have a board or a group of folks in place now that's currently working on it? Or is it that you have to put that team together? Where are we? When? This is where we continue to have these types of conversations.
So, very good question, Senator. And it is going to take us at least this whole school year to fully implement the plan that we have. As Dr. Arnold mentioned, we're doing the gap analysis right now to see where those areas are that we did not include within the standards, so that we're covering every base, and then we begin the professional development. Before we start to hold people accountable, we have to make sure that they're trained on the resources, they're trained on the standards. So we're going to do that for the remainder of this year for full implementation and accountability for school year 2023-2024.
Thank you for your response. I think your response is very encouraging, and I am going to lean on your commitment to ensure that this occurs. But as I said earlier, I'm very concerned about us legislating these types of matters. We've seen what they've created for us in the Virgin Islands in the past, and I don't think that we should continue to repeat our past mistakes. Yes, pressure must be applied, and we have a responsibility to do this as legislators as part of our oversight responsibility. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The amendment isn't in nature of a substitute, and it really just says that the history of the Virgin Islands and basic Caribbean history to be integrated into the curriculum for K through 12. And Dr. Wells-Hendrington, while I understand the position, we live in a democracy, civics, right? And you may not be the commissioner forever. And I think that the bill wants to ensure that for generations to come, that this remains the goal, that we teach via history and Caribbean history, as we are seeing a loss of identity in the territory. So that's my 5 cents. Senator Blyden? Well, sorry, I apologize. Senator Joseph had a point of inquiry, and then Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I wanted to look at how individuals, because leadership do change, and should they desire to advocate for this push, and we don't codify it, how would they be able to advocate and still hold people accountable? Because it may shift to a different perspective, something else may become a priority. So how do we hold you to this and having it integrated and the timeline you have set, because something could happen, God forbid, to the leadership team here, but how can we do that if it is not in the code, if it's not part of the Virgin Islands law?
So that goes back to general questions of how do we make sure that the reading standards are being implemented in the school, or the mathematical standards. Those are not laws. And so it boils down to monitoring and accountability. And so the board has oversight over what the department does in regards to the coursework. The commissioner has oversight over the superintendent in regards to the day-to-day operations, and the superintendents have to ensure that the standards that are in place to guide instruction are being utilized. And so it really boils down to the monitoring. Yes, we put it in law, and we've had the law for Virgin Islands history for some time, and we saw that we got into some binds with that. And so now I feel like the Department of Education has made some great strides to show that we are trying to correct the issues that we've had. We're being more inclusive in our relationship with the board, and we're going to ensure that our coordinators and those who are being charged to lead instruction within our buildings actually do so. And so I really feel that we are in a good place, a better place than we've been, and Senator Gregory has said it. It's been 10 years. But we are here now, and we are showing that we have a clear way forward. And I'm just saying, give the department an opportunity to do its job. Not everything needs to be a law. Not everything has to be a law for us to move. It just means us supporting the people who are within our classrooms to ensure that they know what unwrapping those standards means, that they have the resources to do so, and that they have the support to get the job done.
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I?
1 second. But without the law, we were still languishing for 10 years. But point of inquiry, point of information, Senator Fred Gregory, and then Attorney Hudson, that will move to. Oh, you said information, sorry. Point of inquiry, and then Attorney Hudson, and then Senator Blyden will get to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is information and inquiry, but I have to stick with the inquiry. So I hear everything the Commissioner nominee has indicated, and I know her passion. However, we also know the history of what occurs in the Virgin Islands as we change administrations and as we change leadership. And you know, as I indicated earlier, I am not of the belief that we should legislate everything. But when we have these types of challenges, we find ourselves legislating everything, and we over-legislate because of these challenges, of these personalities as we change leadership within the territory and the shifting of the focus. And in this instance, it is evident that that occurred. So my point of inquiry is to the superintendents in particular. What accountability measures do you have in place to ensure that your coordinators are in fact providing the necessary supports to the respective classrooms for their respective areas that they are responsible for, the subject matter areas in particular? I think that's an important question because coordinators are not changed as administrations change. Right. So they should continue to remain focused on their work in their particular subject matter areas, right? So what accountability measures do we have in place to ensure that they are in fact staying focused on what matters? Thank you. What matters as it relates to the standards, as it relates to the curriculum? You can answer in the chair, Senator, listen.
Just to be brief, we have to take a real look at our data, and we have to look at where we are as an educational system. And we just knew that we could not continue along this trend of this decline that has occurred during the past 5 years. So we put plans and systems in place to help us to be able to monitor our instructional program a lot closer. And that includes our coordinators spending quality time doing exactly what they need to do to support our schools. But the work has to take place, not outside, but inside of our schools. Our principals must monitor the instructional program with support from the superintendent's office, with support from the coordinators. It requires that all of us are making sure that our children are learning what they need to learn. So we monitor that by those walkthroughs that I mentioned. Those walkthroughs are targeted. When we go into a school, we're looking for a specific thing. And we may have a team of 15 individuals.
Mr. Superintendent, so my question is very specific, and I really want a specific answer. I hear your passion, but we need specifics. My question was specific, and I'm going to repeat it again. What accountability measures do we have in place on the superintendent level? Because our coordinators report to the superintendents, correct?
So in actuality, our coordinators report to the district director of curriculum and instruction.
Okay, to their respective, okay, fine.
Correct.
So again, I understand it takes the village of education. I just heard that, but that's not my specific question. My specific question is around the accountability measures that we have in place, because all of that briefs well. However, what are those accountability measures? So we're going to allow the St. Croix District Superintendent to respond, and then we're going to go back to St. Thomas. It is critical for that to be answered because it's an important component to the success of student achievement.
So in the St. Croix district, the content coordinators that report to our district director of curriculum and instruction actually add all of their school meetings and visits on his calendar. So they have a joint CNI calendar that he is able to join their sessions as well as I am able to join their sessions. They submit monthly reports with their goals and the number of schools that they've supported. We have our key performance indicator documentation that they have to report on in terms of meeting the goals. And if there is a need for intervention from the Office of the Insular Superintendent, we start with our director and then we go in and we intervene as well. And so that is how we ensure that there is a level of accountability. And it ties into their evaluation system as well. They're asked in their evaluation system to provide professional development and be observed that way, and non-professional development like grade level meetings and be observed that way as well.
Thank you. Dr. Jorgen,
in addition to what some of the measures that Ms. Adley Herman just indicated, we also have our PLCs, we have our walkthroughs. The walkthroughs are supported by the superintendent and the coordinators, and the coordinators also must check in frequently with the curriculum director as to what is occurring in those visits when they go to the schools. So those are some of the measures that we have in place to address accountability of the instructional program.
Okay, I don't think that's satisfactory enough, but we, hold a second. Attorney Hudson?
Yes, good afternoon. Alvinson Hudson, Legal Counsel, Department of Education. To Senator Joseph's question or inquiry or concern earlier, I just wanted to remind us that Title 17, Section 41, like we're discussing, it already requires by law that the department teach Caribbean and VI history in elementary and secondary schools. So that's already a requirement, a part of the law. And I think the other thing is to Senator Fred Gregory's question and concern, I think that we heard from the board as they talked about from their perspective of ensuring an oversight, one, from the perspective of teachers and teacher certification, but also when you talk about the adopting curriculum as their responsibility in Section 21, that the department and the board have been working through this for the last 2 years of going through the adoption process. So notwithstanding any change in leadership or government, when you have that adopted and then they're filling out that process right now, that sustains, that continues, and that adoption, that's critical. And that's a critical part in terms of civics, why you have continuity despite changes in leadership.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we go to Senator Bladden, we will take a 5-minute recess. The committee stands in recess. The committee is back on record. Senator Blyden, you may proceed at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, Dr. Wells Hendrington, and good afternoon, Dr. Calwood, Board Chair, and thank you so much for your testimonies, and good afternoon to all of the other staff and faculty that's there with you. And thank you for your testimony. As I'm listening to the conversation going back and forth, I see that the Board of Education supports the legislation, but the Department of Education does not. And listening to Dr. Wells Hendrington, she stated that they have been working on it for some time now, and they need a year to actually get there. But I believe that this topic is so important that it should be codified. I cannot vote in this committee, but as for me, I believe it should be codified. Of course, it can be amended with changes that come along throughout the years, but it is too important of a topic to not codify it moving forward, in my opinion. Let me go to my line of question, because I was happy to hear Dr. Berry speak to what it's going to look like in terms of training and certification, because that was my question. Because I know, based on the testimony, there's some, I believe, 60 international teachers, and there are many vacancies, and I know in some of those vacancies we're going to have substitutes and other individuals. And a year, Dr. Hendrington, do you see it happening within a year, despite the challenges the department is facing at this time?
Yes, Senator, I do.
You do? Okay,
Yes.
very well. Well, thank you for that. Have an analysis been done in terms of the cost? What is going to cost for all of this in terms of the supplies, materials, etc., training, certification? Have an analysis been done thus far?
Right. So as Dr. Arnold indicated, we have an existing contract. Our next phase of this work is the gap analysis. Money has been set aside for the resources already, so funding is not going to be an issue right now. I think what the major issue is accountability and the monitoring piece.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that. Now let's speak to the accountability and monitoring piece. What does that look like, accountability, in terms of the steps?
So I would allow the superintendents to speak on that, because that's the day-to-day operations. And I do understand the body's concern relative to ensuring that what needs to be taught is being taught. And again, it goes back to the support system that is in place to support teachers within a building, which comes from the administrators within the building up to the district office. So Superintendent Jurgen, can you elaborate on what can be done to support teachers?
I can. Thank you, Dr. Wells Hendrington. The monitoring of our instructional program is layered, and it requires that at various levels we continue to monitor. At the superintendent's level, our coordinators have regular contact with our teachers as a source of support, and they submit their monthly reports to the curriculum director, who ensures that they are going out continuously and with a plan from the superintendent's office to go into schools to look at specific things. When we get that information, we then have feedback sessions with the teachers and the administrators, so that when we leave the building, that work continues. And so we expect that principals are reviewing lesson plans, are conducting professional learning communities with teachers to look at the pacing of instruction, to look to see that we have the use of relevant information. And so we're looking at the specific objectives, and we're also looking to make sure that the standards are being covered from a broader perspective. So those are some of the things that we have to do regularly. Those are not things that we're starting, those are things that we are engaged in now.
Okay, before we go to St. Croix, Superintendent, you stated in terms of monthly reports, lesson plans, and they actually go and meet with each individual. How often do they do that? On a daily basis? Monthly, weekly?
I do have coordinators in the schools on a daily basis, but I know as a superintendent's office, we have been in every school about twice thus far for the year. And that's as a superintendent's team where all coordinators go out and monitor the instructional component. That's in addition to the individual contact and sessions that the coordinators go into the schools individually. So a lot of that has been taking place.
Okay, thank you for that, St. Croix.
As previously stated, Senator, in the St. Croix district, the coordinators report to the district director of curriculum and instruction. They share their school visits and meetings with him on his calendar, and thus he would share that with us at the superintendent's level. They submit monthly reports as well, describing what they've done. They also have KPI reporting. One of the things that we established as the Office of Insular Superintendent for all instructional leaders, to include coordinators, is a minimum of 10 classroom walkthroughs a month. And the reason for that is to go ahead and monitor what's happening in the classroom, to provide teachers with real-time feedback. And so we look at the lesson plans. We all have access to lesson plans in the St. Croix district, from the superintendent's office down to the principals. So we're able to look and provide feedback that way. We monitor instruction. In terms of how often they're in schools, it varies because the coordinators are also doing the curriculum work. So when they're not in schools, they're actually engaged with the state office in curriculum work, or they're developing support materials for teachers. So it varies in terms of the balance of their instructional time.
Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And I talked about this in recess, and it may be the topic of conversation among coordinators in the days to come. But over the years, we have had coordinators in positions, and we've not held our coordinators accountable. So in the St. Thomas St. John district, Dr. Jorgen, do we have a coordinator for social studies? Is it still Ms. Smith, or has she left?
Ms. Smith is still the coordinator for social studies in the St. Thomas St. John district.
And we have one in St. Croix?
Yes, Dr. Lauren Larson.
Okay. Are we making trips to St. John, our coordinators?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We've been to St. John at least 3 times for this year.
Okay, you have a St. John at the helm, so I am positive that she'll ensure that happens. Senator Milton Potter, point of inquiry. Senator Potter?
Say it again.
The superintendent is also a St. Jonian senator.
Oh, yeah. You're right. And the command center is named after who, your uncle? Father, grandfather?
Grandfather Leander Yergi.
Good lineage. Okay. Senator Potter?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is a brief point of inquiry to Dr. Wells, and I really appreciate the efforts of you and your team. You're really prioritizing this VI and Caribbean history instruction in our schools from K through 12. But I wanted to know, and I know you're opposed to codifying, this instruction in our schools. In your view, how does codifying it negatively impact what you are doing right now? What is the downside of us codifying this in terms of just impacting your ability to execute?
It's not impacting our ability to do the work, Senator. It just sends the wrong message to me. The department has had some hiccups, as we acknowledge. However, the department has made some good strides. And I feel that this body should give the department the opportunity to do the work, to continue the work, to implement the plan. And then if we are falling short, then you can come back to the table and make it a law. But I hear the sentiments and I feel the uneasiness of the body because of past practices, and I get that. But I really don't want us to think, or the perception to be, that in order for the Department of Education to act on anything, it has to be a law. That's not the case. And so I just want us to have the opportunity to prove ourselves is what I'm asking the body.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wells Edgerton. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Wells, you asking for some leniency, a probationary time?
Yes, some accountability from the body for what we have said today in terms of the implementation plan. I don't have a problem with accountability, but I just don't want the message to be that the only way to get the Department of Education to move is through legislation. I don't prescribe to that, even if it has been some of the general practices. I think we can do better, and I think that the department has already shown that we are moving in the direction to correct some of our wrongs. So that's all I'm asking of this body moving forward.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you recognize at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. You know, as I sit down and listen to the discussion back and forth, you know, it's critical for our students to have a better understanding of our history, yes, but how do we do this without sacrificing the time needed to teach basic skills or even overburdening our teachers at this time? This measure before us is a twofold to me. One, I see this as possibly over legislating, and two, we have an execution problem. And I say that because if the board mandate and the department executes, then we shouldn't be where we're at today. As I review here Title 17, Section 41 under courses of study, it's already mandated that Caribbean history and Virgin Islands history be taught in all public schools. All public schools. So elementary school under the Department of Education falls in that category. A junior high school under the Department of Education falls in that category. A high school under the Department of Education falls in that category. Section 41 under courses of study states that the Virgin Islands Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the Commissioner of Education, shall prescribe the courses of study for all public schools, which shall not be less than the minimum standards set by the acknowledged accrediting groups in the United States, and it goes on. Down in Section C says all public schools in the Virgin Islands shall instruct all students in 1, the history of the Virgin Islands, and basic Caribbean history and drug prevention and education. Such courses to be part of the curriculum in elementary and secondary schools. I'm not sure what we're trying to do. I tend to agree with our good Senate President that we got to be careful on what we legislate. As I look at this, I mean, it doesn't really do no serious harm, but what I'm looking at is that we're creating an arena for more litigations. We continue to end up in court because we can't get over hurdle 1 and we want to go to hurdle 2 and 3. If you keep falling down at 1 and you ain't getting 1, how you going to get to 2 and 3? So, according to Title 17, Section 41, between the commissioner right down to the superintendent, tell me what's the difference between one saying all public school, all students, and the next one saying kindergarten through 12th grade? Tell me the difference. Somebody, please.
So there's really not much difference, except that it is saying that all students, meaning every single grade level. It's being more specific to the grade level. Like I've said before, Senator, we are well on our way to do and provide Caribbean history and VI history in all grade levels. And so I just didn't feel like it needed to be specified anymore. Actually, it's already there. And we have already shown that we are moving towards having that implemented across the territory.
And Commissioner, sorry to cut you right there because time is running. We need to stop being underway. And don't get me wrong, I mean, you just got in the helm, and I think I must give you kudos. I think you're doing an awesome job thus far. But we got to stop being underway. This is why we feel the need to continue to legislate things and implement things that's already in the code. I mean, there's no difference here. All students, all public schools, that's K through 12. All public schools, all students. It doesn't exclude anyone. So why isn't the Board of Education just coming up with a mandate and just giving it to the Department of Education and say, get this done? Why are we here today having such a discussion? We should be having a discussion and getting our schools built, getting the necessary equipment and whatever else we need in the schools to teach our students. What kind of learning materials do our teachers currently have access to in terms of Caribbean and Virgin Islands history as we speak?
Superintendents, can you respond? Dr. Jorgen?
You're asking what resources we have in our schools?
Yes, what learning materials do our teachers currently have access to in terms of Caribbean history and Virgin Islands history?
Our teachers have access to the workbooks that were discussed earlier for grades K through 2nd. We do have textbooks and other resources, workbooks on the high school level for the VI history course. And we do have some online resources that will be joining the resources that we have.
I was hoping you'd tell me just online resources. Okay, anybody could Google anything. But I want to make sure that while, again, we're mandating. Listen, long ago, teachers didn't even need it to have a master's degree. Today, they need a master's degree. They need every certification, everything. But, I mean, our teachers long ago, without all these mandates, they were teaching. I learned something. All of you learned something. Even those of you with your doctorate degree learned something back in the day. I'm just saying, while we're doing what we're doing, we just can't continue to over legislate all the time. In the interim, how are we addressing the 3rd through 8th grade? Superintendent Jorgen.
We have supplemental materials that we use with 3rd through 8th. As McMahon Arnold mentioned earlier, we are in the process of getting the additional workbooks for grades 3 through 8th. And McMahon Arnold is on and can give more specific information about that endeavor.
So we continue to be in the process and underway, and that's part of our problem.
Thank you.
Synchro, if you want to respond, and then I believe time is called. I don't want to abuse the time.
So in grades 3rd through 8th, I would say that we rely heavily on Clear the Road in our elementary schools. In our 7th through 8th grade, we have the Geography Virgin Islands from Harold Willox, as well as our Civicus books, and then our Virgin Islands written by Thurston Child. There are different resources that our teachers use to supplement at our junior high level. One of the issues that we are talking about when we talk about legislating at different grade levels is a lot of times there isn't really a grade level specific resource material already developed. So when you call out a specific course, you then leave the department open to having to either A, develop the material, or B, identify someone. And when we're talking about Caribbean or VI history, a lot of times there's not that grade level specific material or resource immediately available. And so that's where we fall in with our VI history. Our K through second has been developed as we discussed, that's in schools, that's the workbook that we use. 3rd through 8th, we are still in the development phase as discussed earlier. So when we codify and call out a specific course, also think of the implementation factor of the resources that would be needed.
So, Superintendent Adley Herman, thank you for that, and at least telling me at least 2 books that you use. That's what we want to know. I mean, it's not like the Department of Education. We continue to have this discussion, but when we're having this discussion, we're making the general public believe that Caribbean history or VA history is not being taught in schools. So let's please do what we have to do to fully execute so we don't be underway and in the process of. We need to say that this is what is being done. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Harman Atley. You said Clear the Road is for elementary?
Yes, in our elementary schools.
You ever read Clear the Road?
I have. I was a 4th grade teacher. I used it. We supplemented as well.
Clear the Road has no pictures in it, really. Nothing that looks elementary friendly. And we teach Clear the Road as well on the high school level too. We use it as a supplemental resource to the umbilical cord. So Clear the Road cannot, I don't know which K-8 teacher would sit and agree that Clear the Road is that your only resource in VI history?
So what I would say is that it's not in the K through 2nd or 3rd grades. It would be more the intermediate grades. And teachers are aware of the content. They know how to maneuver through the chapters as they would.
Okay, let me pause there, right?
Yes.
I don't want to, I'm not being combative, but from the teaching perspective, if you, let's say we talk about the Danish West India Company, 1671, what happened? What did the harbor look like at that time when ships used to dock up straight to AH and those warehouses? That's in Clear the Road, but there is no visual image of that student. We talk about personalized learning quite often. And Clear the Road doesn't achieve that. So what does a picture of the old harbor look like? What does a picture of St. Croix undeveloped or with a bunch of plantations? What does that look like? What was the path for Bud Ho on his way to Frederickstead to free slaves? What does that look like? And the book is, you have to guess in your brain what that time period could have looked like. Making sense?
It does, but note that once a teacher reaches out for support, they're able to get those pictures. Also know that a lot of our teachers, myself included, we have taken our students down to Wim Great House, and we've done research there and worked with our students there. Any good teacher and all good teachers, we use multiple resources because not every textbook has everything that every teacher needs to teach the content.
Okay, and I agree. But if we also Google VI history on the internet, we all know our history isn't well documented.
Correct.
If you Google Joseph Gomez right now, unless you know somebody that knows Joseph Gomez, you will never find a history of Joseph Gomez. So it leads to the next question, then what other VI history resources from local authors are available to our schools? And that's for you, Dr. Jorgen.
So I would have to say that I would have to get a listing from the schools because there are resources available in our school libraries. And so that would be the best answer without saying something that's inaccurate right now. So we would be able to, through the chair, get that information to you.
Okay, and then
Senator,
go ahead, Dr. Jorgen, go ahead.
If I could just add that, we have additional resources. I'm not necessarily sure where they originate, but we have a lot of pictures of what the harbor looked like and some of those things that you mentioned, and those things are important to be shared also, as well as there are some just as you mentioned, Joseph Gomez, we may not be able to find that in a Google source, but one day I was in the superintendent's office in St. Croix, and there's a whole history of all of our schools and who they're named after. Superintendent Smith also compiled, before she left office, a tool to tell us about all of the schools and who they're named after, and even entities within a school such as Ruth E. Thomas, or gymnasiums or cafeterias that are named after locals as well. And that is also housed in our libraries and can be used as a resource in addition to autobiographies of outstanding Virgin Islands. We still use those things along with thoughts along the way, Ariel Melchior. We still use those. We still have those as resources in our schools.
Okay, Dr. Jorgen, I will have to respectfully differ. Who feels it knows it. So unless you have a networking system and you could call somebody to call the superintendent office on St. Croix to find the history of this school, you know, our history is really not documented, and that's no fault of education. I'm not putting that on education. I'm just saying.
Senator, I hear you.
Okay. And then lastly, compliance doesn't really happen without documentation. And I think that the department needs to be able to produce some level of documentation to teachers to be clear of, you know, of what is being taught. So while we have the standards, there has to be a clear written documentation. If you don't have documentation, then you can't ensure compliance. And I think that's also the gap that we're talking about, right?
But that's where the pacing guides come in as well.
Okay, all right. Senator, okay, we have to wrap this bill up. Point of inquiry, Senator Whitaker, and then Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Point of inquiry to the Department of Education. When is the last time you conducted and sent out an RFP? I noticed that, of course, I respect the work of Harold Willocks. When is the last time you've done an RFP? Because actually, as provided in the guide, there are 4 resources, all focused on Virgin Islands history. When is the last time you sent an RFP for additional works of any local authors for the teaching of Virgin Islands and Caribbean history? If one has been sent out.
Senator, I would have to research that. At this point, I cannot comment. I will research and get that to you through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your response.
Thank you. I think that the body's a little hard on this one because other content areas have a clear curriculum and textbooks, and VIA history just does not have it. Unless you find the Myron Jacksons of the world and the Frandel Gerards of the world, it is extremely difficult to find those resources. Senator Gittins, point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Point of inquiry and a quick point of information. Point of inquiry, is there a picture and a bio of every person that a school is named under as you walk into the school that you can see? So if I walk into Paul B. Larson, I should be able to see Miss Paul B. Larson, date of birth, and a bio. Same thing, Arthur Richards, Alexander Henderson, although you shut it down, Claudio Marco. Is there, when you walk into these schools, can you see that? And if we have to think about it, if we have to think about it,
yes.
That means there's a problem. Just know that. And my point of information is that the Democrats and other elected or other people vying for public office just went to church on Sunday. And that's the same thing that the pastor spoke about. He spoke about the shepherd looking after his sheep. And if the shepherd don't go out there to see what's going on and things ain't happening, nothing ain't gonna move. So we need to get out of our offices, make sure that these things, what we codify, are being implemented and actually executed. Let's fulfill our mandates to ensure that we don't be ambulance chasing, as the Vice President does use often. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am not going to be redundant and repeat the questions that was asked earlier. However, what concerns me is in Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Section 41. It seems as if those legislators in the past had a vision of how they want to see the curriculum, but we have things like real estate appraisal, swimming and water safety, hotel and tourism training courses, and the list goes on, that are definitely not being implemented. Do you think those things need to be removed from that section of the code? Anyone can speak on that?
Definitely. Oh, sorry. Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington. Senator, yes, I think that we need to revisit some of what is in that particular code, because some of it is irrelevant, or if it is that is still the frame of thinking in terms of what we need to see in our schools, then we need to have that conversation. So I know that in this particular instance, we were striking the drug prevention curriculum from that section. And so I think there may be others that we need to look at as well.
Well, thank you for placing that on the record. If I'm not mistaken, the bill speaks to striking drug prevention out of one of the paragraphs and placing it in another paragraph. So I don't think we're removing it completely. But as we speak about drug prevention, I know when I attended the Purby Lawson Elementary School, we always had the DARE program. At the time, it was run by Corporal Sheila Middleton. Do we have something similar today as far as the DARE program when it comes to our students?
Not a full-fledged program like we had in the past, but we do provide presentations to our students as recent as, I believe, a week or two ago in the St. Croix district, and we're doing the same coming up in the month of October in the St. Thomas St. John district. So it's not a curriculum per se, but it is opportunities where we have outside entities that have partnered with the department to provide those types of presentations.
Thank you for placing that on the record. I know I have legislation to kind of restructure Section 41, which speaks to courses of study, and it came as a result of the conversation right here on the Senate floor, and the good finance chair mention of some of those things that just don't need to be in there, and to allow the Board of Education the flexibility to determine what needs to be in the curriculum and make recommendation to this body, if need be, when it comes to codifying these specific courses of study. I am not a member of this committee, but I made it my duty to come here today to take part in the discussion. I understand the intent of the author. However, I do agree with some of my colleagues and even the members of the Department of Education that we should give y'all the opportunity to do your part. But hey, I don't know when that day will come, but we need to have a serious sit down and discussion, and not here on live television. It needs to be happening with individuals like the good vice chair said, with people like the historians like Myron Jackson and other individuals who are historians who can really tell us what the path should be moving forward, and not just during an election year, but for the next 50 and next 100 years from now. We need to determine what the mindset of our students will be as true Virgin Islanders. Because when I meet anyone from Jamaica or St. Kitts or whatever island it is, they have a certain level of pride. They respect their national heroes. The Department of Education in those areas, they instill it in education. So when these individuals learn about a true and rich history, they walk with their heads high. And when we have individuals like Caspar Holstein, Hubert Henry Harrison, Rothschild Francis, and the list goes on, it's sad as a Virgin Islander that I didn't learn much about these individuals in the curriculum. I learned it by buying books like Time Longer Than Twine, and the list goes on. So we really have to revisit the curriculum and truly teach our rich Virgin Islands history. With that said, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Like I said, I'm not a member of this committee, but it is what it is. I want you all to just make it happen, okay? As far as the courses of study. And I have the legislation to revamp some of these things, so I still puzzle as how legal counsel would allow this to happen, and I have authorship of this. But hey, it is what it is. Thank you. No, this is not my bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Viale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Department of Education, aren't you guys tired of this same discussion? Aren't you tired how many years now we've had this same exact discussion? At some point, we can just have a plan as to how we're going to be able to accomplish this particular goal. I'm just hearing the same discussion over and over and over. I've heard discussion in reference to the Dr. Larson led project for a number of years and have been waiting for its completion. Are there any individuals from St. Thomas on that particular project that's working on that project? Dr. Jurgen? Dr. Jurgen, who from the St. Thomas District is working on the Virgin Islands workbook project?
The social studies coordinator has done some work
Now,
in the past.
I'm asking in the past, who has been designated to work on such an important project where these workbooks are going to be utilized for all students in the Virgin Islands? Who has been assigned from the St. Thomas St. John District to provide input into the project?
I know that the former curriculum director also was working on that in the absence of the coordinator while she was out ill.
Okay, and the real answer is nobody, because
she's resigned since then. But
who has resigned since then?
The former curriculum director. But our teacher of the year, Ms. Christina Sinosa, was also working on that project.
I know in the past when education has worked on curriculum or other issues or similar, individuals have been named and time has been provided for those individuals to be able to work on a project. But in all honesty, there really hasn't been anybody from the St. Thomas District working on the project, which shows that there's a low level of wanting to complete this project or importance of the project. And I think that this is one of what would be an answer. It is not an answer in totality, but it is a beginning, and we need to actually make sure that we have individuals on the team and we set target dates and we finish this. This language that we're using now, the only difference is that this is saying integrate. And integrate allows the Department of Education a lot of flexibility because it says integrate by grade level. It's not saying name subjects, integrate. So you could integrate the teaching of Virgin Islands history and Caribbean history in the overall curriculum. And all we need to do is just develop a plan. You know, you already spoke about the social studies standards that you develop, and we would hope that there's an integration there by grade level. But Virgin Islands and Caribbean history could be integrated across the board in language arts, in math, in science, in just about every subject that you teach. You can have a local component that teaches the particular competency of that particular area. But overall, the DOE, you just need to come and just have a plan and say, this is the plan of the Department of Education. These are the timelines. This is when we're going to get it done. We do understand the importance of integrating VI history and Caribbean history, and we move forward. And this one sentence amendment gives the department flexibility. And this one sentence amendment have taken us 2.5 hours this morning to be able to reach a vote on this particular measure. Thank you. And that's true. This one sentence amendment has brought out the most senators today to the Education Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We took 2 hours because we have a lot of senators here today, unlike most hearings. Before we get to the bill sponsor, The code does say, it says elementary. Oh, Senator carry on. Okay, just let me make this comment before carry on. It does say elementary and secondary. So if you interpret the code, if you teach via history in 2nd grade and 11th grade, you have fulfilled the mandate per the VI code. Whereas the amendment in the nature of a substitute is telling you that it has to be integrated into the curriculum from kindergarten through 12th. So every year you need to incorporate it through 12th grade. So the code actually does have a loophole as it stands where it says elementary and secondary. You could pick one grade on each grade level and say you fulfill the mandate. So I think that the bill sponsors intend to owe me one on this is to incorporate this from K to 12. Senator carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the group of testifiers that are here from the Department of Education. And Senator Whitaker, I understand your intent with moving this piece of legislation forward. Now, it seems to me here in the conversation this morning and now all into the afternoon, and I think a lot has been said on this topic, that there seems to be a lack of support or a lack of monitoring and supervision and implementation, I guess, from what I've been hearing within the curriculum, so a lack of a structured curriculum plan that focus on Caribbean and VI history. And the results we see within our children. So it's something that the department really needs to, I think, get a sense of urgency and implementation. Because like my colleague said, we've been having this conversation for so long. We have some stuff within the code, within the books, that I don't think we're fully implementing. And there's seems to be a lack of urgency and importance of really establishing within our curriculum and then making sure that we're in compliance, that it's being implemented, and that monitoring and supervision of the teachers within the plan. Because I'm hearing we have plans are submitted to the principal, superintendents have access to it, but a plan is no good if it's not implemented and carried out. And I think that's where the department needs to put a little bit more emphasis and really ensure that this is being covered. If it was, then we wouldn't really be having these type of conversations. The need for codifying something that should be within the department wouldn't be necessary, but the lack thereof then sometimes require the position of the legislature to make a stand such as this to ensure that these things are met. Let me ask specifically, how is the social study coordinator going to support the new and international teachers? I heard a bit about that, but what type of support will that individual be providing? And try to be specific, because I think we've been a little bit generalizing. Commissioner?
Yes, Senator. I will let the superintendents respond to that question.
St. Thomas St. John Superintendent Dr. Stefan Jurgen. One of the things we've added this year, especially on our elementary level, is a collaborative planning period, and that will allow teachers in the same grade, teachers that are teaching the same subject, such as the infusion of this VI history, to be able to get together in their PLCs, planning time, and be able to plan out exactly what the lessons should look like. That is going to be under the leadership of the grade level principal or the assistant principal, and that work really speaks to also the monitoring. The coordinators also support those PLCs or professional learning communities, and from that, and at the superintendent's level, we go out and we monitor, looking for specific things, and then we give the school and the teacher feedback, and that pretty much closes the loop as to how our teachers are supported in this area.
Senator, in the St. Croix district, our social studies coordinator provides direct support through pacing guides and training on the standards. In regards to our international teachers, something that we're going to bring back this year, but we're waiting for the larger cohort, is the integration of a cultural workshop that we've done before with our state office of Division of Cultural Education. And so between our district coordinator providing that gap and support, we'll also reach out to Device to have that additional support in terms of learning about the VI history and culture.
The coordinator is do we have the coordinator from both districts here, right?
No, the coordinator
not?
for the St. Croix district is not present, no.
So particularly, just give me a rundown. What type of support does a coordinator provide?
A coordinator provides support in terms of curriculum and instruction. So what that looks like is they would go through with the teachers what the standards are, what are the pacings. They would help them with identifying resources. They would provide feedback in terms of instructional practices to teachers. They would work with school administrators around what should good instruction look like or what resources should be used and how should that frame out in the classroom. So it's an extensive list of what the support looks like, but that's the basic in terms of classroom direct support.
And who monitors the coordinator?
Time.
Our district director of curriculum and instruction.
And this is being done particularly to the topic that we're speaking today.
So in terms of the VI history and social studies,
Yes, ma'am.
that's being done to my knowledge across all of our content areas in the St. Croix district.
Thank you. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Bill Sponsor, you may proceed at this time. This way,
Yes,
meeting is was loud. Point of inquiry. Hold a second. You have two points of inquiries? Okay. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory, and then Senator Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise to be quick. The Thomas St. John District, do you have a district director of curriculum and instruction?
I have an acting director of curriculum and instruction director.
And who's that person?
That's Ms. Kendra Vickers. She served previously in the position of language arts coordinator.
And do we have a language arts coordinator now in the St.
We
Thomas
have
St.
a-
John District?
We don't have a language arts coordinator. She's currently occupying both roles. This has just happened at the beginning of this school year. So as soon as we have one position finalized, we'll start to look
Did
for
we
the
ever,
other.
under your leadership, did you ever have had a district director for CNI?
I had a district director of CNI last year, yes.
And that person is where now? Are they still with the department?
She resigned and relocated to the States.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the information. Now, of course, therein lies some of our challenges as it relates to how we are really able to get this work done. So it's so important that the department really, you put it on the table as to your challenges as well. That's very critical to the discussion. Don't make it seem like you have the positions available and people are sitting in them when you are experiencing challenges with people staying on with the department and ensuring that there's continuity with the work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just quickly, I wanted to ask the Board of Education, what, if anything, is the synergy between the Board of Education and the University of the Virgin Islands in respect to the Virgin Islands history curriculum?
Good afternoon, Dr. Kaiser Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. We have had in the past, conversational discussions with the University of the Virgin Islands through our Policies, Rules, and Regulations Committee. Member Hendricks, who chairs that, Vice Chair Hendricks, who chairs that committee, is also online and can provide you with finer details.
Good afternoon to the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. We have been working with the Department of Education and through its coordinators to augment, expand, the resources and the curriculum content. We have not had that discussion in a while. There are other things that are on the table at the same time. We're talking about education. Education has many branches. So to briefly answer the question, we've had that discussion in the past. We have not had it recently. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may just follow up, because my question is really the synergy between the University of the Virgin Islands and the Board of Education. I think, Doc, you wanted to respond? Go ahead.
Specifically as it relates to the University of the Virgin Islands and VI history subject matter, I have been in contact because there was some concern about the VI history component of their certification requirements. So I have been in contact with Dr. McGrath, and we've been working together to coordinate opening classes outside of the customary UVI semester cycle, so that we have greater opportunity through UVI Cell. So there is a level of communication, and there is synergy between UVI and UVI Cell and the Board of Education from a certification standpoint, in terms of making sure that anyone who applies for certification or is recertifying and wants some additional coursework in VI history, that there are alternative options available to them, not just going for a semester, but also for a more streamlined approach through UVI Cell. And more recently, because of the uptick that we've seen through our online application process, we've been in constant communication with UVI Cell, because we recognize that these individuals have different time frames for meeting their goals. Certification is a requirement through the department's application process, and we want to make sure that we're facilitating those opportunities and providing a more flexible schedule. So there is a level of synergy, and we're continuing to expand on it as we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And we've had a really robust discussion on a topic that many have different viewpoints of how important it is. But we're talking about our children's social, economic development and psychological development. And I do believe that we are, Commissioner nominee Wells Hendrington, you're well on your way. What I see in this extensive guide, and similar to the guide back in 1986, is y'all have come quite a ways, but as I continue to emphasize, we still have a ways to go. You have to really dive into this element of Virgin Islands Caribbean history, because back in, as I referred to 1986 guide, by the guidance of then Commissioner Charles Wesley Turnbull, that in fact the resources provided to teachers were several pages long that covered Virgin Islands Caribbean history. And back then, the children had to learn about the Rise of Granite Act. They had to study the Constitution, civics, and so on. So we are certainly moving on in that regard. To Commissioner Commissioner Wells Hendrington, do you have at this time a cost, or have you communicated a cost to the Board of Education in fully implementing particularly the guide? Do you have a cost for that, and any costs associated with any resources, especially for the teaching, I'll emphasize, of Caribbean history?
Senator Whitaker, I'm going to allow Dr. Charles Well to give that information.
I'm going to hold my time while she's...
Good afternoon, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction. When we look at a cost or a budget actually for VI history and Caribbean history, as it pertains to as it pertains to resources from elementary to secondary, we're looking at a cost of approximately $470,000 estimated.
And is that currently was that provided to the Finance Committee? Is that as you're reading out directly from the budget?
This was a cost that we recently prepared at a request of the Senate, and I believe it was submitted, but I can double check.
Okay, so we'll work on that to make sure it's included, because it's Friday, we have our session for the budget. So that's a major element, because one of the things I'm attaching to this legislation is we have to have a funding mechanism. So I really appreciate that. We did have a meeting last week as well. So I do appreciate that. Moving on now to Executive Director Berry, you spoke about, particularly about the standards, particularly in the area of professional development, and earlier in a response. What framework does the board request of the Department of Education for the development of standards? What type of standards will have to, in the professional development, will have to be developed in order for this to be effective?
I think that through the upcoming conversations that we have with CNI at the Department of Education, they'll be able to propose to the governing board what they envision as being substantive professional development to support these teachers. Our individual members definitely have their point of view as to the specifics. I can't speak to what the governing board would allow for, but what I would like to see is the intentional work being done to support the teachers in teaching VI history. And just as a side note, Madam Vice Chair, if I may, I took the opportunity about 3 weeks ago to take my staff and have their own VI history and culture session at the fort in St. Thomas. And it was an eye-opener for myself, even as the executive director and working for the board for so long, as to how deficient we are in terms of really promoting VI history and culture. And it was important for me, especially as we talk about VI history and culture over the years. It's not just about educating our students, but also educating individuals who come to the territory. You talked about international teachers, et cetera. I was shocked and embarrassed because 2 members of my staff were not taught in the VI. And they were able to gain some knowledge about VI history and culture that they had not known in almost 30 years of living in the territory. And that's why I have reemphasized the commitment through our certification policies and through the support of our governing board to put things in place where those who are coming to teach our students VI history understand VI history, and not just through a classroom setting, but through repetitive professional development that's recommended by the department. They've done an awesome job of making recommendations in more recent time with regards to these standards, and we look forward to, within the next 2 weeks, getting some additional information regarding professional development. And the board will make a decision as to whether it meets the standards that they want to see for reinforcement of these teachers and coordinators, et cetera, that will be responsible for this.
And I have a following, my time was called, Chairwoman. I would have one more follow-up question to ask. In terms of the time frame, and that's back to the Department of Education, and Dr. McMahon, I thank you for placing on the record and acknowledging that there are gaps, and that's the whole point of improvements. You all have done a Herculean job, but in the same way there are some gaps. What about the actual procurement process by way of any such materials to be provided to the schools? Are there any challenges? How in this coming school year, are there going to be any provisions of and providing of actual resources as listed, and any additional resources? When will those be provided to the teachers? Content materials.
One of the areas that we have been growing out or building out is our microsite, and working with the Division of Cultural Ed, which was indicated already, we have a hub that's dedicated to Virgin Islands history and culture. And resources are housed within the hub that can support teachers as well. Part of the process, and I've mentioned the implementation plan a number of times, I just want to take a quick minute to look at how the implementation plan is structured, and then respond to the area of professional development. So within the implementation plan, there are 4 particular phases. One is the exploration, one is initial implementation, scale up, and then full implementation. So the exploration stage runs from August to December of 2022. And within that stage, there are a number of activities that the state is responsible, for which the state is responsible. There are some district-suggested actions, and then the actions at the school level. Quickly create and disseminate a memo to announce the adoption of the standards and upcoming future support and so forth. So this goes across from what the state is required to do, what's required at the district, and what's required at the school level. For the next phase, which is the initial implementation, that is slated for January 2023 to May of 2023. And again, we have those 3 areas for the state, the district, and the school level. The next phase is the scale-up scheduled for August of 2023 to May of 2024, and which is our scale-up piece. And so the plan, I wanted to just stress, the plan is comprehensive, and it requires the input and of the state office, the district office, and regarding professional development, just some specific examples of what we have as part of the plan. Introductory module, which is standards implementation, standards implementation, close reading of the standards, best practices in social studies, unpacking the content and skills to the standards, understanding the instructional shifts in the standards, culturally relevant pedagogy, and so forth. So those are some of the titles of the professional development that we're working out. We've talked a lot about the gap analysis. The standards were officially approved on the 29th of August. The gap analysis is scheduled for Wednesday, the 14th. It gives us a chance to go back and where those gaps are and how we are going to address those gaps. So the list that Senator Soror has been speaking of, that's in the other document, such a list will be generated as a result of the gap analysis as well. And the last thing I would mention here is that I think it was Senator Viale who talked about the integration, not just in social studies, but other content areas. Been very intentional about that as well. As we built out our English language arts curriculum, when we looked at those standards, we went through a process of Virgin Islandizing those standards to make sure there were references to Virgin Islands history, Virgin Islands literary pieces, as well as Caribbean literature within that. And we do that for math as well to make sure that we have that connection with local culture, examples, history within our math. So we've been very intentional about it.
So thank you, Dr. Manhan. I would also just emphasize that you need to take this information on the road. Right now, just for awareness, the visa is available on the public drive, so if the public would like to dive into it, it was sent to us, all senators. I got it before because I attended the last Board of Education meeting, or the previous one, it was 2 before that. And so with that said, is there any plan, a final question to Commissioner, directly to Commissioner Wells-Hendrickson, do you plan to take this plan on the road in terms of any kinds of community events where you can really, and simplify it as well, just more simple terms of what the department has set out to achieve through the full implementation of the teaching of Virgin Islands Caribbean history and as a whole, civics and all courses related to social studies?
Definitely, Senator. The Department of Education has multiple platforms that we utilize at this present moment. That is part of our rollout plan to ensure that the community as well as the internal stakeholders are aware of what those standards are, what they mean for our children, and what we plan to do moving forward.
Thank you.
And if I may, Dr. Wells-Hendrickson, just this morning, before this session, I met with the coordinators and shared where the standards are housed. We have a particular hub within the microsite that we refer to as our core curriculum hub. It houses collections of standards, curriculum, and as resources aligned or resources that can support curriculum all in one place. And so the idea is what we shared with the coordinators this morning was for them to go into their own content area, see what resources are there available in one space, look into other content areas as well, so that when they work with teachers, they're able to share where this is located, this information is located with their teachers, how teachers can curate resources to support the standards and so forth. And this is now available on our core hub within the microsite. This is training that will be ongoing. I've worked with the St. Croix district in particular to develop a schedule where I can visit classes, visit a school, whether virtually or in person, and just spend the day at the school working with teachers. For the St. Thomas district, I'm to share what I get from the St. Croix district with the St. Thomas district. So where schools have the same schedule, I can visit the schools in both districts at the same time to provide this information and guide them through the hub, guide them through the microsite as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you. The committee stands in recess. The committee will take a brief recess. The committee stands in recess. The committee is back on the record. Do I hear amendment at this time?
Amendment. I offer amendment number 34-563, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 34-0238. Bill number 34-0238 is amended by striking all the language after the enacting clause and inserting new language to read as follows. Section 1, Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41, Subsection C is amended by striking the language in paragraph 1 and inserting new language to read. The history of the Virgin Islands and basic Caribbean history to be integrated into the curriculum for kindergarten through grade 12. I so move.
Amendment properly moved and seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Whitaker.
I move that Bill number 34-0238, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41C, related to the course of study in public schools to require that Virgin Islands and Caribbean history be taught specifically in kindergarten through 12th grade and for other purposes as amended and be properly forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I so move. For further consideration, I so move. As amended, I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Whitaker, seconded by Senator Viale. Madam Clerk, roll call on the bill as amended.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yay. Madam Chairwoman, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0238 as amended, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 41C, relating to courses of study in public schools to require that the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history be taught specifically in kindergarten through 12th grade and for other purposes, has been favorably voted upon by this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item? Point of information, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I went ahead and supported that measure because it's not going to hurt all public school, all students, K through 12, same thing. But I wanted to say to Commissioner nominee Wells Hedrington, kudos to you on utilizing or maximizing the talents that you have in your office. I see that you brought out your heavy hitters, Ms. McMahon, who is a true asset to the Department of Education. And I wanted to ask, because what we see here today, the performance that we have seen as well from Ms. Adley Harmon, I want to know if she's still in the acting capacity, and if she is, why is she still in the acting capacity? Obviously, she is performing at high standards. Inquiry to Commissioner nominee Wells Hedrington. Commissioner nominee.
Can you hear me, Senator Gittens?
Yes, I'm asking if Ms. Atley Harmon
yes,
is still
I
in the acting capacity.
Right. I heard you, Senator, and the answer is no. I received her official appointment letter on Friday. And so she's no longer acting. However, in the testimony which was written prior, it says acting.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Atley Harmon. And you have truly shown, at least me today, that you're worthy of being in that position, and I ask you to continue doing what you're doing. And thank you for the assistance as well last week for those two families that were really concerned about those students. And we'll have a further discussion in the Block 3. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item in this next block 2?
Block 2, Bill number 34-0236, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 190DD, extending the eligibility for the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program to part-time students. Sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Invited to testify is Dr. David Hall, President, University of the Virgin Islands.
We're going to just take a brief recess as we have Dr. As we move to this next part of the agenda. And what we'll do is we'll proceed with having the bill sponsor who speaks to bill number 34-0236. We're gonna proceed with and then we're gonna go into recess to allow Dr. Hall to, and the representative for Dr. Hall to proceed. Yeah.
Allow them to accommodate.
We'll take a brief recess because we're gonna, as we bring Dr. Hall and the representative for Dr. Hall on into the hearing. Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands for a brief 1 minute, 2 minute recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is back out of recess. Again, we'll proceed with Bill number 34-0236. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0236?
I do, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Senator Carrion, and welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to present Bill 34-0236, which seeks to expand eligibility for the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program to include part-time students. Colleagues, when the 32nd Legislature passed Act 8155, which enacted the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program, it changed the trajectory of higher education in the Virgin Islands by making it more accessible. Data has revealed that since the passage of Act 8155, more Virgin Islanders were able to access higher education. But if you ask me, not enough. However, the data also revealed that a significant proportion of today's college students are working adults who attend school part-time. In many instances, these part-time students are single mothers who are required to work overtime and whose work schedules are unpredictable. They're often, in fact, the students that most need and deserve tuition assistance. Never before has a college degree been so essential to success in this country and in our territory. More than half of the jobs advertised today require a degree. We are obligated to devise means of making education more accessible and equitable. Equity in education requires the development of solutions that address the barriers faced by students from marginalized backgrounds, such as the lack of academic support, funding, resources, and that to take into account circumstances such as the absence of social safety nets for students who might quit their part-time job to attend to school or quit school because of the financial burdens to seek a full-time job. So we must also take into account that UVI is the only institution of higher learning in the territory. And we must maximize accessibility for our people. So we are all aware of the economic and social benefits of higher education. During crafting this bill, my office worked closely with Dr. Hall, the president of UVI, with the provost, Dr. McHale, who understands the struggle that part-time students face and want to offer them the same opportunity as full-time students. The bill seeks to eliminate the barriers so that part-time students, who make up nearly half of our student population, who fulfill all the other requirements for a free tuition scholarship at UVI, have access to it. Honestly, these part-time students should have been included in the original legislation, but today we can make the first step towards correcting this. At the appropriate time, I would also be offering Amendment 34-534, which modifies the current eligibility GPA from 2.5 to 2.0, thereby facilitating greater access for the students who need it the most. I am respectfully asking my colleagues for your support and look forward to seeing this measure move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion, for your offer. And I also agree, as I am also going to be joined as a co-sponsor. I really commend you for your effort. And so now we're going to proceed. We have Dr. McHale, who is in the stead of Dr. David Hall, UVI president. We'll have Dr. Camille McHale. You'll proceed with the testimony on behalf of Dr. Hall. Yes, you may proceed. Oh, your mic, her mic is on mute. Can start again.
Good morning. Okay.
Yes, and welcome.
All right. So good morning, Chair Whitaker and members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development and other members of the 34th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Camille McHale, and I'm Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of the Virgin Islands, and I'm here appearing on behalf of President David Hall. It is indeed an honor for me to appear before the committee to offer testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been asked to provide testimony regarding Bill 34-0236, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 190DD, extending the eligibility for the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program to part-time students, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. First, we thank the 32nd Legislature for its enactment of Bill 320328, which in 2018 amended Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, then adding that Section 190DD to provide financial aid for tuition to residents of the Virgin Islands for post-secondary education at the University of the Virgin Islands. At the time of the passage of that bill, UVI created regulations to implement the program as determined in Section 190DD, Section 1. In 2018, there were 17 states with some form of statewide tuition-free programs, according to ncsl.org. Most of those programs were last dollar programs, which meant that student aid and grants would be provided first, and free tuition would cover any gaps left in tuition. UVI adopted that approach as it was the norm at that time. After 3 years of implementation and a careful analysis of the impact, it was determined that by moving to a first dollar approach, UVI would better reach the students for which the promise of free tuition would have the most impact. Thus, beginning in fall 2022, UVI no longer required students to fill out a FAFSA, that's a free application for federal student aid, in order to access the tuition dollars provided by the Virgin Islands government. This change to the application of the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program puts UVI in the company of very few states that implement a first dollar program. However, in an analysis of free college programs by edtrust.org, there were several criteria that were found to bring the free college programs closer to being equity-driven. In being equity-driven, these programs will be in a better position to assist students who are most challenged by the affordability of a college education. Having free tuition be a first dollar program is one component of an equity-driven approach, as it is found that the last dollar programs have little benefit to low-income students. UVI is proud to be among the few entities implementing this process in the nation. We're also proud to be part of one of the few programs that provide free tuition for the bachelor's degree programs, as well as associate degree programs. This is also one of the criteria for an equity-driven policy. Only 6 of the 15 programs in 2018 met this equity criterion. Another equity-driven policy provides support for returning students, which the Virgin Islands policy currently provides. Only 3 of the 15 active programs in 2018 provided that benefit. Thus, the University of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Legislature enacted a program that was working to reach those students who could most benefit. Another equity-driven policy is support of part-time students. Policies that require students to maintain full-time enrollment often shut out those students who are returning adults or those who must work while in schools. In 2018, of the 15 programs active, only 5 of those programs were open to students enrolling part-time. There are now more programs that currently accept part-time enrollment eligibility. So this bill will bring the Virgin Islands and the University of the Virgin Islands closer to implementing a policy that ensures that students most in need will benefit from the program. Of the 8 criteria outlined in the 2018 article, the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program will have met 5. First dollar, covers 4 years, covers bachelor's degree programs at 4-year institutions, provides benefits for adults and returning students, and supporting students who enroll part-time. 10 of the 15 programs met fewer than 5 of the criteria. Thus, the Virgin Islands and the University of the Virgin Islands would be a leader in the implementation of the free tuition college policies, focusing on reaching those students most challenged by the cost of a college education. As done for Bill 32-0328, the university will develop the appropriate regulations in support of this amendment, Bill 340236, should it be adopted by the legislature. The University of the Virgin Islands is in full support of extending the eligibility for the VI Higher Education Scholarship Program to part-time students. We thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support.
Thank you very much, Dr. McHale, for your testimony. We're going to now move into 3-minute rounds. So we'll first proceed with Senator Potter. You may proceed for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
3 minutes.
Good afternoon to Dr. McHale for her testimony. I just want to extend kudos really to Senator Carrion. I think this initiative is a forward-thinking one that will ultimately positively impact us as a territory. I was reading somewhere that it's projected that as far as lifetime earnings for persons with a degree versus persons with a high school diploma, you're projected to make over $1 million over your lifetime with a degree versus without. I was curious, Dr. McHale, regarding the Senator Carrion's proposal to reduce the requirements to someone with a 2.0 grade point average versus the current 5. I was curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, so thank you for that question, Senator Potter. In my testimony, I referenced the 8 criteria for equity when you're really wanting to look at these are often referred to as promise programs. So when you're judging promise programs for equity, there are 8 criteria that had been outlined. And I noted that with the passage of this legislature to include part-time students, we will have fulfilled 5. If we were to reduce the GPA requirement to 2.0, which is really the GPA requirement for federal programs for financial aid, so it would just be in line with that, we will then have fulfilled 6 of the 8 criteria. So we are in support of that, especially as we try to reach those students who are most in need.
Okay, excellent, excellent. How many Virgin Islanders over the years since the initial initiative were implemented, have Virgin Islanders taken advantage of this opportunity? In your view, in your opinion, are you pleased with the number of Virgin Islanders who have taken advantage of this, or no? Where do you stand on that?
So, well, I am pleased with those who have. I think that there could be more. We have supported approximately 152 average per semester. But what we have seen this semester with the push to say that it's going to be the first dollar program and not the last dollar program, we have seen an increase to 220 this semester thus far. I'm sure there are others still being processed. And not only that, the average award has increased from roughly $1,700 or $1,800 to $2,300 this semester alone. So we are hoping to reach more Virgin Islanders. So over the years, I don't know how many different Virgin Islanders have been touched by this program, but we've assisted 1,205 separate semesters for students, if you understand what I mean.
I got you clearly. Thank you for your response. Madam Chair, if I may just ask one brief question finally.
You may
Thank you for that. So how much money, and I'm not sure what the funding from this body is on an annual basis to support this program, but historically, how much money has been left on the table with regards to, based on the level of participation?
I would say quite a bit, because there was one year that we didn't ask for additional funds because we still had so much left over. This semester, thus far we have expended $509,000, so we still have quite a bit that we can expend. And I think that with increasing or widening the net to include part-time students, we will be able to assist more.
Thank you very much, Dr. McHale. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your generosity.
Thank you, Senator Pardo. Proceed to Senator Villet. You may proceed for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the total enrollment at UVI this semester?
I do not have that number on me, but I can get it for you but before I'm through here today.
To your knowledge, is it an increase or decrease from last school year?
To my knowledge, as of last week, we were holding steady. If it were an increase, it was in the tens, but we were holding pretty much the equivalent of last year.
Okay. Has the board met recently to deal with any of the COVID-related decisions that would just free back up the university to an endemic stage?
Yes. Well, currently currently any student can attend courses in person on campus, regardless of vaccination or testing status.
But in terms of residency, living on campus, is that the same requirement?
No, it's not. But also living on campus, there are those and other vaccination statuses that are implemented, other vaccination requirements that are implemented.
I seriously think we need to go back to the pre-COVID requirements. The only issue I have and why I asked this week on the bill is that the intent of the free tuition was to provide opportunities for more individuals to attend the University of the Virgin Islands and successfully complete a degree. And we know that retention in any college at times could be trying, and that less than 50% of the incoming freshman class actually graduates. And I am hoping that as we go along with free tuition, we're not just watering down everything because we have a pot of money that we want to spend. And the real intent is to try to encourage children or students to go to the university full-time, and not for them to just have the option and go part-time and take a 3-credit class here, 4 credits there, and you need 120 cumulative credits to get a bachelor's degree. So I'm concerned about that because when you give students options, they take it whether or not it's in the best interest of those students. We need to force our students to go full-time. We're giving them free college, and I commend the sponsor, but we're giving them free tuition. We need to embark on a mission this school year to encourage as many of our graduates as possible, as many individuals who are here and not doing anything presently, to take part in that free tuition. But we got to be careful because free tuition to part-timers might reduce your numbers more. So we got to be very careful, and we need to develop some mechanisms. I know I heard this, Dr. Hall speak about the FAFSA and putting that back, and you're allowing the monies to go toward room and board. And I think that that's going to help, especially if we go back to the rules and regs that we had in place before COVID, where all of the traditional vaccines were required, but it didn't include this latest one. we need to look at what is actually working. But let's be careful. UVI is at its lowest level, and we need to put some really serious time and energy into getting back to enrollment to where it was. And I'll end, Madam Chair. I went to UVI in 1982. UVI attracted students from across the Caribbean. A large number of students from St. Kitts, St. Martin, Antigua. UVI was an attraction to students from the Eastern Caribbean, and it became such a balanced institution because of the individuals that were attending at the time and how competitive it was, producing Rhodes Scholar, etc. We need to move in that direction because UVI is a fine institution, and we need to move in the direction that UVI took in 1986 when it became a university, and not begin to implement policies that is for a community college. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. And before I move to the next speaker, I just want to say that we are, this is one way that we are charting a course as a Virgin Islands community, because as a country, I mean, throughout the world, most countries have been supporting higher education for their people, their young people, their adult learners. And so the more we can do to support that is really critical. And so we are in the cuspice of a continued evolution. As a former part-time faculty staff member of UVI, I certainly support this. I also know what it is like to champion rights of part-time faculty, as well as we're here championing the rights of part-time students. So with that, I will now move to, let's see. Okay, Senator Fred Gregory, you may proceed for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too must agree with the previous speaker as it relates to how we approach this particular measure. I have specific concerns around part-time students. So, of course, we are all for building our workforce here in the Virgin Islands because that is critical. We know that we have a brain drain in the territory. However, when this particular measure came before the Senate, it definitely was to ensure that we were able to attract students who graduated from our high schools to participate as students at the University of the Virgin Islands, right? And I too want to caution the university that, our role is to try to attract as much full-time students at the University of the Virgin Islands as much as possible. And we do not, there's been a challenge for quite some time that our university has become like a part-time institution. And moving legislation like this, I believe, can create some challenges, and it can create some challenges where our high schoolers who are graduating from high school will now feel that, okay, so I can go ahead and work, and I could be a part-time student, and I can get my degree in 10 years or however long it takes. We have part-time students who have taken just that long to get their degrees, and you appreciate that, but we have to be very careful because we want to see the day come again where the University of the Virgin Islands has the enrollment is raising, and not raising from a part-time perspective, because this is no longer a college. This is a University of the Virgin Islands. So I caution us to be very mindful as to how we deliberate and move forward with this particular measure. It briefs well politically. It briefs well. However, our responsibility as leaders within this territory is to ensure that we secure the purpose of our University of the Virgin Islands. So while I hear the testimony from the leadership at UVI, I believe that we need to be cautious. There must be certain timelines that's placed around this legislation to ensure that we don't have what do you say, an open gate where we have folks receiving this scholarship infinitum because they decide to take one class at a time. When do they get their degrees? What are those requirements around supporting part-time students? And I agree that we have, and I'm going to wrap up because I really don't have any questions. What are those requirements that we have now around our full-time students, and how does just changing and inserting full-time or part-time, how does that change the whole narrative around this measure? So I ask us to be very cautious about how we approach this. While we intend to do well for our community, we must make sure that the necessary policies are in place to ensure that we are not reducing the enrollment and not ensuring that our students actually attend college and not try to do the dancing and balancing act. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Before I move to the next speaker, Dr. McHale, have you, as we're working through this legislation and policy-wise, as the board will consider, have you analyzed other countries, if they've placed any limitations? For example, you'd have to complete your degree in a certain amount of years if you were to remain eligible for the scholarship opportunity. Have you guys contemplated any time limitations on obtaining the degree?
I have not analyzed the time limitations, no, from the additional states that have the free tuition or promise programs.
Okay. So
but I can take a look at that.
Yeah, I think that's something that will be really important as we move the measure forward, if support is rendered, that we look at time, because I understand the concern. However, in most countries, as we carve out and jurisdictions that are offering free tuition, I haven't seen where they've actually said that part-time faculty is not eligible, but I have to do some continued research. Senator Johnson, you may proceed for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience, and good afternoon to the testifier. Dr. McHale, I would like to ask a question. How have your enrollment since Hurricane Irma? Have it increased, decreased, and also since the pandemic?
The enrollments have decreased considerably with the hurricanes as students left families left the territory. We did see an increase, a brief increase when the free tuition program was first implemented. Then we had the pandemic, and we've seen a decrease again. We are also quite aware of the decrease as evidenced in the most recent census. I think that our graduating high school population has gone down by roughly 30%, I believe it is, over the past 10 years. So we know that it's an uphill battle. It's quite the work to get our enrollment back to where we would like it to be, and moving even past that. So, but we have admittedly seen decreases in enrollment over the past few years.
So with the pandemic being minimal, it's not even a pandemic anymore. Are you guys not considering removing the restrictions based on the COVID guidelines for living on campus?
I believe that we are currently not. We currently still have the pandemic guidelines for living on campus, but this is not to say that it can't be relooked at.
Do you not consider that is part of why your enrollment, especially living on campus, is practically probably down still?
I think enrollment is down overall, not just those who are on campus, but those who are not on campus. One of the things that we're really looking at, we have a lot of initiatives right now looking at enrollment, which includes, of course, collaborations with our, as the previous senator referred to, how a lot of students from all over the Caribbean used to come to the University of the Virgin Islands. They still do come, but many of the colleges in our neighboring islands have their own programs, so we're now trying to see how we can collaborate with those associates programs so that students start there and end here. So we're looking at a number of initiatives to increase enrollment, including for those who would traditionally have lived on campus.
So I'll wrap up with this. How did the university promote the first dollar approach for the fall 2022 semester to high school graduates to encourage them to attend or enroll in the university? What's the promotional?
Well, it was promoted as we went out into the schools to recruit, but I would say there was quite a push in social media, in the media, in advertising, the first dollar approach, because we also understand that we might say last dollar, first dollar, and it means a huge, big different thing to us, but if those outside of these walls hear that, it probably wouldn't mean anything to them. And so we did have some ads on the radio, I know I heard them, as well as on social media regarding what it actually meant, having it be the first dollar versus the last dollar. And we also think that the numbers that we've seen this fall is because of that push. So if we look when we had the largest enrollment back in fall 2019, we had 166 students who were who benefited from the free tuition program, and this fall we have 220 so far, and I think that others might be processed even as we move forward.
Madam Chair, may I wrap up with this final question?
Sure, you may, Senator Johnson. Good.
What are your enrollment numbers for part-time students enrolled at the university within the past 5 years?
I will get that number for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I know that is a through the chair request. We honor. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so I just it's my turn. Madam Clerk, put the clock on. I want to Dr. McHale, I did as a follow-up. Is this matter being discussed and do you anticipate at the next upcoming board meeting? And I just emphasize, you only have about 4 board meetings a year. What process is going to be utilized to help to promulgate this process as you both look at it from perspective of policy development as well as stakeholder input and so on? What process is the university going to engage in to implement this if this legislation passes?
I believe if the legislation passes, it would be legislation and we can implement. I think part of what we had to do before was put in place like how our financial aid office was going to handle. So we actually put a lot of things in place with the last legislation. I think this would just add part-time. We would have to determine again how each year of support or each number of credits of support, how many years that student would have to work after they receive their degree. But I believe that the legislation would be able to be implemented quite quickly. The next board meeting, full board meeting, is in October.
Okay, thank you. So you plan to definitely have stakeholder meetings, community meetings and the like to get input from the public as well?
Yes, and we would probably also have ads running about it so that people would be more aware.
One of the challenges, Dr. McHale, and I remember at my time there, was a lot of times spaces and for meetings and students. I know part-time faculty struggle with that. What additional, as you guys build a framework where the part-time staff can in fact gather as other students who are on the full-time basis, have you all put together a plan to develop spaces on campus and the campuses where the part-time students will be able to also congregate?
Yes, I'm taking a note of that. So we did have a space on St. Thomas as well as I think on St. Croix. It's probably mostly in the rec area where I see a lot of students congregating. We did have some challenges post-storm, but we're coming out of that because space was limited, but we will have our part-time student area here on the Albert E. Kent campus on St. Thomas functional again.
And my final question is, do you anticipate any challenges with implementing this legislation? Any challenges that we should consider as legislators and helping this process forward?
I don't foresee any challenges. Again, we would work with our financial aid office because they're the ones that had implemented the free tuition program or the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program as it currently is written. And so we would lean on their expertise in ensuring that it is properly administered.
Thank you, Dr. McHale. I'll now move to Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, you may proceed for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm glad that I was finally recognized. I also want to say a pleasant good day. I wanted to ask you, Dr. McHale, some specifics relative to the type of programs that are eligible to enroll part-time students. If you could be so kind to list for us those programs that are now eligible or students can enroll on a part-time basis, that would be helpful.
I would say 100% of our programs are eligible to part-time students. Of course, when you enroll part-time, sometimes if you don't take the prerequisites, and it puts you out of sync. So I do agree that if a student is able to enroll full-time, they're better able to step through the program in an orderly fashion. But the majority of our programs are available to part-time, and that's both at the undergraduate and graduate level.
Okay, and that's graduate. And so does this bill also would include free tuition for only bachelor's degree undergraduate and not graduate and doctoral?
The current bill includes bachelor's and associate degree programs. Their first degree program. So there are a number of other things that it doesn't include it doesn't include the master's level program. It doesn't include certificates. There are lots of other lots of other programs that it doesn't include.
Okay. And with this implementation of this bill, should it pass, would the university be faced with any type of accreditation issues as far as its enrollment, funding sources that you receive, anything that would be not a good win for the university should this bill be implemented?
No, because the students who enroll are the students who enroll. So we have the checks and balances there as the students enroll. It's how the students are able to pay for their education that would be the change, and there would be no impact on our accreditation with it.
Do you see that there's going to be a need for additional funding? I know you receive about $3 million every year, and you have a significant left over from previous year because of the pandemic and the low enrollment at the university. Do you see any need for an increase in that allotment?
We hope that we will see a need for an increase in the allotment, but as of now for this year, no.
Okay. And will those part-time students still have to go through the same enrollment process as a full-time student to access this piece of legislation with, as they would?
Yeah, so one of the things that we have done with removing the financial aid barrier is we have taken away the need for students to have to fill out a FAFSA. But the other requirements, you have to have graduated from a school here, you had to have attended for 3 years, or program, correct. All those other requirements, it would be on the student to go through the proof as well. So the same type of proof as having to our other students.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think I heard that my time was called. If I may just wrap up with one salient question. Dr. McHale, do you see that we may need to extend this to master's or even doctorate degree, this type of program? Because what we want to do really is build the educational base of our people. We know a community that is highly educated is able to make a lot more progress than we are seeing. We're looking at the Caribbean region and the literacy and numeracy levels of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, and what is happening, that they are moving forward at a quicker pace than we are. And we know that because we are limited with our level of education here, we aren't keeping up. So that's a question that I wanted to pose to you, and hopefully you'll be able to answer for us on the chair's time.
Yeah, that is a good question. In my review of free college programs, none have gone to the master's level. I do know that this legislature, or this community, is quite supportive of education, especially in the with the senior citizens.
Yes.
We have quite a number of students, even in some of our programs, in some of our master's level programs, who are accessing those funds. It would be something that we should definitely look at. It might be that I was sitting through the last presentations that you had with the Department of Education. It might be that there are some particular areas that this community or this legislature might see that are quite important for the community, and that's where you put your efforts. So I think that there are lots of questions that one might ask around that question.
Thank you so much, because I know we have a lot of demand-driven areas, career path, and we are just not meeting them locally, so we have to go outside to get the level of expertise that we need. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And just to follow up on the last speaker, there are 14 countries that actually offer PhD study. So again, as we move forward, which will be a cost effort, but there are nations in the world, and some of these countries have the top education system in the world. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to Dr. McHale. Dr. McHale, have there been an assessment done on our free tuition program thus far?
Assessment, well, I have numbers about how many students have been assisted per semester and the level of assistance. We haven't done any kind of qualitative assessment from the students to see the impact that it's had on their lives, but we have the amounts.
Any plans to do an assessment to do a little bit of a deeper dive into the students that actually qualify for the free tuition? So I was kind of looking for some demographical information, like are we seeing students that immediately graduated from high school that qualify for the free tuition? Have we determined that if we have had return students or new students that have been perhaps working an adult life, now returning to school? Have there been any demographical type of information gathered or data collected?
I think off the top of my head, well, the short answer is no. We haven't done that deep dive, but though we can. Off the top of my head, I think the vast majority of the students who are accessing the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program are new students, like I should say, recently graduated students.
Okay, very well. And in respect to
and I think part of it also has to do with the fact that it is for the first degree and it is full-time. So those are those students.
Yeah. And we talk about full-time, mean what, 12 credits or more?
12 or more credits per semester is full-time.
Great.
At the undergraduate level.
Yes. So, in terms of the targeted group right now in the part-time student, about how many do you believe will actually qualify for free tuition? Or if there's an interest, have you seen a particular number in respect to who have an interest in this being part-timers?
Sometimes we have students who take 11 credits for one reason or another. I think one of the things that we would we have non-matriculated students who are part-time. They probably would not access it. And again, we would have to put in regulations, right? So it would have to be degree-seeking students. It can't just be students who are taking a course because they want to learn a language or because they they have an interest in a particular subject. We would likely be targeting those students who are part-time and degree-seeking. So they would have to be enrolled in a degree program.
Very well.
And I don't have the numbers for you. You're asking a lot of numbers, but I will get those for you.
No problem. I look forward to at least an analysis of those numbers. I just want to conclude by asking whether or not, well, in terms of I lost my train of thought there. But I was going back to that demographical type of information that you're gathering. But nonetheless, thank you there. In terms of the part-time student, is there a projection when you look at the numbers here or the interest? Is there a projection how many students you believe that UVI will be able to attract under this part-time program?
I don't have a projection.
Okay.
I think we would definitely have to do some kind of surveys to see what students might come that weren't already here to do a degree part-time.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much for your responses, and good luck. And I look forward to us perhaps adapting this program, but more importantly, I think that it'll be important for us to be able to do a holistic assessment of what this program represents to us here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Saru, you may proceed for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kudos to the bill sponsor, and as this is an attempt to extend or make education affordable to all. What constitutes part-time for the university? Like, for example, in the college I went to, all Division I athletes, 12 hours was full-time. But in the athletic department, 15 hours was considered full-time for every athlete. Of course, if you fail a class, you're able to drop to 12 and still be eligible to play. That was the justification behind that. So that was an in-house policy by the institution. All athletes, 15 credit hours to maintain eligibility and to get you out of school on time, right? Because you can't pass 4 years with a scholarship and then you're still in school.
Right.
So what constitutes part-time? I know you have to promulgate your rules and regs, but just on the top of your head, what is a part-time?
Yeah, that's a quick question. It's under 12 credits. And the 15 for athletes, as well as there are many 15 to finish pushes around the country. And that's because 120 credits is generally what it takes to finish a bachelor's degree program, and 30 per year times 4 years, 120. So that's one of the reasons for the push for 15. But 12
So here's the
credits-
question. I know that under 12 is part-time, but the person that's taking one class a semester, is that, are they eligible in your preliminary supposition? Is that, do you need to create a criteria for part-time specifically for this scholarship? Because if you take one class a semester, Dr. McHale, and bill sponsor, I'm going to vote for your legislation.
I just need to know what's the parameters for part-time, because I can't, I understand that we have to give people a head start. I went to school on a full scholarship, right? So my skill gave me that head start. But in the end, you still have to work for something. It has to be like you know, I invest, you invest, and then the car goes. But one class a semester, part-time scholarship, let's talk about that.
No, I believe though it's not stated in the bill as written. I believe that the university in looking at this bill would implement 6 credits.
Or 6, okay.
Or greater.
Okay, good. And Madam
That's been
Chair,
the discussion.
okay, because I was going to get the heebie-jeebies for part-time is one class. And then I guess the bill sponsor can answer me in his time, or Dr. Mikhail, you can as well. What are the plans, not plans, but would this be applicable to the UVI cell programs? Because in the budget this year, we funded, I asked for some information from UVI because we're seeing that we're losing capacity in surveyors, architects, appraisers. So we funded that in the budget to ensure that UVI cell offers a program, and it's really a trade. So that's not a part of.
No, currently the free tuition program, as we call it, is solely for bachelor's and associate degree programs. So no certificates, nothing that's not a degree program is included, and that is from the original bill.
Okay. Madam Chair, if I ask one more question briefly.
You may.
Any plans to extend the programs as well, so UVI can be more competitive? Because you are competing now. Before, UVI was the standard, because my mom went to CVI, right? So it was a standard across the Caribbean. You had so many Rhodes Scholars and, you know, brilliant people that came out to UVI. But as UE amped up their program and programs in Jamaica and throughout the Caribbean, we're seeing Caribbean students now flocking to more their Eastern Caribbean sister islands than the Virgin Islands. So how are you making UVI competitive when it's still not offering degrees? We don't offer a bachelor's degree in political science, in the social sciences, Caribbean history. I don't think we offer a bachelor's in foreign language at this point. So what is the university doing to make it a bit more competitive? We have a big Hispanic population.
Are you able to hear me?
I can, and see you, yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dr. McGill?
Yes, I can hear you, but it's coming in and out. If I may repeat your question, I think, yes, it's spotty, but I think I got your question. Can you hear me?
I can clearly. I can, Dr. McGill.
We're going to go into just a 2-minute recess. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for a brief 2 minutes. Technology. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back on the record out of recess. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Gittins, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, university representatives. University representatives, I wanted to ask you about your enrollment at the university. How is it at this time? Is it has it dropped? University of the Virgin Islands, can you hear me on St. Thomas?
We're going to take another recess, not as long, see what's going on with the technology. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess. Senator Gittens, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon again to all. Members of the university team, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So thank you. I was asking about your enrollment at the university. What is it like? Is it up? Is it down?
No, it's around the same as it was last year, and we had been down over the past few years.
So the enrollment numbers continue to dwindle. What do you attribute to this? Why are the numbers lower?
So we have been looking at a number of things. You know, one, though we had felt it, the numbers from the census has told us that our high school, well, both the census numbers where the overall population in the U.S. Virgin Islands has decreased almost 20%, and then I believe other numbers are telling us that our high school graduating seniors numbers decreased almost 30%. So we've seen decrease in actual population in the Virgin Islands and impacting at a greater level the high school graduating class. So that's one part. But we also know that we have other work that we need to do. We also can't negate the fact that many students here are now able to attend online anywhere, so they don't have to come to the University of the Virgin Islands if they want to live in the territory and attend school. So we are still looking at all the things that have been impacting our enrollment.
So when you say you're looking at all, are you also looking at one of your most recent policies being that of the COVID policy that would be driving our students away?
Yes, we have looked at that, and that has been changed this year, especially for those students who want to attend classes for any student that want to attend classes on campus, they're able to, regardless of vaccination or testing status.
So while you have looked at this from the student standpoint, what about the staff? If the student is able to come to class without a vaccination, what about the staff coming to the office to work?
I believe that 100% of our staff is now fully vaccinated, so we're not.
Yes, but that doesn't answer
that
doesn't answer my question, because you still have a number of staff members who were let go from the university that were not vaccinated. And now that you have adjusted your policy, I'm asking, I don't know of any of those people being returned to work.
It is a board policy. I don't believe that I am able to respond to it right now. Those positions, if positions were vacated by staff members, have been likely filled.
So we'll have a continued conversation on this, because we got to be fair with our people. Lastly, I wanted to ask, you have counselors or advisors to your students with regards to the curriculum, that the courses that they should take, or even about the free tuition?
We have both. We have faculty advisors, and we have persons who we call advisors who are in our Center for Student Success. So when a student comes in as a first-year student or first and second-year students, a lot of what they are dealing with is even just adjustment to college life, et cetera. And so we try to give each of those students both a faculty advisor who might be able to help them with college life as well, yes, but mostly with their courses, and an advisor from our Center for Student Success, which is a more holistic approach. We also have counselors if students are having other issues in terms of especially mental health issues and other coping issues on campus.
So I'll close I'll close
yes.
out here by just saying that those counselors and advisors should be working feverishly on behalf of the university to get the information out there to our students about the free tuition program and see if we could ramp up our numbers. But I also believe on the other end too, one of the things is you have to also take a look at your salaries that you're paying your highly degreed individuals at the university in order to be able to attract and keep them here in the territory, because that too would be a deterrence. Thank you for your input on this measure today. And as the measure is, we had a discussion, is supposed to be tweaked and amended, I do intend to support the matter, the measure, although, well, I'll leave the other part out. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Javon James, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. As we speak about this measure pertaining to the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program, I would like to ask, based on the Virgin Islands Code, there's a section where it mentions the University of the Virgin Islands shall develop and implement pre-enrollment programs to assist students in preparing for post-secondary education and continuing educational enrichment programs. And the VI Code also mentions that the monies in the fund may be used for implementing the student enrichment programs under subsection G. So my question is, how much in the FY 2022 was put aside for implementing the student enrichment programs? Do you have that number?
So, yes. So, if you give me just 1 second, I have that number. But we have implemented some programs. Part of one of the programs that we have is called our Boost programs, and that was for targeting those students who did not make the GPA with summer programming that would speak to self-efficacy, creativity, growth mindset, etc., giving them quite a bit of training, and then having them take or retake courses during the summer. So that was one of the programs that we did. So we have received $3 million per year since 2019, excluding 2020. We spent $2.2 million to date. I don't have the exact number that's for the other student support programs. I thought I had that here. I do have it per semester, but I don't have the total.
Okay, so through the chair at a later time, because I don't want to eat up my whole time on that one question, through the chair, I would just like to get the documents that speaks to the funds or the amount that was used for implementing the student enrichment program. Another section of the Virgin Islands Code speaks to the University of the Virgin Islands collaborating with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor to develop and implement the job placement program. What is the success with that program, and what successes have we had with that?
Well, with regard to job placement, we do have persons on each of our campus that work with students with careers and job placement. And especially on the Albert A. Sheen campus, just recently, we collaborated on a huge job fair that was quite successful this past week, or maybe 2 weeks ago. So I would say that it is.
Hold on 1 second. I want to be very clear. I'm speaking about the job placement for individuals who are recipients of this scholarship. Based on the Virgin Islands Code, I'm going to read it clear. The University of the Virgin Islands, in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, shall develop and implement a job placement program at the University of the Virgin Islands to assist scholarship recipients in obtaining gainful employment in the fields of study or related fields. So my question is about that. It's not about the job fair that was recently held.
We do not have correct. We do not have a developed job placement program. We do, on an ongoing basis, work to help students to locate jobs, but point well taken. We don't have a job placement program. that we've developed specifically to this. We do it normally.
Madam Chair, I just want to really make it clear that the real reason why we're doing this free tuition initiative is to pay Virgin Islanders tuition, and in replacement of that, or the whole purpose of that is to get them on board in government jobs that are critical. So based on the code, there should be a collaboration between UVI and the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for job placement, and it's really puzzling to know that we're saying let's include full-time and part-time students now, but we don't even have something in place when it comes to job placement. So the VI code. No, let me hold on 1 second.
You may close out on my time.
All I'm saying, the purpose of this legislation was to get bright minds from the Virgin Islands to get employment through the Department of Labor and UVI and put them in areas where we need them the most. So I'm sad to know that there hasn't been any development of a job placement program. So, Madam Chair, I'm not going to abuse my time, but if you could just drill down on that some more. If not, I don't see why we continue to just give free tuition if we're not having a job placement program.
Thank you, and that's well noted, Senator James. I appreciate that, what you're expressing, correct. And that's the whole point we codify, and it's our responsibility to always follow up. And I certainly, one of the things that I do when I engage UVI over different mandates of the code, and so that's well noted. Senator Carrion, proceed for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleagues also for their questions and their inputs. After hearing some of my colleagues and hearing their concerns, I can understand some of the concerns presented to them. What we're proposing really speaks about equity and providing opportunities. So this is about building our workforce. This is about providing opportunities. This is about eliminating the barriers and making higher education accessible to a section within our community that want to and are pursuing higher education, but are met with the realities of life. This is focused to those young single mothers, those caretakers, those individuals that, because of the reality of the high cost of living in the Virgin Islands, the reality of inflation, the reality of having to hold 2 jobs in order to survive or take care of their grandmother or their parents, are faced with these financial burdens, but really have a desire to pursue a higher education. So the focus of this is to provide that opportunity for them. Now, we will be bringing forward an amendment because I heard some of my colleagues heard some of their concerns. And in the amendment, we're going to establish a minimum credit requirement and also establishing a maximum of years that the student can be able to participate, needs to finish by a certain time to be able to be part of the program, to be able to provide some guidelines that I think are necessary to ensure the success and the completion of individuals that really want to pursue this higher education. But today we have before us an opportunity, colleagues, to really make higher education accessible, and particularly to the sector in our community that needs it the most. 20 to approximately 30% of our population lives below poverty lines. And that's the reality that we live in. And we know how that can inflict and affect the ability of someone who's young, who has potential and has a desire to really pursue higher education. So this is not to derail those that particularly maybe want to pursue it full-time. This is geared to the individuals that would love to pursue full-time, but given the obligations and the reality of the time we live in, they cannot, because they can't afford to just dedicate to as a full-time student. They need to provide for themselves and others. So I want to beforehand really thank everyone for sharing their inputs and adding to this piece of legislation. Like any piece of legislation is not perfect. There's work to be done. I've heard and listened to the recommendations that have been presented, and hence we will be working on a legislation to kind of really provide some guidelines that are crucial. But let me ask you, Dr. Mikhail, what percentage of your students are currently part-time?
I have 400. The question was asked before. Sorry, there's an echo. The question was asked before, and we currently have 422 part-time undergraduate students. I don't know what percentage of those have more than 6 credits, so I would say about a third of the students are probably part-time students.
And then we also know that a number of the students withdraw or separate from UVI. What are some of the reasons that, if you know, that maybe some students who have begun as full-time students and maybe have withdrawn from continuing on their path to a degree?
Yeah. So every year during the summer, we actually reach out to students who might have been registered the year before, and we don't see that they're registering or they're not registering at the level at which we would like. And so we actually call, we try to call each student or get in touch with each student. Some, it might be some kind of personal matter. For many, it's finances. That some might have to withdraw because they have to work for some reason, but that comes up a lot. There are a number for whom maybe it's grades, but I think most of them have some kind of financial issues that they have to attend to.
And of course, I think we all would like to see more data that on this regard. So I think that's something UVI can be able to assist in really gathering some of that data. But it's no secret that a great number of individuals really withdraw, separate, or don't continue their pursuit toward higher education because of financial constraint, because of the financial burden that it can entail to be able to continue. So, you know, what we're trying to do is try to provide that access to that sector of our community that want to, but maybe they just can't. In closing, I would like to thank the committee members, and especially my colleagues, for their input. I hope that this full body will find it in light to be able to vote favorably with the amendments that we will be bringing forth to be able to really create those guidelines. I think it's important that we bring some relief to those Virgin Islanders who are working hard to hold down a job while earning their degree. And like I said in my introduction, it is these part-time students who are most likely to need and benefit from tuition assistance. And that's why we are trying to expand in order for that sector of our population that need it the most will be able to benefit from it. Madam Chair, thank you for your time, and I want to thank my colleagues once again for their input and their support, and hope that they will vote favorably on this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator James, you have a point of information. You can proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair. My point of information is about the question I asked previously about what is mandated in the code when it speaks to the funding for implementing the student enrichment programs under subsection G. The reason why I need to know this information, the pre-enrollment programs should assist students and to help them maintain a GPA of 2.5 based on the current code. We're basically saying no longer 2.5, let's do 2.0, but we do not even know the funding or the success of that student enrollment program. Is very important that you place that on the record before we decrease it from 2.5 to 2.0, please. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion.
I'm sorry, could you repeat? Was that a question? I didn't understand the question.
That's a point of information. It wasn't a point of inquiry,
Okay.
Dr. McHale. But Senator.
Oh, no. I asked.
He did ask a question.
Good afternoon once again. Earlier in my line of questioning, I asked about the success of the student enrichment program and the funding based on the section of the code. And it was made mention that she can find that number and give that number to us. We as a body have to make decisions based off of data, not emotions. We need to know how much is going towards the student enrichment program. And it's very important for us as we decrease from 2.5 to 2.0. So I need that information on the record, even though I'm not a member of this committee.
Thank you. And what we'll do is it'll be
may I
through the chair.
respond to that?
Hold on, it'll be a through the chair request, and we will definitely follow up. And she may respond for it on the time, and then certainly send us the information in writing. Dr. McHale, you may proceed.
Yes, thanks for that question. So I do not have, and I will send the actual amount from this bill from the funding that was used for those students. But the reason is because a lot of the programs that we have implemented without use of these funds. So it's not to say we haven't implemented programs. We have the Summer Boost program that I spoke about was funded by the National Science Foundation Title III, and we just recently got some additional funds for it external to those. Our Summer Bridge program, I think through this body, has really enabled us to address the needs of a lot of incoming students. We have other Math Behind the Science program is also funded by the National Science Foundation, though that's going away because that grant has ended. So the response wasn't to say that we aren't doing exactly as the programming had intended. What it is to say is that we have actually been using less of those funds and more of the funds from external areas to fund those programs. But as those funds are now going out because they were part of 5-year funds or 4-year funds, we might be using more of these. But I can share exactly how much of the funding we have used for those students who, after they come through the summer program, we allow them to take courses, and then we fund those courses with these free tuition dollars. But we didn't fund the actual summer bridge and the summer boost program with the free tuition dollars. So that's a clarification, but I will get you the numbers.
Yes, and we'll just, following the hearing, we'll send you through the chair request, and this will be among the requested items, so we'll be sending to you and Dr. Hall. Senator Carrion, you may proceed your point of information.
Thank you. I just would like to clarify for the record that the bill in itself, Bill 34-0236, does not speak about lowering the GPA requirements for eligibility. That, yes, was a discussion that was brought on the floor, and it was presented by UVI and its leadership. Now, I would like to, also as a point of inquiry, ask Dr. McHale, what's the reason or, the logic for this request to lower the GPA requirements for eligibility, even though it's not part of this bill? It is an amendment that we were considering to bring forward. But can you please, on the chair's time, just expand why is this request?
I think what it does is it brings it in line with federal programs for which 2.0 is the requirement. And we often think of students who have below a 2.5, well, maybe they're not trying hard enough, but some of those students are trying really, really hard. And in taking away a free tuition or tuition assistance because they've dropped below a 2.5 can really send a student who can continue, who is successfully continuing their program, might be the difference between whether they can come back one semester or not. So it's when students drop below a 2.0 that students are placed on things like probation, etc. And so it was really to keep it in line with federal programs, as well as to support those students who might need it the most, because maybe they have struggled for one semester, but it doesn't mean that they're not making satisfactory academic progress.
Thank you for sharing that explanation. And again, in closing, it is creating the workforce development, building capacity within a territory that we so desperately need. So thank you once again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. We'll now conclude with Dr. McHale. If you just briefly close out, provide us with closing remarks. Oh, go ahead, Senator. Go ahead, proceed. Senator Joseph, you may proceed with your point of inquiry.
Chair, thank you so much. Dr. McHale, I did have a point of inquiry in reference to the ultimate outcome of any person attending any type of post-secondary institution, and that is job placement. I know my Millennium colleague from the St. Croix district touched on it, but the University of the Virgin Islands is a member of the Workforce Development Board. And so the question is, what is being done, even though you may not, I don't know if you have a counselor on board. When I graduated from the university over 30, 40 years ago, 35 years ago, there was a counselor on board who helped with job placements. Is that not being done? Are we not braiding the resources to assure that our graduates from the university are going into the demand-driven industries and those career pathways? Because that's what we're all getting educated for, to get into either our own business or to get into a well-paying job.
May I respond, Madam Chair?
Sure, of course, yes, you may.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you for that question. So yes, we are a member of that committee. I'm also a member of that committee, and we work together to identify those areas that are in great need for the territory, and we have provided names of students, especially in the area of engineering. I think that was one of the areas where they had they wanted to identify students. So we're working in different ways to identify the needs of the community and then provide for the type of training. The construction management program, though it might not fall under this until we get the associate degree, is also one of those places where we are told that is a high needs area and we need to produce students for it. All the jobs that come in, we actually do share with our students. We work with employers as well. We were also working with some of our government agencies to talk about more of the internship programs. So we're doing a lot of things ad hoc. To the senator's point, we don't have a job placement program that we can pull out a book and say, here's what we're doing, but we certainly are aware of the needs of the community and are working really hard with everyone that we can to make sure that our students are employed, including with the Department of Education, where we're trying to provide more teachers.
Thank you so much, Dr. McHale. I won't hold up the time, but I do want to put on the record that it may need to be revisited. I know a number of persons credited their job placement at the university with their first jobs, and this was something that was very viable as a component of the University of the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Dr. McHale, you may conclude with your closing remarks. Thank you, and thank you again so much for being here today. You may proceed. You may proceed in closing out.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry, it's coming in and out, but I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify today. Senator Sorrow, I did hear your question before the break, and I will send you some responses to that in terms of some of the new programs that we're implementing, including programs where you can create your own majors, where we don't have a major that will support a student's career goal. So, but we can only get better, and I think it's through questioning as we have faced today, as well as programs like Senator Carrion is proposing, that we continue to push ourselves and push our students to be better and be and really contribute to this community. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. McHale, and thank you so much for your testimony. And we will now proceed to Block 3. And so, Madam Clerk, can you please read? And just for the, we'll make a note right now is that we're going to hold off on voting on the bill. We're going to, just going to proceed until the end of the hearing. Madam Clerk, could you please read the block number 3 into the agenda?
Block 3, the committee will receive testimony concerning critical issues with respect to the current status of our schools, including but not limited to learning, loss prevention, after-school programs, curriculum plan, the school bus transportation crisis, delays in the installation of kitchen equipment, insufficient school supplies, lack of running water, school safety crisis and hazardous safety conditions, shortage of school nurses and medical supplies, as well as after-school programs, plans, interscholastic sports. Invited testifiers, Diane Wells Hedrington, Commissioner Nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Education, and Dr. Kaiser Carwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And they're just getting back into the well. Commissioner Nominee, Wells Hedrington, I'll give you are you ready? Commissioner Nominee Wells, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Chairwoman Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, Vice Chair Senator Janelle K. Saru, Committee members Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Kurt A. Viale, Kenneth L. Gittins, Milton E. Potter, and Carla J. Joseph, non-committee members present, and everyone listening and viewing today. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today on behalf of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I am Dr. Dion Wells Hedrington, and I have the privilege of serving the students and families of the Virgin Islands as Commissioner Nominee for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. With me are the members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Sung III, Assistant Commissioner, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Mr. Kimo Smith, the Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, St. Thomas, St. John District Insular Superintendent, Erosilda Utley Herman, St. Croix District Insular Superintendent, Mr. Alan Fleming, Acting Chief Operations Officer. We have additional VIDE personnel on standby should we need to dive deeper into any specific area. The VIDE is committed to providing a quality educational experience for all students. We are reforming, rebuilding, and rebranding public education in the Virgin Islands. We are happy to report that we successfully opened our doors on August 8, 2022 to welcome our students and parents to the school year 2022-2023. I had the pleasure alongside Governor Albert Bryan Jr. of visiting 2 sites in the St. Thomas St. John District, Adelita Cancrine 4th through 8th, and Joseph Gomez Elementary. And in the St. Croix District, St. Croix Central High School and Eulalie Rivera K through 8. During those visits, we saw enthusiastic children and caring professionals ready to engage our students amid the challenges. We commend the hardworking employees of the Virgin Islands Department of Education for their commitment, dedication, and passion for our children. Is everything fixed? No. Are we perfect? No. But we are willing to have those difficult conversations, find solutions to our myriad of problems, and work closely with all stakeholders to make sure that our schools are exceptional learning communities. Although our staff and students have adapted to our current state, the myriad of issues range from keeping our buildings alive amid the rapid decay, teacher shortages that are not unique to the islands, but a nationwide crisis, and the increase of aggression among our students, call for community advocacy and resources within our educational system to address social emotional wellness. In the Kids Count report for 2022, several things were revealed that align with the department's analysis and the determination to find a way to help our students and their families. There's a critical need to address societal issues that affect our students. Some of our students are living in poverty. Some households lack secure employment and experience high costs in housing, and some students have entered into the workplace to assist their parents in maintaining their household. The department has already begun its effort to establish pre-K programs in all of our schools. This will help the department address social and emotional development at an early age. We are quite aware that students dealing with mental health issues would be unable to focus in the classroom. As indicated through the study, VID is taking a student-centered approach to teaching and learning, putting the needs of our students at the forefront. Additional grant funding has afforded the districts to do just that by intentionally focusing on social emotional learning. Student enrollment data. As of September 8, 2022, the 2022-2023 school year enrollment is 10,198 students, 5,087 in the St. Thomas St. John District, and 5,111 in the St. Croix District. As displayed in the table, enrollment has decreased by 4 in the St. Croix District and increased by 57 in the St. Thomas St. John District since August 9th, 2022. Human resources updates. Human resources still struggles with its recruitment efforts to get professionals into the Department of Education. These efforts will continue regardless of the many challenges that the department continues to experience with the separation of employees. As of September 6, 2022, the department has 2,207 active employees at our site. This is an increase of 65 employees more than was reported on August 16, 2022. There are 1,071 employees in the St. Thomas St. John district and 1,136 in the St. Croix district. And table 2 shows the number of employees by class and district. Then in table 3, we have split the employees up by unclassified and exempt. Table 4 shows the number of employees resigned, retired, or separation by district. Table 5 is the reasons for the separation. And table 6 is the number of eligible employees that can retire at any time in the district. And I want to bring special note to the teachers because we have 138 teachers right now that are eligible to separate from the department at any time. Number of vacancies. Currently, we have 105 vacant positions in the St. Croix district. Of the total, 20 are teaching vacancies and 78 in the St. Thomas St. John district. Of the vacancies, 6 are teaching vacancies. As mentioned previously, our recruitment and retention still pose a challenge. We are able to acquire professionals through the H-1B visa program. Currently, we have 61 internationals in the St. Croix district and 70 in the St. Thomas St. John district. The department now awaits the arrival of 19 additional professionals in the St. Croix district and 19 for the St. Thomas St. John district. This will leave a deficit of 20 teaching positions, vacancies in St. Croix and 6 in the St. Thomas St. John district. There are several international teachers whose visas are expected to expire within the next 6 months. 2 in the St. Croix district and 9 in the St. Thomas St. John district. Preparations are being made as we speak to assist the employees with the process of requesting extensions. Table 6, that should be 7, shows the vacancies in the district, and then the other table shows the substitutes. Table 7 displays the number of substitute teachers and nurses. Of the 7 teachers, 3 are retirees, 2 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 1 in St. Croix. The VIDE launched a campaign to encourage qualified persons with bachelor's degrees from an accredited institution or a retiree to come back and assist the department with these vacancies. Act 8560 allows retirees to work for 3 years without interfering with their retirement. To all the listeners and viewers of the Senate hearing update, please join the team and commit to making a difference in our children's lives. And you will see a flyer attached that was used for that particular campaign. The teacher shortages being experienced locally are also being felt nationwide. What we have also done was collaborate with Proximity Learning, which is for the VIVA program, the virtual academy program, to see how we could get virtual instructors as well. Strategic planning process. The U.S. Department of Education has a long-standing commitment to school improvement and continuously improves its student improvement process and support. In 2009, after a thorough review of the school improvement planning process, the VIDE, with the assistance from the Region's Comprehensive Center, developed the Education System Improvement Process, or ESIP. In 2018, recognizing changing needs and changing needs and context, including the disruption to teaching and learning caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria the year before, the VIDE reviewed and revised its school improvement process to align with the strategic direction and emphasize a system of support for both schools and districts. The Virgin Islands System of Supports for School Support was launched in 2018 and included a web-based platform to manage the process and plans. The VIDE is committed to its strategic planning process. Efforts are successfully on the way to establishing clear goals and priorities to drive the decision-making processes within the Department of Education. We believe that our children are the nucleus of everything we do, and through high-quality instruction, all students achieve their fullest potential. We hold fast to the philosophy that student learning improves through the escalation of professional practices of everyone in the education system. The one-size-fits-all approach does not provide the department with the desired outcomes we need to see in student performance. Therefore, focusing on the professional practice from a holistic point of view and allowing for flexibility within buildings will garner the buy-in needed to bring about change. Research proves that when schools work together, the results are favorable. A system of support with clearly defined measurable goals is the most effective way to support our schools and to ensure that their professional practices are improved so that all students achieve their fullest potential. The plan has a sharp focus on 4 key priorities: developing quality schools, providing an effective education system, engaging families as partners, and garnering the support of the community. And those figures show you the VIDE strategic plan goal priorities and the system of supports, as well as the success process that our schools are going to go through, and VIDE's instructional system. Now I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Commissioner Soames III to read on about the health administration for COVID-19 preparations and responses.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee, and good afternoon. As COVID-19 has gone from pandemic to endemic status in the Virgin Islands, and as the state of health emergency expired in June of 2022, the treatment of COVID-19 has resulted in quite a different approach at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The department continues to receive timely guidance and direction from the Department of Health. To this end, COVID-19 as an endemic translates into the following protocols and practices at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. And you can see what that translation looks like in figure number 5. It means, for example, that as a result of the endemic status and as a result of the expiration of the state of emergency, that there is no mask mandate, for example, unless determined by the Department of Health. There's no testing, no COVID-19 testing required to return to school or work. We are no longer doing school or office closures unless, of course, it is recommended by health. So those are some of the major changes as a result of COVID-19 transferring from pandemic status to endemic status. The department continues to strongly encourage mask wearing. Let me repeat that. The department continues to strongly encourage mask wearing, social distancing where and when possible, frequent hand washing, and remaining at home when sick. Pertinent VIDE staff constantly pursue knowledge to ensure we take the necessary steps to prevent and mitigate the spread of COVID-19 within the territory's public schools and the department's activities center. This chiefly includes, but is not limited to, me as the Assistant Commissioner because I lead the department's COVID-19 task force, the Acting Director of Human Resources, both district student services directors, and of course, all school nurses. To prepare for the 2022-2023 school year, the Department of Health trained returning and new school nurses on the Beacon system on August 3rd of 2022. The Department of Health and school nurses use this software to order and track COVID-19 rapid antigen test kits. This system is essential to accurately plan for, execute, and track in-school COVID-19 cases. The training ensured that multiple individuals within the department could easily access the Beacon portal to acquire test kits when necessary. As the department obtained CLIA waivers, and CLIA is the Clinical Laboratory Improvement and Amendment from the United States Department of Health and Human Services last year, and that was necessary so that we can test in schools, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to do so. School nurses can test symptomatic students on site with parental consent. So doing, testing on site allows the department to get results directly and quickly. And given a most recent rise in pockets of COVID-19 cases in our schools, particularly in the St. Thomas St. John district, 300 test kits are on hand, and 2,000 additional test kits have been ordered through the Department of Health's Beacon system. Table 8 shows the number of COVID-19 cases reported thus far for this school year. In essence, it totals 21 positive cases territory-wide in the department and 21 cases of close contacts as well. The department overwhelmingly encourages students, faculty, staff, and parents to get COVID-19 vaccination and booster shots. The department continues to partnered with the Department of Health last school year on 2 faculty, staff, parent, and student vaccination campaigns where 178 persons were vaccinated. As COVID-19 is now endemic, no vaccination campaign is planned at this time. Currently, the Department of Health offers COVID-19 vaccinations Monday through Thursday and by appointment at its maternal and child health clinics for students up to the age of 18. An article in the January 25th, 2021 edition of the American Institute of Economic Research opines, even if you lock down society for 2 weeks or 2 months, it won't make a difference. COVID is not going away anytime soon. In fact, it's going to remain a part of our lives. Medical professionals are beginning to recognize COVID will likely join the growing list of endemic diseases. We at the Department of Education, we have grasped this realization in the Virgin Islands and at the department. And as a result, the department's previously established policies, protocols, and practices also changed and will continue to change to deal with COVID-19. Mass testing, clearance letters, school-wide notifications, tracking vaccinations, etc., no longer need to be done as the department learns to live and best manage COVID-19 in our schools, offices, and activity centers. Please allow me to transition to a discussion on edible use at the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The use of edibles among Virgin Islands students has risen in popularity over the last 2 years as students have been at home during the pandemic. Many were unsupervised by adults for prolonged periods of time. The Department of Education clearly recognizes that the use of illegal substances, specifically edibles, is indicative of larger issues in our community that continue to manifest on our school campuses. As the department meets with the Virgin Islands Board of Education on September 16th, this Friday, we will request that students who commit levels 3 and level 4 infractions of the board's student disciplinary policy involving possession and or use of illegal substances, which include illegal drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and alcohol, that these students participate in drug education, substance abuse counseling as part of their suspension, which is required, which is an option under a level 3 or level 4 infraction of the board's policy. The department will collaborate with the Department of Health for drug education for these students. So let me just make clear, as we find students who are in possession or use of edibles, we will work with the Department of Health to get these students the necessary counseling services to address their substance use issue. Having grasped the significance and impact of the problem of illegal substance use in public schools, an edibles task force, as you know, was formed among 3 lead agencies: the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Department of Health, and the Virgin Islands Police Department, with extremely important support and tremendous support from the Departments of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and Human Services. The task force now meets virtually every 2 weeks since edibles usage began surfacing at public high school campuses in March of this year. These meetings are to plan and execute action to inform and educate students, faculty, staff, parents, and the wider community about the dangers of edible consumption. Thus far, I'm very proud to say, the task force, in partnership with the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Task Force, or HIDTA, has participated in school-based presentations centered on prevention, education, and substance use drug abuse at Charles O'Malley High School, John H. Woodson Junior High School, St. Croix Central High School, and the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. These presentations included drug threat to youth in the United States Virgin Islands, refusal skills, self-efficacy, and stress management. As I have concluded the discussion on edibles, I will now transfer over to a discussion on school safety, which is very pressing at this time. The Virgin Islands Department of Education takes school safety very seriously. The safety and well-being of students, faculty, and staff, and visitors are tantamount because unsafe school environments result in the demise of teaching and learning. The department is more now than ever moving proactively to provide tools and develop programs that will enhance school safety. To wit, funding has been identified for a crisis notification and management system that will allow any school-based employee to request assistance or initiate emergency protocols from anywhere on a school campus. This involves employees wearing a personal panic badge that provides instant notification to responders. So this is nothing more than the employee ID, and they will be able to press a button on that badge that will provide instant notification to responders, real-time locating, and campus-wide indoor and outdoor coverage that integrates into existing security infrastructure. Another concrete example of the department's proactive approach is a plan for a school patrol unit or a school security bureau. Much like many school districts across the nation, we realize the importance, if not necessity, of school-based policing. This entails the department hiring, training, of course in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Police Department and Post, and equipping persons for peace officer status within the Virgin Islands Department of Education, much like a school resource officer. This plan has the full support of the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Police, and the Department of Education will partner with the Department of Police to bring this to fruition. School violence is real, dangerous, and deadly. And the aforementioned plans hopes to prevent, disrupt incidents such as the Uvalde or Columbine massacres from occurring in the Virgin Islands public school system. As we all know, learning is most effective when schools are safe and welcoming environments for students, staff, parents, and community stakeholders. The proposal for a school patrol unit or school security bureau states that it will play an integral role in improving overall safety, in improving overall school climate and culture by assisting and educating the school-wide community on safety procedures and counseling and mentoring students. The school patrol unit will utilize specific crime prevention strategies to reduce opportunities for crime, improve school response to emergency, threat response, and effective safety planning. As this proposal is refined and further vetted, the department will seek funding from this honorable body to implement a school patrol unit. School monitors are a deterrent and the first line of defense in schools. As the department strives to improve and professionalize school monitors, the Division of Disaster Planning and School Security and the School Security Advisory Council were created and are dedicated to supporting, training, and advocating for this class of employees. Created in August of 2021, the vision and mission of the Division of Disaster Planning and School Security are as follows: to ensure the safest and healthiest environment of our schools, for our schools, our students, faculty, staff, and visitors, and to accelerate a safe environment in all schools to effectively manage all disasters, man-made or natural, through technology and effective emergency planning and preparedness, utilizing a comprehensive emergency operations plan. The responsibilities of the Division of Disaster Planning and School Security include, but are not limited to, the following: coordinating effective disaster planning and progressive school security, identifying and engaging collaborative partners, training opportunities for disaster planning and school security to include a timeline for implementation of programs, identifying funding, personnel, and equipment needed to complete the mission, developing a school patrol unit to include sustainable funding, monitoring private security at school-based VIDE activity centers. In collaboration with the State Operations Division, the Division of Disaster Planning and School Security conducted territory-wide school facilities and security assessments or site visits June 20th to the 27th of this year. The purpose of the site visits was to assess any deficiencies in disaster preparedness and school security. Several external agencies and entities joined in the assessments, and they included the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Virgin Islands Fire Services, EMS, which was then still within the Department of Health, and the St. Croix and the St. Thomas St. John Rescue Squads. The School Security Advisory Council was formed in April of 2022 and is established within the Office of the Assistant Commissioner, Division of Disaster Planning and School Security, to advise and inform the leadership on school monitor issues, needs, training, security assessments, school security policies and procedures, and to professionalize the department's school monitors. It is comprised of 3 school monitors per district, 1 superintendent or deputy per district, the director of the Division of Disaster Planning and School Security, and he serves as the coordinator of the Advisory Council, myself as the Assistant Commissioner, the St. Croix District School Security Manager, the commanders of the Virgin Islands Police Department School Security Bureau, one per district or their designee, and 1 member of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. In being proactive, the Division of Disaster Planning and School Security has coordinated, and I'm very proud of this, they've coordinated active threat drills monthly with the Department of Police at all schools in the territory. The proposed schedule is in the table below. Essentially what we're looking at is getting first responder entities within the territory to observe schools perform their active shooter disaster drills. And after these drills are completed, we will do a debriefing and schools will get the benefit of the expertise from our first responder agencies in the territory. All schools and programs are included in this timetable. The first disaster drill to be observed by first responders will be in October of this year, and it will carry through until April of next year. The Division of Disaster Planning and School Safety has coordinated and implement and continues to coordinate the following professional training for school monitors. In November of last year, we did a active shooter training in the St. Thomas St. John district, and that was hosted by the Virgin Islands Police Department. Hazmat training was done in November 2021, and that was conducted by the Louisiana State University. And all hazards, awareness, and active threats on campus presentation was conducted in January of this year, and again, that was conducted by Louisiana State University. Tsunami preparedness training and hurricane preparedness training was also done in January of 2020 by the Division of Disaster Planning and School Security. De-escalation and proper procedures on handcuffing training in the St. Croix district was done in February 2022 by the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction. Incidentally, the Bureau will repeat this training in the St. Thomas St. John district this Wednesday. You're certainly invited to join us at the Ivana Eudora Ken as the Bureau trains our monitors, our school monitors, in de-escalation techniques and proper procedures for handcuffing. Active shooter training, run, hide, fight, was done in June of this year by the Louisiana State University. And that training not only involves school monitors, but also first responder agencies. And if I'm not mistaken, Madam Chair, there was a representative from the legislature that attended the training at Ivana Eudora Ken, because I sat at the table with her. The National School Safety Conference, we sent 12 monitors and 4 dean of students to that conference in Orlando, Florida this July, and that was hosted by the National School Safety Advocacy Council. This particular conference is annual. This is the second year that the department has attended this conference. It hosts the largest number of school security, school board members, school administrative personnel, and district administrative personnel internationally. So it is our hope that the Virgin Islands will continue to be a part of this National School Safety Conference and get advice and firm guidance from the National School Safety Advocacy Council. And then lastly, surviving bomb incident training and stop the bleeding training was hosted on August the 12th by New Mexico Tech. The Division of Disaster Planning and School Security continues to plan training for school monitors and other pertinent school-based staff for the 2022-2023 school year. So you can see in the preceding table all of the training that is planning, and it is certainly not limited to what is here. And now we go to the testimony on sports and athletics. The Division of Sports and Athletics falls within the State Office of Curriculum Instruction because they support curriculum and instruction, and we understand very keenly the role sports and athletics plays in student achievement. The department has planned a 2022-2023 sporting session in conjunction with the Interscholastic Athletic Associations that is filled with all the joy and excitement that has been missing the last 2 years as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Interscholastic Athletic Associations have scheduled, and it's attached to the testimony, a full slate of sporting leagues that will enable our student athletes to partake in the sports that they love and missed so much. With the exception of tackle football, every sport that was a part of our athletic agenda is represented on the IAA's schedule. The Department of Education, through the Division of Sports and Athletics, has created a cadre of programs that are designed to assist the student athlete to advance to the next level. So what you'll see here, and Director Kennard Kirby Callender should be a part of this meeting, what you'll see here are programs that address the needs of student athletes and hopefully take students athletes to the next level. So we have the Coaches Certification Program, or CCP1, This program has been modified to specify that all school courses must be certified either through the certification process administered by the National Federation of State High School Associations or through one of the international athletic organizations. As of the last recorded sports season, there were approximately 400 coaches in the system with only 11 missing individual sections for their certification. Students as game officials has us really excited. This how-to program has also been modified to teach sports-minded students about other professions related to sports, such as physical therapy, sports agents, coaching. Students will be trained as game officials, statisticians, videographers, referees. For example, a student who is a part of SAGO or the students as game officials who has an interest in statistics can further their interest by participating in SAGO, and they also can take a statistics class in one of our high schools. So there's a natural tie-in to what we're trying to do here. Students will be trained as game officials and will be mentored by professionals in the chosen field. This is a recent modification, and only a couple of professionals have been identified for the mentorship program. Videography training has been scheduled to start during the month of October, dependent on the trainer's schedule, and statistician training is also scheduled in the next 2 weeks. More students are expected to sign up for the program as we get further into the school year. The Student Athlete Roadmap to College has been a labor of love. The Student Athlete Roadmap to College is a division of sports and athletics outreach program and planning guide to inform and assist high school student athletes, parents, coaches, guidance counselors, and school administrators through the college admissions and NCAA eligibility process. The guide has been completed and vetted by interested parties both locally and abroad. It has been met with great acclaim and offers quite a bit to student athletes, parents, coaches, and counselors. The Division of Sports and Athletics has scheduled a training for counselors on September 14th. That's this Wednesday. A session for parents will take place during Parents University, scheduled during the month of October. So let me just take a minute and talk about the excitement that the Student Athlete Roadmap to College is about. So a student, we are tracking students. As of today, we are tracking students in our Power School system. So volleyball season begins today. So schools that have volleyball teams, the coach provides the roster to the systems analyst at that school or the registrar or the guidance counselor. They then put that student in Power School. We follow these students to see, okay, how many sports are you playing, what grade you're in, what classes you're taking. And as we follow these students, as we track these students, counselors can now say, it looks like this child is athletically inclined. Let me reach out by the time this child gets into 10th, 11th grade. Let me reach out using the Student Athlete Roadmap to College and meet with this child, the student athlete, meet with the parent, and start preparing them for the requirements of getting into college, and more importantly, the NCAA eligibility requirements. So this is key at the department, at the Division of Sports and Athletics. We're also near completion of a sports equipment inventory management system. This program builds a database of athletic equipment for upper level schools. The system will keep a count of the specific pieces of equipment within the department and the condition of those equipment. The Juggle system has been selected, and the Division of Sports and Athletics is currently acquiring the information that will be uploaded into the database. The database is currently being set up by Juggle personnel, and we anticipate going live by the beginning of the fiscal year, which is a few weeks away. We talked about the Student Athlete Tracking System. I just tied that into the Student Athlete Roadmap to College. This program uses Power School, which is the Virgin Islands Department of Education Student Management Information System, to identify student athletes. As teams are selected, rosters will be handed over to the school systems analysts, registrar, or counselors, depending upon what's available at that school, who will then place a student athlete identifier within the Power School system. Once this is completed, queries can be run against Power School that will allow the DSA to garner various pieces of information. The student athlete tracking system will allow schools to direct students in high school to the student athlete roadmap to college. This is absolutely wonderful. Athletes Foundry, this program is an education technology that removes obstacles which hinders progress of parents and their student athletes, providing a more meaningful path to college sports and increases the odds of playing in college. Through Athlete Foundry Incorporated, which is a nonprofit organization, they have partnered with the Department of Education, and as a result, the student athletes of the Virgin Islands have access to this platform at no cost to them or their families. When we did the Combine in a bubble at the height of the COVID pandemic, one of the things that came out of this, and we really thanked our partner, the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, is that those students who participated, we were able to make videos. And those videos were shared with various schools, particularly colleges and universities in South Carolina. And we testified in a previous hearing on the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation that I think 11 of those students had gotten scholarships during the height of the pandemic because they were able to participate in the Combine. And so all of these programs that the division the Division of Sports and Athletics, finally, after 2 years of planning, after 2 years of research, after 2 years of back and forth, we are finally beginning to bear fruit. And we are very excited. We are so excited, I'm going to change my career and become a sports manager and forget about education. Relative to tackle football, there were a myriad of issues that hampered the return of this sport. But a solution has been found thanks to this body. Those issues included the lack of promoters insurance, catastrophic insurance for student athletes, equipment, and uniforms. The department is extremely grateful to this honorable body and to the Senate President for an amendment that allows us to use the Tourism Revolving Fund to resolve the items mentioned before. Upon the governor's approval of the amendment, the Division of Sports and Athletics is prepared. We're not waiting. They've been given instructions, get prepared. So as soon as the ink dries on the governor's approval, the Division of Sports and Athletics is prepared to expeditiously expend these funds per the amendment. The Division of Sports and Athletics received proposals from multiple vendors for the sale of uniforms and will be making a selection towards a purchase very shortly. Secondly, the division is currently acquiring information on all equipment needed and will be sending out an invitation for bid as soon as they can get all of the data tabulated. And finally, the division has a proposal for insurance from one vendor who's willing to sell us catastrophic insurance. And this is important because this is an extreme contact sport, and we've seen where medical bills can exceed $100,000. With this ability to get catastrophic insurance, we are now very proudly in a position to say, God forbid one of our athletes gets injured, we will have coverage for that child in the tune of $5 million. This is a tremendous accomplishment for student athletes and the Department of Education. With the purchase of insurance, uniforms, and equipment imminent, the tackle football season will be on hold until spring of 2023. Discussions have been held that could lead to a spring jamboree, which is a combination of a skill combine and scrimmages among participating teams. The 4 public high schools have all agreed to participate in the jamboree once we've acquired the necessary items with ample time to allow them to practice. Antilles School in the St. Thomas St. John district has also expressed an interest in putting together a tackle football team to participate. And at this time, I will now turn over the balance of the testimony to the Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, Commissioner nominee.
Division for the Virgin Islands Public Schools has been charged with, we have a feedback.
You're okay. You sound fine on our end.
Has been charged with maintaining all that keeps the schools operational. While not always easy and quick jobs, and projects have largely been straightforward, fix anything broken, replace anything that can be repaired, clean anything soiled, and take care of the safety and security issues and aesthetics. The life cycle of 27 of the 32 facilities has been exceeded. As a result, the department is doing its best to keep them alive since we are not in the position to replace them all. Due to the increase in the heat index, there is more than ever the need to have air conditioning in our schools. Many of our existing units have been malfunctioning for various reasons. They have outlived their life cycles. The recent power outages has not helped at all, and then there's always the supply and demand issues. Maintaining our existing structures will be continuous. For example, currently we have the air conditioners for BCB and KenGym on back order. A new unit is being installed at Charlotte Amalie High School and should be operational this Wednesday. Work was completed on John Woodson Gym, and then we had a unit that malfunctioned. They had to go back in, and now it's operational. Currently, units are going through the procurement process to outfit our classrooms. Please note that before any air conditioners can be installed in any of our schools, electrical upgrades must occur because our schools were never designed to accommodate air conditioners. We are presently going to complete electrical assessments at all of our sites. With that information, we will solicit local contractors' services to ensure that those critical issues are addressed in a timely manner. There has also been an increased number of plumbing issues territory-wide, to include busted pipes to low water pressure. In those instances where the pressure is low, the department has been in conversation with the Water and Power Authority to ascertain if they are experiencing water challenges first. Once determined, then the Virgin Islands Department of Education staff aggressively searches the campus to determine where the possible leak may be. Many of those leaks have been underground, which makes them extremely difficult to locate, especially in those cases where there is no visible pooling on the surface. Nonetheless, I am happy to report that those water issues have been rectified in all cases that have been reported thus far. Most recently, those have been at Central High School, Alfredo Andrews, and Eulalie Riviera. The renovation and upgrades of our restrooms continue to be ongoing and will be completed in a timely manner. Arthur Richards K-8 facility has been closed for over a year or more because of the constant off-gassing of the materials and the unbearable odors detected. The department has been back and forth trying to resolve this issue so that our children, faculty, and staff can safely return to their school. The VIDE experience of gassing also at Yvonne Emilina Bowski in St. Thomas. All sites have been tested, which revealed abnormal readings that would call for immediate remediation. We conducted a trial at Bowski, where the air conditioning unit was cleaned and balanced by a licensed technician. The room was deep cleaned and the rooms remained shut for 14 days. Afterward, the environmental specialist returned to test the room and the results returned normal. The same steps were taken at the Arthur Richards site. First, with those 4 classrooms that initially had the orders that extended to the remainder of the campus. That process yielded 6 classrooms, but the process with the 4 classrooms remained clear and free of those readings that caused for safety issues. And so what we did is we procured the services again, and we did the same procedure on the entire campus, even those classrooms that did not report any of the gassing. That process has yielded 6 rooms still in question with above normal readings. The rest have been cleared. The VIDE has decided not to open that campus for the school year 2022-2023 to ensure that the environment is safe before reopening the campus, before reopening the school. Work has also been solicited to redo the walkways and handrails at that site as well. The modular bathroom installation is close to completion. We hope to have all aspects of that campus deemed safe, so full usage can begin in the 2023-2024 school year. Electrical assessments have been made at the Joseph Gomez Elementary School and Julius Sprouse School. Contracts have also been issued for the following projects: refurbishing of decks around the modular classrooms located at Ivana Udorakan High School in the St. Thomas St. John District, roof renovations at John H. Woodson School in the St. Croix District, repairs to the Alternative Education School in the St. Croix District, construction and repairs at the Curriculum Center in the St. Croix District. VIDE has initiated a selection of a project management firm to assist in utilizing federal CARES funding to address environmental concerns in our facilities. Maintaining facility air quality through HVAC systems and other measures is a high priority in minimizing the spread of airborne viruses, including COVID-19. VIDE, with the $2 million allotted through the general fund, has the opportunity to utilize alternate funding sites to offset the cost of maintaining our structures. Funding from 11 legislated projects, maintenance initiatives totaling $806,987.43 have been identified in the St. Thomas St. John District, and 24 legislated projects, maintenance initiative totaling $1,286,550.02 for St. Croix for reprogramming to major maintenance due to insufficient funding, work being previously completed, and included but not limited to work completed with a balance. Reprogram funds will be used to complete projects, initiatives held for additional funds, along with unfunded district priority projects and maintenance initiatives until all funds are expended. As of August 29, 2022, the St. Thomas St. John District Maintenance Division has budgeted $3,083,129 from CARES 2 to take care of air quality issues, air conditioning, and plumbing needs. Both districts have allotted American Rescue Plan funding towards facilities to address safety and security needs. Any work done on our facilities must now address those mandated code upgrades. New school safety project updates. The safety and security of our students are of the utmost concern. VIDE utilized CARES 2 funding to assess all schools for code compliance and develop initial designs and scopes of work for critical repairs. A contractor has been selected to work on the safety and kitchen at Marco. The following projects will be Rivera kitchen installation, kitchen repairs at 5 schools: Central, Woodson, Garden, Mucko, and Ricardo Richards, and safety and kitchen repairs at Lawson and Alfredo Andrews. Kitchen in the St. Thomas St. John district are being assessed and improvements will follow. The ARPA funds will be utilized to make critical repairs, such as providing code-compliant electrical power, glass lines, plumbing repairs, and installation of kitchen equipment. Kitchens will receive equipment according to their needs. The equipment includes new 60-gallon steam kettles, industrial steam tables, double convection ovens, new stoves, and dishwashing machines. And some schools will also receive ice machines. The kitchens at 5 schools, including Pearl B. Larson and Alfredo Andrews, will be refreshed with new ceilings and painting. Lumokol and Alfredo Andrews will also receive pizza ovens. Safety improvements. One of the things I need to say about kitchen equipment is that in the St. Croix district, we know that the kitchen equipment was purchased by AECOM during our disaster work. And while we were waiting for the code upgrades and the scopes of work and everything that the consultants were providing to us, I instructed Ms. Christian at the time, the SFA director, School Food Authority director in the St. Croix district, to visit those operational kitchens and to switch out right now those equipment that are inoperable for the new equipment, and then we will double back to do the code upgrades so that we will have functional equipment in our schools. Safety improvements will be made to Larson and Andrews, including emergency egress lighting, smoke detectors, door repairs, panic hardware, fire extinguishers, and playground resurfacing in fall areas around new equipment. Kitchens will be equipped with a manual pull station for smoke and fire events that shut off the propane. Modernization projects are undergoing DPNR's Federal Consistency Review. The Gladys Abraham modernization is ongoing and negotiations for FEMA funding are in progress. Portions of the facility will be available for beneficial occupancy in January while we negotiate for the replacement of the facility. Construction of covered walkways will begin at Weekly upon the receipt of the Federal Consistency Determination. Concepts are being developed for the new building for Cancrine 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. Negotiations with FEMA for funding are in progress. Additionally, the demolition of severely damaged buildings at the Guy Benjamin Center on St. John is placed out for bids. FEMA funding for this site is close to obligation, and we want to have a contractor already procured so work can begin shortly after the funds are obligated. The demolition work will clean up the site and make way for future work to rehabilitate the historic building at Guy Benjamin. VIDE is partnering with the Department of Sports Park and to develop a community and educational center at Guy Benjamin. A design build RFP will go out soon for the new Charlotte Amalie High School, in New Central High School, and a modernized Bertha C. Boshelta Pre-K to 8 campus. An RFP for the design of the new Sprout Pre-K to 12 school will be prepared to allow us to have an architect in place when the land swap is finalized. The VIDE, Office of Disaster Recovery, and FEMA are discussing costs for the replacement of schools, and VIDE has received partial funding for work at Bertha C. Boshelti. The demolition of CAHS A, B, and C buildings is in the first phase, which consists of abatement and complying with the historic preservation documentation requirements. On St. Croix, the Evelyn Williams campus demolition is underway and expected to be completed this year. A design build team has been selected, and once the contract has been fully signed, so VIDE will work with the campus architectural team to give feedback on the final design plans to solicit additional design build teams, to solicit plans to solicit, additional design build teams are in the work. And one of the things that we have been utilizing our funding for is to augment some of the staffing issues that we suffer with within the Department of Education. And the reason being is we are going to be pumping out a lot of RFPs, whether it's tied to the disaster work or tied to the COVID dollars. So it was imperative that we utilize some of the funding to help to augment our staffing challenges. Federal grants. The department currently manages $218,120 for 13 federal grants for the United States Department of Education and $5,179,159.48 for 8 federal grants from the United States Department of Agriculture. The awarded grant includes special education consolidated grants, Striving Readers, adult education, Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, 1, Education Stabilization Funds, CARES 2 funds, and American Rescue Plan funds. See tables 9, 10, and 11. USDA grants include the National School Lunch Program, School Breakfast Program, Summer Food Service Program, the Emergency Food Assistance Program, Child and Adult Care Food Service Program, Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, NSLP equipment grant, and state administrative expenses. VIDE personnel continues to work to ensure that grant funds are encumbered. And you can look at table 9 for the balances, table 10 and 11 for the breakdown. Now we're going to turn to Superintendent Otley Herman to report on St. Croix District.
Good evening. St. Croix District's reopening of schools. The St. Croix District successfully welcomed students back to school on August 8th. The district worked diligently to ensure schools are ready to receive students. School leaders and teachers reported the week of August 1st and finalized their school reopening plans. The school year kicked off with 2 high-intensity collaborative sessions. On August 1st, the district team met with school leaders to set the tone for the school year. Then on August 2nd, the teachers participated in an engaging session where Dr. Felicia Turner of the Successful Practices Network shared valuable information on being a resilient educator and social-emotional wellness as a part of the district's Welcome Back message. Social emotional wellness, SEL, is a process in which children and adults can understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. The district is in the process of implementing an SEL program for all grade levels. This program aims to offer students the skills necessary to have successful relationships in life. Restructuring how we communicate and respond to others will give our students a solid foundation. In the wide scope of things, we'll be instilling healthy habits in our children that they can utilize for the rest of their lives. For the 2022-2023 school year, in addition to implementing the SEL program base, we plan to have relative activities to support the needs of our students, staff, and parents, which includes communication tips, test prep tips, family wellness days, etc. We will continue our work with community partners to host awareness seminars and mentorship programs. From August 22nd through the 25th, VIDE partnered with VIPD, the CDC Foundation, and Puerto Rico, USVI HITA, High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, to make a presentation at John H. Woodson Junior High School, the Educational Complex, and Central High Schools. A student-centered prevention education presentation focused on substance abuse, drug abuse, and stress management. In the month of September, we will host student-centered workshops at our secondary schools, where students are to learn de-escalation and self-control strategies. These initiatives will give our students, staff, and parents the opportunity to develop healthy identities and achieve the district's SEL program goals. As a part of their school reopening plans, schools created a 2-week plan for acclimating students onto their campuses. Besides creating protocols for receiving students and making them feel comfortable on their campuses, the plans included completing diagnostic assessments to gather data from every student in the district. The analysis of student data is a vital step in the creation of intervention plans and school-wide strategies to improve student achievement in the areas of English language arts and mathematics. Currently, as of August 29, 2022, there were 5,101 students enrolled in the St. Croix district. Attendance data shows to date that there is an approximately 89% attendance rate. Educational Complex has the highest attendance for the 2022-2023 school year thus far, with 95%. Our EL population has an attendance rate of 83%, and our SPED population 88%. Preliminary data for the iReady Diagnostic Window 1 shows 2,393 students out of 5,001 pre-kindergarten through 12th grade students have been tested. In reading, 11% of our students are on Tier 1, 27% on Tier 2, and 62% on Tier 3. In mathematics, 2,146 students were tested. 3% are on Tier 1, 23% on Tier 2, and 74% on Tier 3. The Smarter Balance assessment data for the 2021-2022 school year shows 6.2% of our 3rd through 8th and 11th grade students tested proficient in mathematics, and 20.4% were proficient in ELA in the St. Croix district. Our 3rd and 8th graders had the highest proficiency in mathematics, where our 10th and 11th graders had the highest proficiency in ELA. Overall, there was a 4.8% decrease in mathematics and a 2.2% decrease in ELA between the spring summative assessment of 2020-2021 and school year 2021-2022. Additionally, we did note the increase in the number of students tested, where 2,645 3rd through 8th and 11th grade students tested in spring 2022 versus 2,184 students in spring of 2021 in the areas of mathematics. In the area of ELA, 2,690 students tested in spring of 2022 versus 2,173 students in spring of 2021. This illustrates the clearest and truest picture of where our students are and the work that we have ahead to accelerate learning, apply innovative best practices, and implement future-focused strategies to propel our learners. As the district has created a laser focus on improving our mission to provide high-quality, equitable learning experiences in partnerships with families and the community so all students are prepared to thrive in life, we have finalized the district transformation plan as a strategic direction for shifting teaching and learning, whole child development, interventions, and engaging stakeholders to increase student achievement. The district will implement several instructional strategies, inclusive but not limited to the practices listed below, as a means of shifting teaching and learning in the St. Croix district. Strategy 1, standards-based instruction. The district continues to align standards-based instruction by providing guiding documents for all content areas. Teachers across the district are designing instruction using a gradual release model that is a part of our new VIDE instructional design system. Strategy 2, standards mastery. The district is implementing iReady Standards Mastery for students in 2nd through 8th grade. Standards Mastery is a program within the iReady platform that allows teachers to monitor their own practices by measuring students' ability to master a standard. Based on the pacing guides for English language arts and mathematics, the district created a formative assessment schedule where teachers teach to a priority standard for several weeks and then administer a short assessment that shows students' successes and challenges with a tested standard. Reports from this program included tools and strategies that is teacher and student specific. Teachers will be able to implement differentiated strategies for small groups and individual students during intervention period. Strategy 3, a dedicated intervention period. One of the district non-negotiables for each school is to include an intervention period in their daily schedule. Based on the data collected, each school must create an intervention plan for each child. The purpose of the intervention plan is to create an opportunity to provide intense instruction to students based on their individual needs that are directly tied to standards-based instruction. These sessions are short teacher-directed lessons supported by instructional programs to improve basic needs. Strategy 4, high-dosage tutoring. This school year, the district is employing high-dosage tutoring, which is a new strategy to address student deficiencies. High-dosage tutoring is when there is one-on-one tutoring or small group sessions, 2 students or less, of explicit instruction. Using the individualized prescriptions created from iReady Diagnostic, tutors will conduct at least 3 sessions a week, totaling about 50 hours per semester. These customized instructional sessions will be embedded into the school day and tackle specific areas of deficiencies and learning gaps. Strategy 5, after-school programs. As schools delve into their data, each school leadership team will build their own after-school program to meet the specific needs of their student population. As prescribed by the school improvement process, schools are currently working on creating their school plans. Their plans should include a budget that will be approved and fully funded through the state and the district. This year, we are going to increase the number of hours included in this strategy with strict monitoring and data collection protocols. COVID-19 compliance and monitoring. Although we have transitioned into an endemic, the district COVID-19 compliance manager ensures that our schools are adhering to protocols set by the Department of Health and endorsed by the Virgin Islands Department of Education. This spanned from providing schools technical assistance with COVID positives, students boarding the school buses to access our campuses, adjusting school and district processes, and encouraging proper implementation of safety practices. Compliance is conducted through monitoring visits that observe safety processes and practices to ensure schools have the necessary PPE resources, assuring full adherence to set policy and protocols. Walkthroughs begin with observing how schools admit students, staff, and visitors daily. Community-oriented spaces, bathrooms, auditoriums, hand washing stations, cafeterias, and playgrounds are visited to make sure that they are clean and functioning properly. Classrooms are visited to guarantee that teachers have a secure environment to facilitate teaching to limit further impact of COVID-19 on student learning. Continual support to school nurses will be given as we continue to navigate this endemic. Testing supplies and PPEs were inventoried and will be regularly replenished. An essential component of compliance visit is the existence of signage throughout the campus that clarifies VIDE COVID-19 protocols. At the end of each visit, results are shared with the Office of the Insular Superintendent, and additional resources requested are procured and disseminated. District health and safety walkthroughs. On Wednesday, July 20th and Thursday, July 21st, the district facilitated the annual school health and safety inspection as mandated by the VI Code. The Division of Environmental Health, Virgin Islands Fire Service, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and Public Works conducted a joint inspection of our school campuses. The inspection conducted by the agencies was to determine school readiness for opening and operating in a safe and healthy environment. This walkthrough process provided the department recommendations for improvement and mitigation measures for an environment conducive to learning and free from environmental health hazards. The St. Croix District school and facilities were granted certification and clearance to reopen for the 2022-2023 school year. The information provided by all agencies has been added to our list of preventative and ongoing maintenance. Many of the low-hanging fruits have already been completed or are in process. We thank all the partnering agencies for their support, and we look forward to our continued partnerships. Actions taken by the St. Croix District to improve health and safety in our schools and facilities. 700 Mitel intercom phones have been procured and have been shipped. Each classroom and office space will have an intercom phone system which will address the lack of two-way communication on campuses. All schools are current on their servicing of fire extinguishers and will continue to monitor throughout the year as each school cycle varies. New first aid kits and AED resources have been procured. New emergency resources for all nurses in our schools have been procured to replace and update aged supplies. New hoods for our kitchens are going through the procurement process as none were included in the new kitchen equipment received. Contracts are current and provide for quarterly deep cleaning and sanitization throughout the district. The last cleaning was completed the first week of August, and the next will take place in October 2022. Monthly landscaping throughout the district, monthly water testing throughout the district. We are continuing the installation of touchless filling stations, which will replace our current bottled water distribution to campuses. We have strengthened our overall response and completion to daily maintenance issues across the district. Our maintenance division has been restructured where cluster coordinators and maintenance workers better support our schools. This has proven to be successful thus far, and we're encouraged by the quality of work completed by our in-house team. Each school has updated and submitted their school visitation policy and procedures to avoid interruptions of instructional time, and I must stress this. In the St. Croix district, parents and key stakeholders are asked to make an appointment prior to visiting the school campus and to check in at the school office upon arrival before trying to access the classrooms. Again, we ask parents and key stakeholders to make an appointment prior to visiting the school campus and check in to the school office upon arrival before trying to access the classrooms. The district is steadily recruiting to fill teaching and nursing vacancies. Teaching interviews continue to be held as applicants are cleared in NeoGov. International teachers continue to arrive daily, and viable virtual instruction options with classroom facilitators are being implemented. The nurse shortage in the district continues to be a daily challenge, and we have worked to place nurses on the sub-pool. As a result, school nurses remain on an itinerant schedule until our goal of having a nurse at each school site is met. The District School Food Authority continues to work diligently to replace inoperable kitchen equipment, as well as minimize the possibility of disallowances despite supply chain issues, while providing students with healthy and nutritious meals daily. Today makes the 6th week since the first day of school, and the St. Croix District remains committed to our prime directive of transforming today's learners into tomorrow's leaders. At this time, I pass it on to Dr. Stefan Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John Insular Superintendent.
School is in. Through extensive teamwork and collaboration with department personnel, as well as government and private community groups, the St. Thomas St. John is well on its way to what we have coined an amazing school year. Our theme is the dawn of a new day, which exemplifies many of the shifts that have been made to support our students' achievement needs. The maintenance team, as well as the quality assurance program manager and his team of laborers, assisted with the preparation of campuses. This work will be ongoing as there are still many needs to continue to arise in our aging facilities as well as our modular campuses. The team will continue to address concerns identified from school walkthroughs with partnering agencies such as the Fire Department, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Environmental Health, and Public Works. Kickoff activities include welcome back sessions for school administrators as well as school-based staff. As we continue to focus on the whole child, we have taken a deeper dive into our instructional practices, and both sessions were presented with this focus. Erica Battle from the International Center of Leadership in Education was the guest presenter for the district PDE housed at the Bertha Sieber Shelter Middle School on August 4th, 2022. The district also partnered with Tutu Park Mall for a back-to-school event and hosted a back-to-school prayer session and fitness walk. The district continues to implement a comprehensive multi-tiered system of supports. The elementary schedules have been adjusted not only to allow for collaboration among schools by setting planning times for all K-5 classes to accommodate collaborative planning and professional development across schools within the district, but also in order to dedicate targeted time for SEL and intervention support for students. The district uses iReady data to identify the academic strengths and needs of students. This data is then used to group students in intervention tiers. During these times, students will receive the needed tiered support based on their individual results. Flex blocks have been implemented on the secondary level in our high schools. This now adds a 5th period to the high school schedule. This time will also be used to address social and emotional learning, intervention, as well as advanced learning opportunities for students. The schedules implemented are territory-wide allowing for the high schools to use a variety of models to ensure students have access to competitive coursework. The Insular Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, District Coordinators, Specialists, and Program Managers conducted a series of walkthroughs on all campuses with a focus on instructional configuration boards in classrooms. The walkthroughs were followed up with a full day of PD session and preparation periods where teachers received immediate feedback on what was observed. The district team then shared a prepared presentation that highlighted the rationale behind board configuration, the components that should be included, and allow for teachers to share challenges they've been experiencing. The teachers were also updated once more on the district's instructional delivery system, as well as the instructional model that will allow teachers to engage students intentionally in the learning process. The District Director of Data and Assessment will lead data chats that start on September 12th throughout the end of the month. Ms. Hippolyte will meet with school leadership teams and staff, and this will then be followed by school-led data chats with the administration, and teachers will now meet with students and parents to explain the individual's standardized score sheet, strengths, and areas of deficiency. To further engage the parents in supporting the learning process, progress reports will be issued during the week of September 12th, and they will have the opportunity to meet with their child's teachers during the week of September 19th to the 30th. This is an opportunity for schools to build good connections with parents and the greater public. School personnel will disseminate information to parents and provide them with an opportunity to ask questions and understand the expectations, functions, and flow of the school, its programs, and practices. On September 2nd, Jobs for America's Graduates, JAGVI, experienced a tour and luncheon with Ken Smith, President and CEO of JAG International. Mr. Smith, along with the Honorable Trugenza Roach, Esquire, Virgin Islands Labor Commissioner, Mr. Gary Malloy, Shenika Sebastian, Director of Youth and Apprenticeship, as well as other members of the Department of Labor and VIDE leadership to include Dr. Dion Hendrickson. Leadership visited the campus of Ivana Uterican High School to observe students in their learning environment. Principal Sally Petty, along with career specialist Josette Ellis, coordinated this event. This was followed by a luncheon with present and former students at Government House. Students spoke of the experience in their program and how it benefited them in their career paths. One student that participated in the program and interned with local accountants has been recently hired as an accountant by the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The Virgin Islands JAG program also was presented with the 5 of 5 award from the JAG program. They won earlier this year. Students in JAG complete career interest inventories, research and explore post-secondary schooling, military, and the workforce, learn how to construct resumes, fill out applications, and prepare for job interviews. They also enjoy a 10-week work experience program for 5 days a week after their second semester in the program. Students are also tracked up to 1 year upon completion of the program. Health, safety, and wellness. To address the health, wellness, and safety of students, the St. Thomas St. John School District utilizes several approaches and works in collaboration with various internal and external partners to achieve this end. The aforementioned multi-tiered system of support places emphasis on high-quality, evidence-based instruction and intervention and assessment practices to ensure that every student receives the appropriate level of support to be successful. This framework also helps to support students' social, emotional, and behavioral needs. The district is currently assessing the status of PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention and Supports, in schools and providing the necessary supports to rejuvenate school teams. This includes supporting ongoing training efforts. The teachers, school leaders, and other support professionals, along with school counselors, nurses, attendance counselors, social workers, and data management professionals, assist in providing the necessary Tier 1 supports for students through empathetic listening, building rapport and trust, addressing and monitoring health issues, supporting tier of positive support, school support. They also respond to students' intervention as needs as well as disciplinary issues. We realize the importance of addressing the needs of students holistically, so in order to enhance these efforts, we have prioritized key personnel needed to support the development of the whole child, to include social and emotional learning program manager, deans of students in our secondary schools, 5 student success specialists, career specialists, and truancy officers. The student success specialists focus on students at risk for academic failure, failure to attend classes and school. They support the counselors in ensuring that all students seek their full potential and achieve their short-term and long-term goals. The student success specialists will address different concerns that ultimately impact the students' mental, physical, and emotional aspects as they attend school. These concerns include bullying, positive student engagement with peers, classroom behavior, coping with different emotions, academic issues, and other circumstances. The team will work collaboratively to provide services and programs to help the students gain the knowledge and skills to increase positive interaction and behavior with teachers, staff, and their peers. These services will also engage the students to be successful in school and have a well-rounded experience during the school year. They will focus on Tier 1 supports needed for all students, to include students with disabilities, those with 504 accommodation plans, as well as students that are learning English as a second language. The district's intervention specialists also support students that require Tier 2 and Tier 3 intensive supports. In many cases, in lieu of expulsion, these students receive centralized wraparound services and academic interventions. Currently, the district implements an intervention academy where recommended students are able to participate in a grade 9 full-day intervention academy focused on providing self-contained, smaller classes that focus on accelerated learning and motivating students to stay in school. This is complemented by our Achievers Academy, which provides students with and their families with targeted individualized support. The district's secondary school teams also participate in the annual Jobs for America's Graduates, as well as AVID training in our effort to provide students with targeted skills to support their overall achievement in school. The district continues to rely heavily on the use of school monitors to assist in keeping our campuses safe. In the month of July, school monitors participated in a school safety conference in Orlando. Monitors are supported by the school safety resource officers throughout our partnership with VIPD. They are also supported by deans who are there to provide preventative solutions to festering campus tensions and work to address the ongoing adverse behavior on campuses. The basic child study teams and school improvement teams will also support these efforts. We also will continue our efforts to strengthen parents and partners and build community partnership. Ultimately, the district plans to address the needs of the whole child through all of these efforts. The district recently joined the Virgin Islands Department of Education Division of Disaster Planning and School Security team on a series of school tours with first responding agencies to assess the safety and security of campuses in the event of an emergency, crisis, or threat. Professionals with the Virgin Islands Fire Department, Virgin Islands Police Department, Virgin Islands Rescue EMS, and Department of Education Facilities Division were present on these important walkthroughs. Since VID has started the process to procure additional communication devices so that they can be used in case of emergency, we are also looking at ways to better secure our large campuses. All crisis prevention plans are also being updated for review. In alignment with our Safe and Healthy Schools program, the district plans to increase the number of first responders in schools each year. This is why the St. Thomas St. John School District has procured over 200 CPR and first aid kits, training seats for school crisis team members to include the school monitors, bus drivers, and students. The crisis team focused on addressing preventative measures such as updating annual crisis plans and conducting drills, as well as responding to crisis intervention in our schools. Also on the forefront of health initiatives in our schools are the VIDE school nurses who protect and promote student health daily. They are licensed by the VI Board of Nursing licensure and are qualified to manage health and safety of the entire school community. Guided by USVI Department of Health, the Center of Disease Control and Prevention, they ensure that health and safety of our students, staff, and visitors in school buildings are adapted. Our nurses continue to coordinate and provide care for students with specialized health care needs. This includes children in specialized health care needs that are at an increased risk for COVID-19 complications. They review students' charts and contact parents and students whose records are not up to date. They are also tasked with collaborating with stakeholders at VI Department of Health, East End Clinic, Department of Human Services, and students in need of assistance to obtain updated exemption letters when applicable. They remain in constant communication with parents and children having pre-existing health conditions and provide guidance for these families. As a means of prevention, they conduct classroom visits and give presentations on various topics. While school nurses continue to function as they do their traditional responsibilities since the pandemic, the school nurses' role has changed. They have been a major contributor to management and monitoring COVID-19. We are pleased to report that all campuses have nurses, and we have also hired 4 registered nurses through our CARES Act funding to support school nurses with day-to-day responsibilities. July 20th, 2022, USVI Back to School guidance from the VI Department of Health provided guidance on strategies for improving COVID-19 in schools. These strategies were mentioned earlier by AC Sohn. The guidance also indicated that a mask mandate is no longer being enforced, but the need to respect and encourage personal choice for those that choose to wear a mask. This guidance also indicated that there will be no mask testing and the social distancing as best as possible.
So next we have a status update on bills, and these bills are just those of the senators that I have been in conversation with since being appointed to this position as commissioner nominee. And so I wanted to just mention or recap what the department is doing relative to the bills that are mentioned below. We will be revisiting all the bills that are pertinent to the Department of Education so that we can get into compliance with those areas that we have not been in compliance with. And so funds, for example, Act 8434 funds allocated for the CTEC program to support Whitley Skills Center and Career and Technical Education program. We definitely have a need for that funding, and so that will be used to provide much needed equipment, especially safety equipment in our schools. The reprogramming of the PFA funding, Act 8193, we already spoke about that, it being reprogrammed to cover the cost of some of the programs that were over the the projected amounts and also to help us with new existing projects as well as maintenance needs. Act 7587, bullying prevention, education, gang resistance, education and training. We are in the works to have conversations, especially when we get with the board on Friday, to discuss a training plan, and that will be put into effect immediately. Act 8270, ECE, Early Childhood Certification. The department has assessed the amount of employees that require that training, which is 200. Letters have been sent to those employees that include the best option for them to become certified, and the department will assist those individuals with the practice and courses if they need to at the University of the Virgin Islands. Act 7932, the gifted program. Districts are ensuring that they create structured programs geared towards meeting the requirements of the bill. I know in the St. Thomas St. John district, Dr. Jurgen has talked about restructuring to allow for those classes to be created in his schools in the St. Thomas St. John district. And Act 8555, the bilingual and English language development program. I was pleased to see that much work has been done in the Department of Education surrounding this program. Dr. Camacho has collaborated with other VIDE personnel and has assessed and restructured the program. It is a priority for us, and we have even begun discussions about the implementation of a dual language program here in the territory. And looking ahead are just the things that we have, and we want to continue to keep them on the forefront so that you understand where the department is and the direction that we are moving forward in. Of course, I mentioned the importance of the strategic planning process to align the state and district and school goals. But more importantly, if we're asking schools to create school improvement plans, we have to ensure that they have the funding to implement their plans. And so site-based management is in discussion. I actually had the opportunity to meet with the federal partners, the third-party fiduciary, to see how we can restructure our consolidated grant application to allow for the money to go into the schools, to allow principals the flexibility to create those programs that need to be created so that we can recover our learning loss. And so professional development, of course, is ongoing, but really having targeted professional development that supports our teachers and administrators within the building. We talked extensively about utilizing the data collected through our walkthroughs and observations to have those targeted support systems in place for our professionals. I'm not going to go through all of this, but you have an opportunity to stay abreast of what the department is doing in our efforts to reform, rebuild, and rebrand public education here in the territory. My sincere thanks go out to the Honorable Senator Whitaker and the Education and Workforce Development Committee members for taking the time to listen to VIDE's updates on our reopening of schools. My team and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee, and your entire team. And I really encourage, as I continue to encourage the public, I would really encourage you to download the commissioner, her team's testimony, incredible information. And one thing I do have to say, we have to, continue to share with the public what is taking place. And I want to continue to put on the record, again, before school started, we had, of course, Assistant Commissioner, so I want to put that on the record, at that time acting commissioner, who reached out directly to me to begin the process. I engaged my colleagues to ahead of the opening of the school year to do the school site visits. And so, of course, things happen with our calendar, with things happen with the sessions and things like that nature. But there was an effort, in fact, to visit the schools, for which I visited the St. Croix schools. And so Superintendent Ursula Dotley Herman, when I would, Mr. Charlemagne, when we had school crisis, I'm out there, August 23rd. Just continued communication of what's going on. And so as we just continue to go through this school year, it just this emphasis on the information. I do my best also to share whatever notices come out from the department, and we can continue to work together effectively. Commissioner, before I turn to the question to my colleagues to ask questions, I want to just, one of the things as you brought out in the last part of your testimony, some of the recent acts that were passed, and one of the other curriculum areas I'm very passionate about is the matter of the teaching of agriculture from K to 12. I do want to say openly that is something that I've also back on. We had a hearing a few months ago. That was the June hearing, and really emphasizing how do we move forward with the implementation, and that's a very old law as well, and that's Ag in the Classrooms, where it requires the Department of Education, the Department of Agriculture, UVI, to in fact collaborate. So I will definitely be continuing to reach out to you in that regard, as that's something that's also very important, and there's some activity in that regard. And so we're going to now proceed with 7-minute rounds. I want to first...
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
The Board of Education needs to testify as well.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
And that was the oversight of an oversight of my matter. My apologies. We do have Chairman Kaiser Caldwell on behalf of the Board of Education. Dr. Caldwell, can you please kindly put your testimony on the record?
Good afternoon, Honorable Genevieve R. Whitaker, Senator and Chairman of the Senate Committee on Education and Workforce Development, committee members, other senators, fellow testifiers, and the viewing and listening audiences. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Caldwell, Chairman of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education, here in after VIBE or the board. With me today are Vice Chair Winona A. Hendricks, School Plans and Facilities Chair Emmanuel Perez Casillas, and our Executive Director, Dr. Stephanie Barry. We provide testimony on behalf of the board regarding the status of public schools. We appreciate this committee's inclusion of the 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education and would like to share information as pertains to specific areas of jurisdictional authority. Pursuant to its jurisdictional authority, 17 Virgin Islands Code subsection 24A-2B, the board certifies all schools for environmental safety prior to every school year. This certification is a precondition to reopening schools and a reinstatement of in-person instruction. As such, in consultation with the Department of Education and upon review of the reports provided by the Department of Labor, OSHA, the Department of Health, Environmental Health, the Virgin Islands Fire Services, Department of Public Works, and Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, a determination as to the certification that all public schools inspected are environmentally safe can be made. The SPF committee conducted an independent walkthrough of the schools on July 29, 2022 in the St. Croix district and August 4, 2022 in the St. Thomas St. John district. We were made aware through report received from the required auxiliary departments inspection in the respective district as per the code that the department confidently address any immediate issues identified by fire services, environmental health, DPNR, DPW, and OSHA. The Board School Management Accountability Report, SMAR, addresses the fundamental tenets of 17 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 24A1, and provides us with a distinct opportunity to share detailed findings after conducting a thorough annual assessment and evaluation of all public school facilities, school guidance division, and school administration in the territory. The Board School Plans and Facilities Committee, chaired by member Emanuela Perez Casillas, does the work which the board is confident that you will find useful during your oversight of daily operations of public school facilities. The 2021-2022 SMAR report was shared with the legislature and is available on our website. Because of the sheer volume of information compiled by member Perez Casillas Committee, we humbly suggest that it be used as a reference to achieve educational excellence by not only this committee, but by all senators and community partners seeking information regarding the status of schools. We are all aware that the territory's public schools suffered tremendously from the 2017 hurricanes Irma, Maria, and the coronavirus pandemic. Despite those challenges, our teachers, faculty and staff, students, parents, guardians, and school administration persevered. We also recognize the department is working aggressively to address every issue that arises in public school facilities through the Virgin Islands. Given the age of our school buildings and the decades of inconsistent maintenance practice, process, and progress, the territory must realistically reimagine its public school facilities, and the department has begun that process. In addition to the physical structures within the territory's public school, the VIBE continues to be proactive in our relationship with the Department of Education through the work of all our committees that support improving the quality of VI public school education. Our Policies, Rules, and Regulation Committee, chaired by member Winona A. Hendricks, diligently works on revisions to our policies to ensure they are relevant to the current school environment and comply with local and federal requirements. We also provide greater access to our policies through the board's website and by distributing posters to the schools for placement in common areas. Our Professional Staff Certification and Higher Education Committee, chaired by member member Jeanette Smith-Barry, has certified almost 100 applicants this fiscal year, recently reviewed our certification rules and regulations, and continues to support timely certification of eligible applicants who would like to be employed by the Department of Education or certified in an area of critical need within our public schools. The Virgin Islands Board of Education humbly asks for the entire community's support as we work with all educational partners to transform the quality of education in the territory while seeking to increase enthusiasm, high morale, cooperation, and acceptance of responsibility by all concerned. We stand ready to answer any questions. Again, thank you for this invitation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Callwood. And we also did provide through this, again, among the various committee documents for this committee, it's also available on the public drive. So thank you very much. Okay, well, so we'll now proceed. We have first up.
Point of inquiry, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Senator Fred Gregory, for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, Commissioner, already. Very quickly, Commissioner. I want to commend you for laying out the fact that there are a number of bills that this body passed within the past 2 years that have not been enacted, if you will, or implemented as per the enactment clause. There was one that I think you missed, Act 8374, and that's the one that's tied to the Board of Career and Technical Education to strengthen the pathways for the career readiness. It immediately came to mind because that's my legislation. I have a copy for you. You don't have to write it down, but we'll talk about it after. But I just wanted to make sure I put it on the record that was also passed in the 33rd, I think, legislature. So that's one that we really need to stay focused on. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And yes, that's what I was saying. Back on the June, before your tenure, Commissioner nominee, I had that hearing. In fact, all the recent legislation passed in the last, the 34th and 33rd were requested. So we definitely follow up and go from this. But thank you for what you've provided thus far. Senator Potter, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, good afternoon once again, colleagues, and good afternoon once again to the testifiers from the Department of Education, as well as the Board of Education. Dr. Wells Hendrickson, I did not congratulate you on your appointment. So I want to just personally extend my congratulations and kudos to you on your appointment to lead the Department of Education. I think you're equipped to do a very good job. Nobody can accuse you of not being thorough, detailed, and comprehensive with your presentation to Dr. Wells Hendrickson, for sure. You did an extensive job of detailing all of the activities and events that the Department of Education have been engaged with. But I want to focus just a couple minutes on learning loss. I'm hearing a little echo on my end. I don't know if everybody else, if that was me. But I know that the U.S. Department of Education recently, probably a couple Thursdays ago, they shared with the general public the results of a study that they did, which I think they tested 9-year-olds, and it was a pre-post COVID testing, I believe, and focused on math and reading. And the results, I believe, showed a significant drop in the scores in both areas. And I think it was the largest drop in a 30-year period. And of course, my focus is the US Virgin Islands. And I wanted to know if you had a sense, and I know some of this was discussed with the various superintendents, if you have a sense of the impact of the COVID-19 over the last couple of years, as well as the impact of learning loss due to the hurricane. Overall, what is your sense for how that has impacted our young people in terms of acts that they invariably have suffered?
Thank you for that question, Senator Potter. And I'm very concerned. As you have indicated, our students have lost some or a lot of instructional time post-hurricane and then COVID. And so one of the things that I realized that we must shift our perspective in is the school improvement process. And we have the resources in place to monitor student progress. And there's a need to give that support and that flexibility to the schools. And why I say that is because it's going to look different for each school. Based on the data, principals need to have the flexibility to design what an extended learning program would look like, what a tutorial program would look like, what after-school programs do they deem mandatory or necessities to help to bridge that gap that we're seeing in student achievement. Now, historically, the territory has struggled in mathematics, which would be evident if you look back at the Smarter Balance data. And so math has always been one of those difficult subjects for us to get our students up to where they should be. But when I did a cursory glance at the ELA, English Language Arts, that drop is significant as well. And so that is an area of concern because we were generally doing better in ELA than math. So I say that to say that that one-size-fits-all approach will never work. We have to be able to individualize what we're doing for each student. One of the things that I find very powerful is to have the parents in the equation. And so when we're doing the data chats, and I think Dr. Jorgen and both him and Superintendent Herman mentioned, is to have those student conferences. Students need to know where they are. Students need to be able to track their progress. Students need to be able to take ownership for those areas that they need to work on. So it's not if we have the resources, it's just the structure that we need to have in place and allow principals to be intentional with the designs of that plan.
Thank you for that. I was reading what the state of North Carolina was doing in this area, and there's an office that they developed, the Office of Learning, Recovery, and Acceleration. And the primary aim of that office is to develop evidence-based strategies to combat the learning loss and to also accelerate learning. I got excited when I saw that. It told me that they were being, and I heard this word used a lot today from you and your folks, which I felt good about, intentional. It said to me that there was an office that was designed. They understood the impact of this learning loss was so significant potentially on their children that they developed an office whose job it was specifically to focus on identifying evidence-based strategies aimed at addressing learning loss. So we're not just helter-skelter thinking up our programs and throwing it around, but it's more coordinated, more focused, and it's evidence-based. And I want to know if we are taking an approach like that. Is there time? Is there a space for us to have such an office under under your auspices, where we have subject matter experts who are waking up every day thinking about how are we going to address the issue of our children's learning loss? Because we're going to reap this whatever we sow, maybe not today, but 2 years from now.
Agreed, Senator. And what I will do is allow the superintendents to speak about their structure. They may not have a particular office that does that solely, but I do believe that they have support systems in place to have that evidence-based research to support whatever decisions are being made in the district. So I will allow Dr. Jurgen to begin, and then Superintendent Herman can follow.
Dr. Jurgen, Superintendent St. Thomas St. John School District.
Time.
Senator, we may not have an entity called Learning Loss, whatever, but we do have our school improvement teams. And we've reenacted our school improvement teams. And one of the things that they have started doing is looking at where we are. Where's our educational system? And from that, we have really put some systems in place in both districts to really monitor where our students are and look to see, the progress to make sure that we're making progress in the department. One of the things we've done this summer is we've actually aspired to our instructional model. And so the selection of that instructional model is giving us a means of making our learning more consistent throughout. And so that's being heavily monitored in our schools now.
Superintendent Herman.
Senator, can you hear me? Okay, great. What I would like to add to what Dr. Jurgen stated is that this summer we actually participated, both districts, through the University of Ohio in a eBite, evidence-based interventions training program. It's actually a program where we participated in about 4 days of training. The data and assessment director from St. Thomas St. John, the curriculum and instruction director from St. Croix, myself, and our English language arts director, as well as the CNI director from St. Thomas and Dr. Jurgen. We were trained on how to go through the What Works Clearinghouse, which is built and it shows how research-based evidence interventions work and how they work with certain populations. We were also provided, we will be providing, or we are being provided, a year of coaching in terms of implementation of our plan of implementing evidence-based instruction and research models within the schools. So I would say that we don't have that specific office, but the team has been trained. We are implementing those practices and using the research-based model as promoted by U.S. Department of Education to implement these programs and strategies within our schools.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both superintendents, for your input. I feel encouraged. If there's anything that I can do to assist and support your efforts, please reach out. Please lean on me. I love the idea. I think you, Dr. Harmon, you mentioned the high dosage tutoring, and I was reading up a little bit about that some time ago. I know that is something that has proven to be very effective. So it seems as though you've really identified some meaningful strategies. I'm very hopeful that we can, do a seamless implementation so that our children ultimately will be the beneficiaries of your efforts. I wanted to ask, just to pivot a little bit, I know my time is running out.
Well, your time was actually called, Senator Potter, so if you want to close out, yeah, it was called.
Thank you very much. Regarding the guidance counselor vacancies that I think you mentioned, Dr. Wells-Hendrickson, that you had 4. And I just wanted to get a sense as to what level those vacancies were at, whether high school, junior high, or elementary school, and what is happening now as far as filling that void.
Senator Potter, I will allow the superintendents to respond to that.
St. Thomas St. John District, we do have a vacancy on the island of St. John, and as a result, we've been using 2 of our high school counselors that reside in St. John to provide services to Julius E. Sproul twice a week. Each counselor provides services twice a week. We also have another vacancy at one of our elementary schools, and there is a need for 2 additional counselors in our high school.
In the St. Croix District, Senator, we do have a vacancy at the high school. However, interviews have been held and selections have been made. In the process, we have placed a guidance counselor on the sub-pool to assist the schools in the transition as we bring the new guidance counselors on board.
Thank you. I apologize. I just wanted to...
Senator, if I can just add that because we know that this is a critical area where we really need individuals, we are, through our CARES Act funding a program at the University of the Virgin Islands where we currently have about 10 individuals, budding counselors that are participating in that program. So we see that as a means of being able to work with our own local folks and then replenish those vacancies that we currently have.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your generosity. I won't abuse my time.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Potter. Thank you very much. And definitely, it's been definitely as we continue with the learning loss issue, I can definitely state that that's something I see consistency in, and just continue to update us in that regard. So I really appreciate that. Senator Joseph, you may proceed with your 7 minutes. Can you recognize Senator Joseph's mic?
No. Can you hear me? I think we got some connection going.
Can hear you.
Thank you so much,
Loud and clear.
Madam Chair and media. I want to first say good evening to everyone. We've had a very long day and a really robust conversation with the Department of Education. And I want to begin by asking you, Commissioner Designee, and this is a grade, and I can grade you because I do teach. Tell me, what is your grade as for the safety of our schools? How do you grade the safety of our schools? Objectively.
I would say a C-.
I think, and I would agree. And how welcoming is the environment of our students, staff, and parents, and community stakeholders to our schools? I'm using your quote, of course, to grade you, which you placed on page 13.
I would say that our environments are welcoming. I would give us a B+.
Okay. I think I would say a B+.
Yeah.
Their teachers and the faculty on the ground are very welcoming and open. They're very concerned about teaching. They're very committed, the majority of them I've encountered. But the safety is what I want to take a look at. I had an opportunity to go on the site tour. I was one of the only senators in the St. Thomas district. I think I was the only senator in the St. Thomas district to go on a site tour in July. And I must tell you, I'm deeply concerned about the safety issues in our schools. I don't want anything to happen adversely, and I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but we have a myriad of issues regarding safety. First of all, we have to assure what is being done to assure that we don't have persons coming on campus who are unaccounted for, who we don't know, doing something to our young people, even preventative measures. What is being done? Because I didn't see too much of focus on, I saw training, but what is being done about those things? And
so I will start off, and then AC Som can jump in if I forget anything. But your concerns are our concerns, Senator. And as I mentioned before, we have the RFPs going out to solicit for the services of contractors to address some of those safety concerns for the facilities itself. There's a need for additional monitors. Our monitors are feeling a little bit subjected, meaning that they're experiencing increased fights and not having protective gear. So we have had conversations around what training we can give to our monitors, as well as placing additional monitors on our campus. We are very serious about school security, and so as AC so mentioned, the School Security Bureau is a priority for us. And what was very interesting is Commissioner Martinez is on board with it, and so we've already started the discussion. We're actually putting together a proposed budget, and then we have to start figuring out how we're going to fund it. But having SROs, truancy officers, and more monitors present will also assist. In the interim, however, we have been doing some assessments where random folks that are our community partners have been visiting campuses and driving on to see how far they can get without any monitor intervening. There are a couple campuses that we're going to have that discussion with our superintendents tomorrow at our leadership meeting that we need to tighten up on, and those are priorities.
I just want to state, when I visited and on that tour, there was a presence of, and I could talk about this because I've been training anti-gang training. There was presence in one of the schools. The bathroom was locked. There was gang signs in that bathroom. I had to insist that it was to be unlocked. I suspect that at that bathroom in itself, and I mentioned it to the principal who was receptive, is an initiation area. I noted that you had one of, in some acts that you listed, and you did talk about that. So I wanted to find out from you, what is the strategy? This is Act 7587. That probably was before my time. Bullying prevention education, gang resistance education, and training. It is critical because we see it. We're seeing the level of intimidation with these fights and how they occur. That is not conducive of learning, and it is unacceptable behavior. What is being done? That's my concern.
So I put these acts on here because, not that the other laws are not important, but these are the ones that have surfaced and are relevant right now in the state that we're in. And so one of the things that we're doing tomorrow in our senior leadership meeting, Senator, is really having the discussion around planning and training for Act 7587, but more so, when you see children acting out, that's a cry for help. And so we can't ignore the behaviors that we're seeing, and we got to get to the root. And so we're going to be talking about what do we do in lieu of suspension. Suspension can't be just about removing children from the setting. It has to be rehabilitation of our children. And so looking at how we can partner to provide counseling and intervention support, not only to the children, but the families as well, and looking for alternates for our children. I remember having a conversation about school to work and those programs that used to work in the past. And so I think it's time for us to revisit those things that worked before and try to bring them back so that we can help to ignite that passion in those children away from violence, but to something else that will help them to be productive individuals.
And if I may interject, one component that we found that was vital, and this is evidence-based, is mentoring. I've started a groundwork to do a mentoring program. These are evidence-based, but the principal, the administrators, when I mentioned those graffitis, they have to be very diligent to remove them immediately. It cannot be stationed there and I am on a visit and it's there evident. So we need to work on that, okay? It got to be removed quickly, immediately, so they know that we know and we are aware of what is happening. My next site of questioning, I want to talk about the cafeterias.
I'm sorry.
On the same site visit, I am telling you, this is not a good sign that some of the cafeterias are not in a position wherein they could be feeding done on site for our young people. This is critical. And two, the workers are enduring such poor working environment. That's what I ask you about this whole environment issue, because that leads into building the morale of our people so that they could be invigorated to teach even beyond that environment of safety and having an environment wherein they are feeling that they're worthy and you are paying attention to their needs and addressing them timely. So what about the cafeterias now? Where are we, especially, I'm not going to the St. Croix district. Some other St. Croix district senator may want to fill in that. But let's look at a cafeteria in Ola F. Mulla, Jess, BCB, Eudora Kent High School. I don't know, we didn't get to do Charlotte Amalie, Janie Tuitt, those schools. Where are we with those cafeterias and getting them up to speed?
So to be very honest, measures were not taken to provide for equipment in the St. Thomas St. John district post-Hurricanes Irma and Maria, like it was done for the St. Croix District 1. So we're finding that there is an immediate need for equipment in the St. Thomas St. John district, hence why many kitchens are closed today. And so upon entering into this position and just getting my feet wet, in conversation with Mr. Smith, we found that we had a lot of cost savings, vacancy savings. And so tomorrow we have an opportunity to come before the finance division, right? Committee, not division. Yes. Thank you for that. To justify our need to reprogram some of those dollars, I want to use that to help to purchase the equipment that is needed for the kitchens in St. Thomas, in addition to the code upgrades. And so we can utilize some of the federal funding for the code upgrades, but we have had a tremendous amount of back and forth relative to justifying the equipment with the third party to utilize the federal funding. And so if I'm able to get that money reallocated, then I will be able to go ahead and purchase that equipment quicker than going through that process.
Now, I just wanted to drill down there. You've had these discussions with the third party. I'm going to even go and say when we need to get these third party out from our islands, and so we could take care of the business of educating our people without this level of oversight. But once you, should you get this allocation, right, tomorrow, you will still have to battle now with a third party? Is that what you're representing?
This is local funding that I'm going after, and no, I don't have to battle. So what I told the SFA is to start to look for the quotes that we need to purchase the equipment, and then work on the installation and the upgrades. Like I said, the St. Croix district put aside federal funding for that, so I know that's allowable, and that should not be an issue for the St. Thomas St. John district. But the problem was that no money was set aside for kitchen equipment.
Okay, Madam Chair, I don't know if my time was called because I didn't hear anything, but I wanted to wrap up with one final question, and it's for the St. Thomas district. It's going relative to school lunch. Okay. What is happening with our school lunch location down in Subbase? I have been inundated, my dear commissioner designee, with calls from the left, going back to the environment, you know. Environment. This is really depleting the morale of our people. What can be done? Is this on your radar? What is the plan of action?
So it's definitely on the radar, because like you have been inundated with calls, so have I. The school lunch warehouse in St. Thomas has been a problem and will continue to be a problem because it needs to be demolished and built back. And so one of the things that we will do with the offices to start off is removing the offices from the second floor and having them consolidated in the relocation of the state office is one.
And where's the relocation of the state office going to be?
At Crown Bay.
Okay.
Because I have to repair the state office building. So we have issues in the state office building. So there are people working remotely in the St. Thomas St. John district as well as the St. Croix district currently.
Thank you.
And so I will, if you indulge, allow Mr. Fleming to elaborate on that, or?
Madam Chair, could
Just to
Mr.
wrap up, because I
Fleming
respect everyone's
elaborate
time.
on that on your time, Madam Chair? I
Yes,
know
and
my
we can
time
also
has
follow up.
probably
And
been called, even though I didn't hear it.
And I just want to just put something on the record before Mr. Fleming proceeds. When it comes to the status of the cafeterias of different, and we ourselves receive information on a regular basis on what we can do, just for the benefit also of the public, is provide a mechanism by which we're sharing the updates on what is taking place. So we know even after this hearing, we have internal meetings and other opportunities to share this information. Mr. Fleming will proceed and close out so we can move on to the next senator. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable senators and general public. In reference to school lunch warehouse in the St. Thomas district, there are a number of problems that is experienced with that building, starting with the fact that it is not a environmentally controlled building. One of the things that we got to do and look at is the way the building is built. It's not an insulated building. It doesn't have any air conditioning in the warehouse itself. And the offices, like the commissioner nominee indicated, there is a lot of work that has to be done in that space to be able to be used by the facility. What we need to do is similar to what we're doing in the St. Croix district. We have renovations that we are currently in process of in the St. Croix district. We added air conditioning in the warehouse, and we also are doing additional measures that are required by the Department of Health and the federal agencies.
So if I may, Senator, I know that in the bill concerning the existing Cancrine location, they're supposed to help us with the construction of a warehouse. And so I will be pursuing that because we are in crisis. And we have to do better with our commodities and really push the envelope with that conversation. So I just needed to put that on record as well.
Thank you very much for putting that on the record. Commissioner nominee Wells Henderson, move on now to Senator Fred Gregory for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad that you said that, Dr. Hedrington, because we moved that legislation quite some time ago, and that building is available at the Cancrine property. So please have the conversation with Director Dow, because it's important that even if it's not prepared fully, it's definitely better than what you have done in Sub-Base right now. So I would strongly recommend that you don't spend any money in Sub-Base. The building is in the back where the cafeteria used to be for the students at Cancrine School that you should be using. But let's move on. So very quickly, I know that, and let me just say that thank you for your thorough testimony, much appreciated. Let me just ask, on page 21 of your testimony, you spoke specifically to the federal funds and the fact that we have some $9.5 million expiring in 2 weeks. Is there a plan to obligate those funds?
Yes, Senator, and I would allow Mr. Smith to dive in a little deeper. But in my analysis for FY 2019, for example, and I always look at the...
My time, you have to be mindful of my time.
Okay,
so
operating
you have a plan. I wish that you
Yes.
had indicated the plan to expend those dollars. I see the personnel. I suspect that the personnel isn't an issue.
Right.
However, the operating components are some $4.2 million. And of course, once the other two categories are spent, that'll take care of the indirect costs. So tell me about the operating component.
So we have a plan.
You have a plan.
And we can definitely submit that plan to you. We are waiting for 1.4 million in revisions.
Okay, good. And you have not received that yet?
No.
Okay, so is there any conversation about a potential extension? I know they don't usually give extensions, but is there a conversation?
For 2019, no. For 2020, yes.
Okay, so you need to get on top of them regarding especially this operating piece. So please, through the chair, I ask the Commissioner of Education to have her team please provide the plan to expend those dollars that will be expiring in the next week, 2 weeks, literally. Okay, so moving right along, let's talk about enrollment versus vacancies. Okay, so I saw your enrollment
data on page 24. And of course, I also saw that you have, you still have a reduction in the number of students. You have another reduction because I believe a few years ago you had 10,500 students. So we continue to see the decline. One of the things I would like to ask is, while you talk about the vacancies, or, well, yes, the vacancies or the positions where people have vacated those positions, I'm concerned that you did not indicate, you have the reasons for separation, but you only have 8, 9. It would have been better for us because our last reporting, if I'm not mistaken, is that we lost over 100 plus teachers, and you only have 22 here. So you haven't really given us a true picture of your challenge for FY20, or for this school year rather, because you only gave us 22. And it really should have been the folks that left since the last school year.
Okay.
You see?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Yes.
but I want to break it down a little further. So,
Okay.
of course, that we should see a breakdown between elementary schools, teachers, and of course, the content-specific teachers. Where are you hurting the most? Is it content-specific, meaning on the high school and junior high level, or on the elementary level?
Content-specific.
So it's content-specific. So you have done the evaluation, and notice I'm talking fast because I don't want my time to run out. I have other questions. So you have done the evaluation on page 34 to ensure that your superintendents, you have met with your superintendents, I'm hoping, to ensure that they, based on the numbers that we see here as far as each classroom in each district, or each, not classroom, each grade level in each district, particularly on the elementary level, that in fact we are utilizing those classrooms to the fullest extent possible. I need to get an affirmative on that.
Affirmative.
Affirmative. So you've done that. So we don't have to worry that you have a second grade classroom that have 7 students.
No.
And that's in both districts, or 8
Correct.
students.
Correct.
That's accurate. Great.
Yes.
That's good information. So I'm very proud of you. Yes, that's mean you're taking this stuff forward. I appreciate that. Okay, so now let's, but definitely the breakout would be important for us as far as how many teachers you actually lost, because it's definitely more than 22. Okay, so now let's go to the active shooter training, or the training for the school monitors. So I see that you've been doing a lot of work with your monitors, which is commendable. However, do you have a train-the-trainer concept? And I ask that question because when your monitors come back, I don't know if you have lead monitors in each district, a lead monitor, but while you have the active shooter training, the teachers in the classroom and the children need to have some concept as exactly what to do if we have a situation in our schools here. So let me hear from you on that.
So I don't believe that we have the train-the-trainer model. However, AC Som, you can jump in. We do have a conversation around that, Senator, because your point is well taken. That training should have been extended to teachers as well as students so that they are aware of what needs to be done if we should ever have an active shooter on our campuses. So I don't know if you want AC Som to elaborate on that.
Well, if you're not doing it, my strong recommendation is that it's something that you really look into because it's important. Okay.
If I may,
let's
Senator,
go to
really
page
quickly.
24. I don't have a lot of time, so if my time don't run out, then we could come back to that. Okay, or you could answer on the chair's time. Page 24. Your test scores, your data on, oh no, not test scores, your attendance. Your attendance. So what are you doing in each district? I see that you're showing the attendance rate in each district, but we kind of hovering around 88. So if we do an average of it, it's about 88, so it's about 90% attendance. What are we doing to improve our attendance percentages in our school districts, in each district? And that would be for the superintendents, I suspect, or I don't know if you have an overarching plan that they are to be carrying out at this time.
So collection of data is a problem. And the superintendents will speak individually about what they're doing. In regards to that, I met with PRE, Planning, Research, and Evaluation, Mr. Director Richardson, and that's a concern relative to attendance and discipline data being put into Power Schools so that we accurately track our students. So Superintendent Jorgen, can you speak to how you are going to ensure that attendance is being taken regularly?
One, it is an issue with training, working with our teachers to make sure that attendance data is correct and accurate. We've also just hired truancy officers to be able to go out and really locate our children that are not coming to school regularly. It's collaboration with the Office of Student Services, VIPD Human Services, to ensure that we're getting our students to school, and those that are truant, making sure that we really put some pressure and by encouraging our parents on one hand, and also letting them know that it's the law for the students to be in school. So those are some things we've been doing.
St. Croix?
Very similar, Senator. We have our attendance counselors who've been working closely with our school leadership teams. We do have a truancy officer position advertised. We'd like to hire a truancy officer in the St. Croix district to help us enforce school attendance. And we'll continue to work and engage parental campaigns.
Thank you for your response. Okay, let's go back to the page 32, the Early Childhood Certification Bill. So I'm the sponsor of that legislation, hence the reason why I want to have the quick conversation around this. So of course, this measure was passed since the 33rd legislature, and I want to thank you for taking it seriously. Interestingly enough, when I was coming back on the plane, I met the team heading to St. Croix to begin the implementation, and the faces looked very familiar. So I'm very happy that we are really working with those people who have the early childhood concept and understand what needs to happen. So there is a concern, though. We have teachers in this I suspect overall, that are concerned that they may have 5 years and 5 more years before they retire, and they are not feeling warm and fuzzy about having to, attend the university to make sure that they are showing up on their early childhood work that they do in the classroom for these pre-K to 3rd grade students. Of course, the question would be, okay, but what happens to those kids in the 5 years? They need to be provided with the appropriate support. So are you thinking about making any provisions for those particular teachers, whether it's maybe they may not have to necessarily get into the classroom, into the university, but providing them with support outside of the university and within the Department of Education, just providing them with some level of support, so we can ensure that our students in those grade levels still get what they need.
Most definitely, Senator, and that's the conversation that we will be having tomorrow at the senior leadership meeting, because not only are we concerned about those who don't want to go through the program, there are many concerned about whether they will be moved after they go through the process. And then there's some that have the elementary education certification and want to know why some of those credit hours can't be applied to this certification. And so it's just those conversations that we plan to have, but we will do whatever we need to do to help our people to be certified.
Thank you for your response. And just for the record, it's important that as long as I can remember, we've been talking about our kids reading on grade level. I mean, I have not seen the test scores recently, but we cannot continue to talk about it.
Yes.
We need to see it in action. So I'm going to move on. Let's talk about the air
Well, your time has been called. Your time has been called? Yes, it has been.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize my time was called. Let me just wrap up by asking very quickly about the AC units in our schools, in particular in this district, Charlotte Amalie High School, Lockhart School, and Ivana Eudora Ken. It continues to be an issue. We need to hear from you. What are you doing to assist these teachers and these students in these classrooms? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I'll listen on the chair's time. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. I'm going to allow Mr. Fleming to respond relative to the classroom air condition needs in the St. Thomas St. John district, but we are experiencing challenges with our larger units in our gyms, especially our gyms. We have BCB gym out, Ken gym out, Charlotte Amalie High School gym is about to come back online. And so that alarms us because we have limited gym space for our sporting activities, and that remains a challenge. But the supply and demand issues also remain a challenge because the units are not on island. Mr. Fleming, can you talk about the RFP that's in place for the classrooms?
Yes. The department, as indicated in the Commissioner nominee's report, we're presently seeking a project management firm to assist us with the scoping, the assessments of ACs within our facilities. We have an extraordinary amount of AC equipment that's not functioning or malfunctioning, and it's seems to be tied to the present global warming that we're having these days. It's interesting to note that classrooms that were designed for natural ventilation are exceeding the temperatures that are allowed by our teachers and the union contracts. It's something that we are struggling to get a hold of right now, but we need the assistance of additional firms to help us get over this hump.
So we do have an existing RFP that we can outline what units are already identified from the ones that we need across the territory as we work to do what Mr. Fleming is recommending, because we're going to have to outfit all of our rooms basically, or those that are extremely above the temperature, because it's becoming a union issue. And we do not want people in unsafe environments that are not conducive to learning. So those assessments, Senator, will be ongoing, but we have an RFP, an existing one, that has identified some of those classroom units that were known before that have already been procured.
And Commissioner nominee, one of the things that the CARES Act funding provide, as we went on tours and as you engaged over, was the fact that it was using CARES funds in order to upgrade and to address air quality overall. Correct. So you should be able to address these issues further with the CARES Act funding, or is there additional funding that's going to be required to continue to install units? And I want to put on the record that, as an example, here in the St. Croix district, where I saw a huge improvement was, in fact, the Juanita Guardian Elementary School, where historically there was very little air conditioning, if none, and definitely none of most of the classrooms. And before I move to the point of inquiry, to follow up on Senator Fred Gregory's question about the active shooter training, Assistant Commissioner Soames, you want to put on record the status of the training being provided to the actual staff and faculty on the campus?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me be very quick. The trainer that was conducted at the Ivana Dorican run-hide fight, we did have some administrators there. I know Principal Archer from Alamola was there. So it wasn't just limited to school managers, but we also had administrators attend, as well as other agencies throughout the government attend that training. The Director of Disaster Planning and School Security is a trainer himself. So he will be training the lead monitor in the St. Croix district as well as others, so that we can spread this training across both districts. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Senator, if I may add,
sure, go ahead.
If I may add, relative to the air conditioning units, I need to stress the fact that we do have sites that must be upgraded before any units can be installed, and we are about to do electrical assessments on all of our campuses, and that's part of what we have been experiencing at Central High School with the recent outages or the tripping of the breakers. And so the tripping of a breaker is a fail-safe that prevents our schools from having any fires. And so before we can install any units, we have to balance out the loads in our schools. There are some areas where the campus is on one load, when there are multiple other entrance points on the campuses that are not being utilized, and it's not balanced. That's neither here nor there, but we have to correct those issues before we can even install one unit on some of those campuses that were not originally designed to have air-conditioned units. And so we will be assessing, and again, in those areas where the extreme temperatures are in the 90s, those will be targeted as the first areas to address, while we try to make the environment as comfortable as possible for all of our instructional leaders and students.
Thank you very much. Senator Saru, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The previous senator had a question earlier with teachers, and I want to know, are we moving for our elementary teachers to be more content specific, and will that impact their certification based on the discussion earlier? And then for the Board of Education, do you plan to make a change requiring elementary teachers to be more content specific? Is that the direction we're going?
That's for the board or for me, Senator?
Both.
Both of us?
Yes.
Okay, in some schools, we do have departmentalization where teachers are teaching to a content, but when it comes to certification, they're expected to be certified overall. At any time, that model can shift, and people need to make sure that they are certified in all content areas.
As it relates to the Virgin Islands Board of, okay.
No, I said go ahead, Dr. Caldwell, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't hear you. As it relates to the Virgin Islands Board of Education, through the promotion retention policies, the committee is working under the leadership of Vice Chair Winona Hendricks, and have been meeting with the departments to ensure while we update those policies that the content-specific areas are listed in there, and work through the trenches to ensure that teachers have that that know-how in educating our minds of our youth.
Because you do realize that the department and the board have two different things happening, and that also leads to teacher burnout and frustration.
Well, any changes that we have in terms of our policies, the department is engaged before anything is any changes are made. So the coordinator, superintendents, commissioner's office,
So the department,
to ensure they are engaged in the process.
So we moved to departmentalization for some schools, content specific, but their certification requires something else. So that's a concern that teachers are having, that their certification is more general while they're focused on content, and that poses a problem. That's like saying somebody's taking a test to be a cardiovascular surgeon, but their boards does not reflect that. Trying to break it down in layman's terms. Dr. Berry? You were trying to say something, was it you?
No, this is Dr. Hedrington.
Dr. Berry,
You guys sound
say
alike.
something
Go ahead.
about our certification policies that we have updated. Go ahead, Dr. Berry.
As with all, in the event that the department is moving in a direction where they will require elementary levels teachers to also engage in content specific, it is our expectation, at least my expectation as the executive director, that we will be given advance notice and the opportunity to engage in more in-depth conversation relative to how that is going to work through our certification committee. And it's also something that I would hope would be, as we have done in the past, discussed with the board prior to implementation, with enough time for us to really flesh it out so we don't add additional frustration and burden on our staff, meaning not only at the Board of Education, but especially in the Department of Education, given the workforce crisis that we're facing within our public schools. So it can be done. I am not aware of it being done as yet by the Department of Education, but the Board of Education stands ready to have that level of conversation if it needs to be done.
And so,
Senator Saru, if I may.
Oh, go ahead.
So we do meet with the board on Friday, and so we will add that item for discussion. But I want to go back to a statement that you just made where teachers are experiencing burnout. If you're going from teaching 5 courses to 1, I don't agree that they're being burnt out. Remember, if it was a self-contained class, they would be expected to teach all those subject areas. And so with departmentalizing, they focus on one content area, which lessens the load. What I think you're referring to is some of the scheduling conflicts that have arisen with the changes in the schedules. But when it comes to preparing, you're going from preparing 5 lesson plans to preparing maybe 4 or 2. And so we need to have that independent conversation around the concerns relative to the scheduling, because I think it's different to what you're referencing.
So it's a point of inquiry that turned into a discussion, but it's not the amount of courses, it's the amount of classes. And that's where I'm at. So it still leads to teacher burnout, whether or not it's departmentalization or not. But on the chair's time, I know Ms. Lee had a comment.
Yes, you can proceed.
I just wanted to add to what the commissioner nominee was stating by saying that an elementary education certification allows elementary ed teacher to teach the various core content courses in that grade level. So you can teach science, social studies, mathematics, reading, writing. And so if through departmentalization, what the schools have done, if they've looked at the data and identified and worked with the grade levels to say, hey, you're stronger in ELA, so you teach the ELA content versus you are stronger in math. How that looks at elementary also is the fact that when you prepare for 7 different courses, that's 24 students in 7 different course content areas. So you're preparing lesson plans as one teacher in all of those content areas versus focusing on mathematics, and then you are teaching for 3 classes of mathematics, because most of our grade levels have about 3. With our consolidation, some have gone down to 2 and 1.
Thank you. And on the matter also of burnout, but another aspect of some of the concerns raised by teachers and administrators and the like is I've been, teachers have called me and administrators and so on. I encourage them to also always go to certainly to the union leader, but also respect, them as my constituents. That the concern is also when you have to work late hours. Or sometimes, you have, coming, whether, the issue now with the bus transportation, you have situations where, teachers have to work after hours and they're not entitled to overtime pay. I did raise the issue with you, Commissioner nominee. You did respond, but if you can kindly put that on the record, that is a concern that has been raised in the lack of overtime payment if, in case of crisis, when we have a situation where, just due to circumstances, persons have to work late, work over hours.
So when it comes to the arrival of buses after hours, I am not sure how that impacts the teaching staff. I can see it impacting the paraprofessionals maybe and some school monitors. And I know we experienced those challenges in the St. Croix district. And so I will allow Superintendent Herman to speak about what Abramson has done to correct some of those issues that we have experienced. I must say on the record that anytime we have an early dismissal at any site for whatever reason, it throws off the schedules of our bus transportation companies. And so we've had to make adjustments in regards to that. When it comes to the conversation around overtime payment, those are conversations that we would need to have. We have not had any conversations relative to that, or even giving compensatory time, or whatever we choose to do as a department. But I believe that those circumstances have been isolated conditions that have been addressed. And if I stand corrected, please correct me. And encourage those that are being affected to let us know, because we do want to make sure that we are doing right by all of our employees in those types of situations. So Superintendent Herman, would you like to elaborate on your work around that?
Sure. First, I'll start off by saying that any school that was affected by a late bus have contacted myself or Dr. Bastian. The school leader has worked to adjust time for any individual who has had to stay late. I'd like to ask Dr. Bastian to elaborate on some of the changes made by Abramson and the steps that we took as a St. Croix district.
Good afternoon, everyone. Carla Bastian, Deputy Superintendent. Like Superintendent Atlee Herman stated, we have worked with the principals, and the principals in turn have staggered the schedules of individuals like monitors and paraprofessionals to accommodate for those isolated issues that we have experienced with the tardy pickup of the school buses in the afternoon. To address many of the issues that were brought to our attention by the community, we met with Abramson as a team approximately a week and a half ago, and they presented their challenges, and we have been working collaboratively with Abramson to continue to address the challenges that they're facing, from training new bus drivers to making accommodations with the pickup schedules. We are working collaboratively to ensure that the buses are serviced. All our buses are on the road. We had an issue with a part that all the buses experienced a drainage or a malfunction at the exact same time. Mr. Abramson assured the department that he have brought in a technician to assist, and as a result, we are seeing more of our buses back on the road.
Thank you, and I'll continue to follow up because definitely that's something I did also engage you guys directly over. Senator Saru, you can proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Just one comment on the school bus time. Can the department go back and reconsider the 7:40 a.m. start time of school? A certain high school is up later, extracurricular activities. To be up at 5 a.m. to get to the bus for 6:30, by lunch they're tired. And then the commissioner always talks about how the teachers and the personnel have to take care of themselves first. So when a mother has a toddler or a baby that has to go to daycare and school starts at 7:40 a.m., no daycare is open at 7 a.m., most of them to collect a baby at that time so they could make it to work on time. So we are actually adding a hardship to our educational personnel with the start time of school. And the last point is safety. When the winter time comes and they're out in the dead dark, and if something had to happen to a little girl or boy from somebody that wants to harm them, the department will have an issue at that time. And we don't want to send the coulda, woulda, shouldas. We have an opportunity to really make an impact now. So if we can reconsider 7:40 a.m. start time, I'd appreciate it. Now, moving on quickly, Dr. Wells-Hendrington, you said the assessment has to take place. Now, I don't know why we wasn't assessing during the pandemic when the schools were closed, but how long, what's your timeline to complete these assessments?
We're hoping to have the entire territory done by the end of this year, December.
By December? Okay. Now, tell me the status of your sub-pool. Nice ads out, nice YouTube ad. So, first of all, your sub-pool was purged or something? Okay, you had a good sub-pool.
I want to have the acting director respond to that, Senator.
Acting director, what happened to the sub-pool?
Cooper Shelford?
Good afternoon, Milan Cooper Shelford, Acting Director. Yes, Senator, our sub-pool was purged. Some of our substitutes were taken off the pool, expecting that they had certification from the board, but after clarification, we got that rectified, so now we're starting back to add new substitutes to our pool.
Okay, so how far have you gotten on the filling the teacher gap? How many people have you recruited through the sub-pool? So far?
Right now, majority of our substitute applicants are retirees, so we have to go through Division of Personnel for the approval for dual numbers.
Okay, hold on. So personnel, know we have an emergency. Julia Sprouse, 6 to 8 missing content teachers. So tell me, personnel should understand that you have an urgency, you have a substitute teacher, we need people in the classroom now. What does that turnaround look like? The same way we have the nursing board rushing through a nurse license for Pafford because we see it as an emergency. This has to be given the same level of urgency. So what's the turnaround time? You need
We
me to
were
talk
not
to
given a turnaround time, but I know Commissioner nominee has been in communication with Director Richardson in assisting us in getting those letters approved.
Okay, so we need some urgency. Dr. Wells Hendrington, I know you inherited this mess, so I would like for you to stress to Director Richardson that you are in a state of emergency in education. Dr. Jorgen, let's move to Sibley School. Teachers are teaching 2 grade levels. I believe that is outside of their contract duties. And they are frustrated. Not 1, 2, 3, almost the entire school. You run your district. What's the status of Sibley School?
St. Thomas St. John District, Stefan here again. I have been in close contact with Sibley School. The principal is trying a new model. I've been in close contact with the teachers as well as the leaders in the school, and I know we have some challenges to work out there.
Dr. Jorgen, you answer me like a PhD student. You gave me the abstract and the introduction. Tell me exactly with the time what has been done. We're going into Christmas, and we can have a discussion with the principal. We have to make action on what's happening at Sibley.
Senator, we're monitoring it closely because, you know, we are going to make adjustments if it doesn't work, but there is a rhyme and a reason behind why teachers are teaching to their strengths to 2 grade levels. And it's not a violation of their contract at all.
Dr. Jorgen, at some point, if you could bring in the teachers at Sibley School, have a discussion, because too often we make decisions without going to the primary source, and teachers cannot be frustrated in teaching our students. Now, Dr. Wells Hendrington, we talk a lot about learning loss and everything, as we never really get to focus on learning outside of the core subjects. So today I want to end with that. Our arts, music, and sports. Tell me the initiatives. A strong initiative.
So I believe inside of the testimony, we have the sports initiative.
Okay, let's pause there.
I will
pause 1 second. So I do read the sports initiative, and I'm watching every single testifier, and not one of you guys play Division I ball. So I say that to say respectfully that I'm reading the initiatives, but it is concerning. Let's look, for example, on the sports component, and Dr. Charleswell, like the young people say, I need for you to put your foot on the neck of the athletic director. Because telling me that we're using Vivis and we're using this model for school, I didn't say Vivis, sorry. That we're using, it's in my notes, Power School, and that will be tied to the student athlete roadmap to college. That is a tool to support athletes. However, no athlete can receive a scholarship without data. Data drives an athlete's recruitment, and there's nothing here suggesting the collection of data. When a college recruiter wants to pick you up, they ask you, in what time do you run a mile? What is your standing reach? How many points a game do you average? What is your batting average? How fast do you throw a ball if you're a pitcher? So the filming, the data, that is not included in your athletic report. And we keep, you know, if you haven't walked the road, somebody's going to sell you ice to the Eskimo. So the Power School and the roadmap is not sufficient. It's not sufficient. So I need you to go back to Mr. Calendar and ensure that our students, we are collecting the data for our athletes.
So you, if I may, Senator Victor Som,
Time.
if I'm not mistaken, and Director Calendar can provide, because he's on this call, Athletes Foundry is the technology that we're using to begin collecting that kind of specific data for student athletes. Power School is mostly for us so that we can see inside of the department, we can see who are student athletes who are proficient at it, who are considering higher education, and then we can tailor that information and drive those students to counselors to help them along the process.
So I'm so passionate about this because I know about Athlete Foundry. There's nothing that you're telling me today I don't understand and know, right? Athlete Foundry is not it. You're giving the tools for NCAA clearinghouse and the rest of the stuff, but the athlete needs a database, a true working database, and I suggest that the people that manage Vivis literally create a module just for data and your athletes, just for the data. Now, just one more question. Dr. Jorgen, do all schools have textbooks for every child? In the St. Thomas St. John district? I can't hear you. Yeah, well, I think, can you give his mic some sound, please?
I don't know if you're speaking of a particular area, but all schools have textbooks.
And all students have textbooks for every child.
We have enough textbooks for our children in a district. I don't know if there's a deficiency that you're aware of, but bring it to my attention and we'll take care of it.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Hendrington, you're a breath of fresh air. I appreciate your innovative thinking, so thank you for that. And can you give me a timeline for when we'll have the inventory done on athletics? Because we had 2 years.
I'm going to revert.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to send that back to AC Som. He has oversight over the sports and athletics department. I will say that that inventory is critical because we need to know when equipment is being damaged or destroyed so that replacement can occur or be a reoccurring something within the Department of Education. AC Som?
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Soro. We have selected Juggle, J-U-G-G-L-U-L. That system has been selected by the Division of Sports and Athletics. The division is currently acquiring information from each individual school to be uploaded into the Juggle database. We expect to have this live by the beginning of the fiscal year 2023, which is October 1.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. But in the absence of Juggle, accountability is important. Nothing was wrong in the absence of not having a system in place, a technical system, creating an Excel spreadsheet for each school and having that done. So you have to hold those directors accountable and your athletic directors and the territorial director, because there's no way schools will close for 2 years and you still don't have a proper inventory of your athletic equipment. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. And I just want to highlight the reason why I include that in today's agenda is because there's a significant decline. One of the things I did want to also hear is interscholastic programs. I know of instances where a coach has been out, and that's why maybe a track and field, program didn't go forward, or the children couldn't participate. So where are we with, especially on the elementary level, as we build children's interest in sports? Where are we really with the interscholastic leagues and, helping to restore that? Because it's sometimes a situation where coach is not available and the children, I've witnessed children lose out completely on a sport that they're interested in because a coach wasn't available.
So the IAA's interscholastic associations in both districts, they've come up with a calendar of sporting or athletic events for the year. We have developed a coaches hiring procedure that will become fully effective next school year. Today begins the volleyball season, so we expect that as the season has started, that each school that wants to participate in volleyball, and I think track and field as well to some extent, cross country. So as different sports come online, coaches sign up, and those interscholastic athletic leagues will occur.
Thank you. And we're going to just take a brief break. It's about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to resume. So the Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands recess for about 5 minutes. Okay? Thanks. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now back out of recess. Senator Francis, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good evening to everyone. We're pushing a little bit beyond the 8-hour mark. Thank you, Department of Education and Board of Ed, for being here this evening. Dr. Wells-Hendrington, I want to thank you for your comprehensive update. A little long, but certainly engaging and relevant, so thank you for that, as well as your team. Dr. Hedrington, what is your biggest, most critical, your number one issue confronting the Virgin Islands Department of Education at this time? Okay.
Teaching and learning, recovering the learning loss.
We didn't hear you. Can you please begin again?
Yes.
I wasn't able to hear you.
Yeah.
Teaching and learning, recovering the lost instructional time for our students, and making sure that our teachers are trained and have the resources that they need.
Very well, thank you. And certainly, school security is also up there in terms of priority issues. Have there been any consideration in respect to the installation of metal detectors at our schools?
Yes, actually, we will be having a conversation on our trip to the school safety conference. We were able to see some equipment that we would like to purchase, and that's part of what we will be utilizing some of that reappropriated local funding from the vacancies to assist us with.
Okay, and Commissioner, I also sent a letter, as you're aware, to the Commissioner of Health in respect to some support from our behavioral health unit to start to really assist our students and as well as the parents in respect to what we're seeing in our schools. It's obvious it's not normal. And, you know, I think that behavioral health could be an integral part in this whole discussion about the level of violence that we're seeing in our school. Have there been any further discussion with the Commissioner of Health in respect to that?
Yes, we have been in discussions. We do plan to have a meeting coming up next week. I have to touch bases with her, but yes, we have. In addition, we are pursuing a grant together to help to provide counseling and support systems to students who are suicide, I don't want to say candidate, who may be contemplating suicide,
Yes.
and providing support to them. And so we have been in contact, yes.
Yeah, that matter is of serious concern. And if you look at the national trends right now, suicides are up, especially post the pandemic. We're hearing that 3 out of 5 students either have considered suicide or some behavioral health issue to confront them. So yes, that should be a priority. And also we have the 988 number that's available to them. So I'm hoping that we use the opportunity to continue to remind them via your power tool or whatever mechanism to notify our students that in fact that availability of the 988 suicide hotline is available. So in respect to, well, Superintendent Atley Herman, and again, congratulations on your promotion there. You mentioned that the attendance rate, that there's 85.5% attendance at our schools. And of course, my concern as being the author of our truancy law concerns the 11.5% that is obviously not attending school. That accounts for about 587 students. What are we doing to reel them in, or what are we doing to assessing, what's happening with those 580-something students that's not attending school?
So, good evening, Senator. Thank you for that question. Since the writing of the testimony, our attendance rate has actually gone up to 88.9%, which is 89%. We're seeing the highest attendance at our high school level in terms of our 9th, 10th, and 11th grades, 11th and 12th grades. Our elementary students, more so, we have to work closely with our attendance counselors. Like I previously stated, we do have advertised right now for truancy officers in the St. Croix district to assist us with increasing our attendance rate. But our attendance is going up, and so we are very, very encouraged in the work of our attendance counselors and reaching out to families, engaging, and just influencing them to come to school and to be on time and to increase our attendance.
Any particular trend, location that we're seeing those absenteeism?
I would have to say that we are looking at a couple things. One, our overall population reduced. Our present count is 5,080 as of today, so we've lost 31 students who have either withdrawn or they've not met within the 10 days. We're looking at the trends right now as a data team around our elementary schools and our K-8 schools to see where the dips are and what the grade levels are. Our lowest grade level right now in terms of attendance this week is kindergarten. We know those children don't drive themselves to school, so we're looking at what are the interventions that we can put in place as a district team to increase our attendance at that grade level.
Okay, great. And talking about violence in our school too, what we're seeing in those numbers is that we have at the younger school levels, at the elementary school and others, where we're seeing siblings. The younger siblings that's also engaging in violence and really taking up the fight or concern as a result of their older brothers and sisters. How are you making, is there a synergy? Is there any, any collaboration that's going on between the various schools, be it high school, junior high, or elementary school, to really just get at the holistic approach to addressing the issue of school violence within a family?
Our principals in the St. Croix district collaborate very well. They speak and they have direct conversation. One of the things that we're going to do in our data chats coming forward is look at feeder schools and having those conversations as to the connections. When we need to, we reach across schools and say, hey, this is something that's happening at this school site, or this is something that happened in this community. And we reach out to the different principals and say, just be aware and be alert. We're not always clear as to who family members are, especially between elementary and high school, but using our Power School system, we can kind of, through the parental connection, try and see how that works.
Okay, very well. And real quickly, Dr. Jurgen, in respect to and looking at some of the data, I'm seeing where there's a disparity between suspension or disciplinary actions that's happening in the St. Croix district, and there seems to be a much lesser occurrence in the St. Thomas district. Are you having less of a situation, or there's some other mechanism that you're utilizing to invoke disciplinary actions in the St. Thomas St. John district?
Time.
Senator Stefan Jurgen, St. Thomas St. John School District. Senator, it's not less in the St. Thomas district at all. I think that there's an issue with data collection, and we've been working with our schools to make sure that they input the data after every incident. And so we've even gone back to the prior year to make sure that that is done so that the information that's reported out is accurate.
Very well. My time has been called, but again, we need to really take a close look at that data to make sure that we're providing the necessary response, because if the data is not being collected, then we're missing an opportunity to take corrective action in allowing the situation to continue to exist without taking appropriate action. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Gittins, you will proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to all.
Good evening.
I'm gonna go straight to our. Well, I didn't expect to be called now. School safety and security. I had some concerns here as I listened to the testimony. We have removed corporal punishment from our schools. And yet we're here talking about training our school monitors to handcuff children. Do we see a problem here with this? As we say, as we have sent the wrong message already, don't put your hand on people's children. And now we see what's taking place in our schools. with the fights, etc. Your legal counsel?
Yes, sir.
Can you put your name on the record, please? Turn on the mics of the testifiers on this end, please.
Cynthia B. Moore, legal counsel for the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Does the Department of Education have a policy in place for handcuffing of students?
No, no.
So, Commissioner or Assistant Commissioner, tell me, how do we fulfill this without having a policy in place and not seeing some sort of litigation coming up?
Thank you, Commissioner, if I may. Thank you very much for that question, Senator. In our initial training with the Bureau of Corrections, your exact same concern came up. So we will not handcuff anyone until there's a policy in place, number one. And number two, it was more a concern with visitors to school campuses who then come in and cause confusion. We needed a way to restrain them so that they didn't add to any chaos or cause any further injury to students.
You're going to still cost you some type of litigation. You're not authorized to do that. My other concern was that you're saying that, where is it here in my notes? You spoke to collaborating with the Virgin Islands Police Department and Post to equip the Department of Education employees with peace officer status. The VA Police Department and Post don't have that authority. That will have to be legislated. They only certify.
So
that's not a question. I'm telling you, they don't have that authority. They only certify through the Peace Officer Standard Training Council, which is under Title 23, Chapter 16 of the Virgin Islands Code, and it defines who those individuals can be, and they go through the process. But to say that the VA Police Department or Post can just designate, okay, school monitors now to become peace officers, that can't be. And I'm just going based on what was stated. Now, you're shaking your head, but you're a teacher, and you should say what you mean and mean what you say. So I'll give you the opportunity to clarify, but I'm making it clear that that can't be done. And the next thing that we're doing is we're running ourselves. I think that the Department of Education will put yourselves at a disadvantage, because I will put ourselves, the Vice President and I will put ourselves back in line in the police department, juvenile officers coming to the schools. We can't go in and search a student. We can't go in and search the lockers just like that of a student and then expect that when we find something that we can take it to the court and it stands. What will have to happen is we will have to be assisted by you in the Department of Education. You can go ahead and do those type of searches and whatnot. Whatever you find, you turn over to us and you let us know what's there. But once you have deputized your personnel to become peace officers, they can't do that. So you're going to take away a bargaining tool that you have in order to go that step forward. Do you really want to deputize your monitors to become, to have peace officer status?
May I?
That's a question.
Okay, thank you much, sir. So that referenced a proposal that the department has been working on for the last 3 years to create a school security bureau within VIDE. Additionally, in the commissioner's meeting with Commissioner Martinez, we talked about, or the Commissioner Martinez and the Commissioner nominee talked about having some of our monitors volunteer or consider rather becoming auxiliary police as they work on our campuses. In reference or for clarification for what you're speaking, we're not talking about VIPD or Post training monitors to become peace officers. We're talking about a proposal to create a school security bureau within VIPD, within VIDE, as well as Commissioner Martinez's offer
1 minute.
for some of our monitors to become auxiliary police.
Still making your employees auxiliary officers. Auxiliary officers don't have no law enforcement authority without an active full officer with them side by side. And I'm saying I fully understand what's here. And if you're talking about creating something that's already created, then we still have a problem, because the Virgin Islands Code also mandates for a school security bureau within the Virgin Islands Police Department, with the collaboration of the Department of Education. So that's already in place. That's why we don't have enough officers, so every school don't have an officer. You know, I am really saddened as an individual and as someone that grew up in this territory and went through the public school system. From the time I was in junior high school, that's the first time that I saw school security and police up and down the place, even on the four-wheelers, the ATVs and whatnot, chasing people. And I've always said from then, you know, if this is what we're going to come to, our schools are in trouble. Now we're talking about having metal detectors, the behaviors of our children and whatnot.
Time.
I'm going to say this because time has called, but I'm going to tell you, and this ain't for you, the Department of Education, but it's for our community. And if we want to take back the streets, the first place we need to do is take back control of our homes. That's where it begins. Not to come to the Department of Education and expect for them to be the savior of all. We have to realize that our children spend more time on the school campus than they spend at home with our parents. And we should collaborate with those professionals who are at the schools. But again, taking corporal punishment out of schools, we should think about all this that's taking place, because we didn't have an abuse problem going on in our schools. And in the essence of time, I'll skip my school nurse proposal, but I will discuss with the new commissioner designee of a bill draft that I have with regards to, I'll just say the bill draft number so I could share it with her, 21-0648, that speaks to a school resource medic within our public school system in the territory to assist with the shortage of school nurses within the schools. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. And that is certainly one of the, in the last point, the situation with the nurses. And so I was on, I believe it's a complex, did encounter the nurse at the school there, because I want to also acknowledge Mr. Superintendent Aristide Otley. We had a constituent who had, and others who have children who have, certain health needs. And so it's good to know that we're progressing, and let's just continue to collaborate and get the information out there as parents are concerned, of course, especially students who have any conditions, and that's a critical need for nurses. Senator Johnson, you may proceed for your 7 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's been a long day, but the change of times required a change of adjusting with our children today. You had the best people training them how to use handcuffs. Take it from me. Commissioner, good day, and Commissioner nominee, good evening.
Good evening.
Want to start out with giving you somewhat of an assignment. And it's an assignment that will include you doing some real digging and searching. And I'm particularly concerned with Central High School when it comes to the Honor Society Club, the Business Club, the Spanish Club. I've been getting some serious reports, and I would like for you to, whoever you designate, to look into this information about the funding for those clubs that they raise being utilized not for the clubs, but for other things, which I find it difficult to believe, but that's the information I've been receiving. I would like you to chair that report be given to us based on the funding that those clubs raise, and the money was utilized differently. So I would like to start out with asking you to inquire into that, find out if it is true that the funding for the different clubs was utilized without the knowledge of the clubs because they raise the money for the students to go on different trips. And that funding was utilized, as far as the information that I received, wrongfully. So I really would appreciate that. The coronavirus response, the coronavirus response and relief supplement appropriation Act provides $2.7 billion for emergency assistance to non-public schools. Based on this, is there set aside funding for these non-public schools? And if there is, I would like to know what have been done, because I've been receiving information from a lot of the private schools. They're having difficulties getting access to these funds. Any information on that, Commish, or any one of your person we'd like to designate to answer that?
Thank you for the question, Senator Johnson. I will allow Mr. Kimo Smith to respond.
Good evening, good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Kimo Smith, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services. Senator, yes, the non-public schools under our CARES program do receive an allocation. So each non-pub that wanted to participate received funding under CARES 1, CARES 2, and also under the ARPA funds.
Yes, for time's sake, my questions was, these private schools said have been having difficulties getting use of that fund. Do you know of any school that have that difficulties, and have you been assisting them with getting these funds?
So each district is responsible for working with each non-public school to go over the plan for the school, what their needs are, how they want to utilize those funds, and then the procurement for those funds are done at the district level.
And my question is, have it been done? That we keep asking the same question. And I made it very clear from the outset that these private schools have been complaining about getting their funding. And you're telling me everything that I already know. Sure,
Senator, if I may.
Mr. Herman would like to assist me. Please, Mr. Herman.
Senator, one of the issues, and just so you are aware, the district is responsible for procuring for non-public schools. That is our responsibility.
Okay.
And so what we have done is schools have a plan. Now, initially when the original allowable use came out for CARES, it talked about, for example, maintenance or different things that could be done, air quality, very similar to what the district is doing. However, based on the guidance, non-public schools are not able to make, for example, permanent changes to their buildings. So whereas we could use our funds to get a new air conditioning unit to improve air quality, non-public schools can't. We cannot make any changes to their building to do such.
They can get laptops?
They have. And so in the St. Croix district, what they've been doing, what the team has been doing, is working with the schools to shift and change what they can get in terms of our CARES funds. I believe our last justification letter is going through the process, and all of the non-public school CARES 1 funds in the St. Croix district has been appropriated. So we've done things like bottled water, supplemental furniture, additional technology and devices, and supplemental resources for classrooms.
Okay, thank you. Dr.
Jürgen.
Jürgen, what about St. Thomas?
I have Ms. Powell online, and she can address the private schools. Deputy Superintendent Powell.
Good afternoon, Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John District. Similar to what Ms. Herman Otley said, the schools have been assisted by the districts. We meet individually with schools, we meet collectively with schools, we discuss what their needs are, and so we've been procuring the services, the goods that they need. And so if we have a specific school that has a challenge, we work directly with that school. And so we've basically depleted our non-public funds for our CARES 1. We are working now on our CARES 2 and our ARP funding. So we're working with the schools daily.
Thank you very much. I've had someone reach out to you that have been complaining, especially from the District of St. Thomas, in regards to this CARE Act funds not being utilized and not getting assistance. So I'll have someone reach out to you. Thank you very much.
Please, thank you.
Commissioner, what is the do you guys have a policy in place for cell phone? Because when a fight breaks out, you see more people with a phone and more people trying to assist. What are the policies for cell phone with students on your campus?
So the board has a policy. Chairman Calwood, would you talk about the policy?
Definitely. Chairman Kaiser A. Callwood, through the distance learning policy that was implemented through Senator Donna Fred Gregory, we have outlined where cell phones can be utilized on campuses, and also in our uniform policy as well, we talk about the cell phone usage. So there is a policy which the schools have to follow and ensure that the students are following the same.
And what are the penalties, if I may?
Of course, go ahead. You may
Is
proceed.
there penalties for misuse and stuff like that for utilizing the cell phone? Because that's the most you see being done with them right now, a lot of filming of fight and encouraging the fight. And my personal belief, a lot of these fights happens based on these cell phones and people being boozed up and the cameras start rolling. So what are the policies for utilizing your phone in times that you shouldn't use it, or unnecessarily what I consider is egging on a fight?
Well, Senator, depending on the infraction of the students with those particular cell phone devices, the board has provided the department and specifically the schools with the different things that you have to go through to ensure that you can find those students that are not following the rules, policies, and procedures that's guided through the Board of Education to the department, and they can sanction them accordingly.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, you can go ahead to add to it as well.
Stephanie Berry, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Senator, we do also have an electronic device policy that I can share with the members. And we have shared it before relative to the use of cell phone. We are very intentional, especially in Section 2134, as far as permitted uses of electronic communication devices during instruction time. And it is the expectation that the department is following our policy, and when there's an issue that they communicate with us to address any of the issues such as what you've described of inciting adverse behavior with the use of electronic device, whether it's a cell phone or other type of electronic device. So we do have something in place, and we continuously work with the department that if something comes up that becomes pervasive, that the board is willing and able to have that discussion and see how we could improve and remove anything that contributes to any adverse behavior by any of our students, as well as give support to those adults that may also be involved in inciting or contributing to adverse behavior on the school campuses.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, may I wrap up with one question?
Sure, you may proceed.
Commissioner, how do you propose to effectively secure open campus, which most of our campuses are, for the introduction of weapons on our campus?
So that was part of our walkthroughs with the supporting agencies, and as mentioned before, we have the RFPs that are going out that addresses fencing, as well as the panic handrails, emergency lighting, and some other safety issues that we have territory-wide.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and congratulations, Ms. Herman, on your position. I had a lot of communicating with you, and you've been a professional all the time, and I appreciate all the assistance that I got from you in my tours. I didn't like the fact that I had to make an appointment, but I comply, and you was very well accommodating. So I must say thank you and congratulations.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Okay, Senator, let me just make sure. Okay. Senator James, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Look at the time. Okay. My question to the department, greetings by the way, greetings testifiers, thank you for your patience and being here. According to Title 3 Virgin Islands Code Section 93, it references a dean of students for each high school. Does that exist in the U.S. Virgin Islands? And if so, how many do we have? Do we have for every high school?
Yes.
Yes, we do, Senator.
Okay, because I found it interesting while I was going through all these things that are occurring in the school, what active role the dean of students is playing.
Senator James, I will allow Assistant Commissioner Soam to respond to that question.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Dean of Students are primarily disciplinary deans, so we wanted to, in creating these positions, we wanted to remove principals and assistant principals from having to deal with discipline day in and day out. We wanted them to be true instructional leaders, but it was difficult when they had to deal with discipline, they had to deal with building issues, and then there was very little time to focus on what their true calling should be, which is academic instruction and leadership of academic instruction. So the department created and funded the Dean of Students, and again, they're primarily disciplinary deans. So they're supposed to deal with all of the disciplinary issues on the campus, provided that they get direction and guidance from their school principal. That is the true purpose of the deans. All of the deans will meet next week, Tuesday, where we will go over the electronic device policy. We'll get in-depth study and review of the student disciplinary policy. So they're new to these positions. St. Croix District has had deans for 1 year so far. The St. Thomas District has had deans, St. Thomas St. John District, they're just getting their deans. So we want to make sure that they're conversant and intimate with the policies that speak to discipline, from the dress code to electronic device policy, and of course the student disciplinary policy.
And I would highly recommend that they work with the Office of Gun Violence. Please, and even if you can revisit, this would be the legislature though, to revisit that legislation to include the deans of students, because to be honest with you, all my life going through high school, I've never heard about the deans of students position. But as a member of the legislature, you know, you're privy to information, and I'm just happy to know that we have those positions. And they need, go ahead.
So if you will, sir, we've already met with the Office of Gun Violence, Director Emmanuel, and on the Department of Education side, our Director for Disaster Planning and School Security. So we have, we're engaging, and they're engaging us. It's a mutual engagement with the Office of Gun Violence, and we will definitely include them. The training for the deans next week, Tuesday, is just the first in what is expected to be a series of training. And in future trainings, we'll definitely have the Office of Gun Violence participate and provide training for the deans as well.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And I have some ideas, but I'm not going to put on the record because my colleagues might submit that information and bring legislation. But I have some ideas that will definitely help, and I will just leave it as that. I will leave it as that. You have to be careful, these ears are listening. But in all seriousness, the Virgin Islands Code also mentions site-based management. As far as site-based management, can you just give this committee an update as far as what is taking place with site-based management in the Department of Education?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We are currently trying to identify funding that we can place back into our schools. Like I mentioned before, the schools are working on the school improvement plans, which are designed to address the needs unique to their campuses. And so we're going to fund that initiative and give some of the responsibility and the flexibility back into the hands of our administrators.
No, you said you are going to fund it. You have the funding, or you need the funding from us? Because we're about to wrap up the budget, you know.
So we can always use funding, but what we have engaged in is conversation with the third-party fiduciary to see how we can utilize funding moving forward from USCD to assist with that. And I have had conversations with the governor's office about some potential funding that I can use to help the schools.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And if you made mention of this before, I apologize. Well, my question to you is, I know the Department of Education is responsible solely for the hiring, but as far as the vacancies that we have and the exodus, the mass exodus of individuals leaving, can you just give us an update of how many individuals came forward ever since you heard about that mass exodus as far as applicants for various positions and the pool of substitute teachers in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Sure, I will let Acting Director Cooper
1 minute.
Shelford respond to that question.
Good evening, Milan Cooper Shelford, Acting Director. So for the beginning of the school year up to today, we have hired a total of 164 employees territory-wide.
And as far as the pool of substitute teachers, how many individuals came forward? Individuals came out of retirement and end up becoming substitute teachers? Just give us an update on that, because I want to make sure that we do not have a shortage of teachers.
Senator, we are currently going through the process of the retirees coming back on as substitutes.
Okay.
So they're not fully on board as yet.
Okay, so I'm happy to know that. And I know you don't get nurses overnight, but as far as the situation with the nurses, have we rectified that issue for, the Lumokol Elementary School, as far as a nurse there?
Time.
Superintendent Herman?
So I would like to say that we're actively recruiting nurses and working. Dr. Bastian herself has been trying to get individuals to join our sub-pool. Our nurses remain itinerant, so the nurse at Lumokol is itinerant, but we are actively working through the Office of the Assistant Commissioner. I believe there is a project that we're trying to move forward with the Department of Health. AC Sum.
Thank you, Superintendent. We've actually partnered with the Department of Health, Director Ovid Williams. They actually have a grant where we can hire nurses due to COVID. So that's a work in progress. It's a federal grant. We should get completion of that grant very, very shortly and have nurses. We've already identified what schools would need nurses, what the salaries for these nurses that would be employed by the Department of Health, but working in the Department of Education.
And in closing, I just want to say there were many times that I was on this Senate floor and I got a call from the Lumokol Elementary School. And at the time, of course, it was COVID-19. And my daughter, she has those little sniffles. It was not COVID. But for every time she act up with a little, they called me and I had to leave the Senate floor or my wife or somebody would have to pick them up. And I'm just saying if we had a nurse there, of course, that individual, okay, she has an underlying issue and she does not really have to go home. But I'm just saying the importance of having a nurse there. It prevents children from leaving a learning environment. And everybody's not fortunate like us to have a support system. Sometimes a single mother in the home, and if that individual is working and they have to leave just for a simple sniffle, it's sad. But I don't want to abuse my time, but thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this meeting. I wish you the best, Commissioner nominee. And don't let this job stress you, but do your very best, and I look forward to supporting you anywhere I can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator
James. And before I proceed with Senator Alty and Point of Inquiry, I do also want to place on the record one of the things that is going to really be ever so important. I want to put on the record the matter of the school lunch program. When we talk about even in the space of what children, when they eat, what they consume, is also connected to just, of course, their performance, as we know, as well as even tied. I had once the hat of crime prevention. I taught at the university level, and also have a pretty extensive background in crime prevention. In fact, we have to look at that, all the ways in which a holistic approach to really addressing the incidence of crime and violence as connected to. So to the Commissioner, can you please put on the record something you have communicated to me, how the department is moving forward with the school lunch program, and really addressing concerns with what the students are eating, and then addressing overall holistic health care within the schools?
Most definitely, Senator Whitaker. Your concerns are our concerns as well. One of the things that we have to remember is that we are guided by USDA, and so there are guidelines in place that we cannot not fulfill in order to qualify for reimbursement in our meals. But we have had discussions about, the preparation of our meals and providing training and support to those who are charged with cooking, in addition to making sure that the environment and the equipment that they need is in place so that they can do their jobs more effectively and efficiently and increase what our students, the participation rates in our schools. One of the things that we did discuss in a meeting with former Senator Alazan Degazan is that we want to partner with the local farmers more. I know that there's an initiative that our SFAs, our School Food Authority directors, want to implement first to have salad bars in our high schools. So there are different initiatives that are on our agenda to accomplish that would help with that participation rate.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I want to follow up on something in your testimony on page 19. You spoke about the kitchen and equipments. You said a contractor was selected. The contract and the bids was already awarded to that contractor for putting all of those utensils and equipments in those school kitchens?
That's the contract was awarded for Claudio Marco installation. Eulalie Rivera went out at the same time Claudio Marco did, Senator Johnson, and no one bid on Eulalie. We're moving forward because it was solicited twice. We're moving forward to approach, different vendors to bid right out on it and see how we could get that moving forward. We are about to put out all the other kitchen equipment for St. Croix, so that still remains a concern as to whether we're going to have contractors bidding on those, but we cannot hold them up. We will have to do what we just did with Eulalie in the event that we don't have any responses.
Start and finishing date for Claudio Marco?
Can I get back to you on that? I don't have that contract in front of me. Contracts are usually 120 days, but can I get back to you on that, Senator?
Not a problem. 2 assignments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I will be following up because I follow all the projects, and we're going to have an extensive through the chair information, but we will definitely fulfill it. And I want to put on the record that Commissioner nominee Wells, when it comes to through the chair, the status, she's just and her team have been incredible to us, and so we're going to get our information back timely. Senator Gittins, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, my good colleague from Frederickson just asked the one thing that I didn't get to ask about, which is the kitchen equipment for St. Croix, because I did hear a point of inquiry from one of my St. Thomas District colleagues, and I think you all were saying something about reprogramming funds for that project on St. Thomas, but I did want to ask about some of these kitchen equipment that was actually sitting here in the territory, and particularly on St. Croix, since 2019. We're in 2022. So I echo what my colleague was just asking about, to get a plan in place so that we can get these equipment installed. But I wanted to clarify something, and I want you to understand, as I just came off of a call trying to clear up or make clear to exactly what it was I stated with regards to the agency, the Department of Education, wanting, after training, to designate employees as peace officers. That's the only area that I'm saying that you would not have the authority to do. Yes, you can train your personnel and your monitors for handcuffing techniques, etc. But I would caution the department from putting any of this in place prior to you having a policy, and the proper certified training in place. And I say that because I remember when my good friend, Commissioner McCallum, was at the helm, we had this same conversation. And it was as if she didn't know that monitors were carrying these pieces of equipment already. And I saw this for myself in the St. Thomas St. John district, where they were carrying these. And I am saying, absent the required training to certify and having a policy in place, that we are opening up not only this government, but ourselves for a lawsuit. And that's what I want to do. I want to protect us from going into that direction. We have enough litigation already on this government. We don't need to add any more. I truly want to defend all our monitors as I would want to defend every police officer that have to keep us safe in this territory. And by all means, they're your protectors on the campus, but I want it to be done the proper way. Okay? Don't open them up for things. When we were having the discussion on removal of corporal punishment again, and yes, I'm gonna go back there, these are the things that I was talking about. Children today getting real rowdy. They think that they're older than you. They want to go on like they're your parents. They want to grapple you. I mean, look at that one in the video that were throwing all our fists in the one monitor. I mean, total nonsense. That wouldn't have happened in my time, I'm telling you. The mother would have been whole in the head. But again, parents, to you, please talk to your children before they leave your house each and every day. When you go to the school campus, you go there to learn. You ain't go there to fight. And these phones, again, they're going to either make you or they're going to break you. If your policy is no cell phones, your policy is no cell phones. But again, we don't create the problems too, because we found a way to say, oh, you know what, they could bring the phone to use it as such and such. But they ain't using it as such and such alone. They're using it for everything else. And now it's becoming a problem. And what you all need to even say too is when you're trying to get parents to come to school and you send home a parental notice for them to come to school, and they ain't coming to school, and refusing to come to school. But the minute you take the cell phone, then they come to school and say, I here to get back the cell phone, why pay $500 for? Imagine that. That is your priority. We got to stand firm. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your comments, Senator Giddens, regarding use of handcuffs are noted and taken very seriously.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Senator Carrion, you may proceed for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening to my colleagues here, and certainly good evening to the team for the Department of Education. I really want to start off by commending the Commissioner and the team for a very comprehensive testimony. Almost 40 pages, very detailed, and full of information, which is good. Now, Commissioner nominee, now that you have taken the helm and you're at the leadership of the department, what will you do differently to push forward with the repairs and the rebuilding of our schools? As you know, the state of our schools are not the best, and clearly 5 years have passed since the hurricane, and we still haven't had a groundbreaking ceremony yet. So it's a bit disappointing knowing that I think since I was in the previous administration, there were 4 schools that were set for new schools that were approved, I should say, for the territory. So what's the plan?
So Senator, that work will continue. I am still very much actively involved in the negotiation process when it comes around our federal partners. While we are doing that, we have refocused some of our attention in terms of priority projects. We are not focusing only on replacements, but on those that we deem repairable. And we've asked FEMA to move certain projects up on their listing of costing, such as Central High School. We are doing, we're actually putting out the RFP for Central High School, the new build, Charlotte O'Malley High School, as well as BCB modernization as we speak. And so we will continue our efforts on that side. When it comes to maintaining, we have started to put some things in place to help us with maintaining our facilities better. We are getting ready to launch a work order system. We have the mechanisms in place to track our equipment. For example, if we install an air conditioner in a school, we know that the life cycle is 5 years. And so we should be able to be more proactive in the procurement of the much needed resources within our buildings. I am in a position to utilize any extra funding that I see to help us to maintain the facilities because I understand where we are. One of the things that we have done is we have created a petty cash system through the superintendent's office. We started off with $50,000, and that helps our maintenance division to go in to Home Depot and pick up a much needed item instead of going through a 3-bid process to procure services. In addition to that, we are putting some service contracts in place. We've already started to put those out for bid, and what that would do is we'll have vendors on standby that we will be able to task for our emergency equipment or supplies that we may need to correct any emergency situations on our campuses. So we have an electrical, a plumbing, and I believe an air conditioning service contract on the way. And so we're doing our due diligence. Again, I'm in a position to utilize any extra funding that I can get my hands on because I know of the dire needs in our facilities.
I'm glad to hear some of those approach. Again, we definitely need modern schools wired with technology, and we have to get with the 21st century. So I'm hoping to see, some of that implemented. But so when can we expect the first groundbreaking ceremony? It's been long waiting, Commissioner.
I didn't hear you, Senator.
I was saying it's been long waiting. I know you have a lot on your plate, but
I know, and it has been very long for me as well. So we should be finished with our demolition project, I would say, by December. And so I'm hoping, I can't give you a specific yet, but I'm hoping somewhere mid next year that we'll be able to do something at the Evelyn Williams site. I do to feel the pain of the community as I've been intricately involved in the process, and it's been lengthy. And some of the costing that I thought we would have done by now are still going through the various steps. And so we cannot lose focus, we cannot give up. We have to continue to push because we have to secure the funding necessary to replace and repair the facilities within the territory.
Do we have a maintenance plan?
So our new acting Chief Operations Officer has been working with the directors of maintenance for both districts to come up with that focus plan. We do have plans utilizing the CARES funding for generator installations. Things have already been line itemed, so we will have to complete those tasks that have been line itemed using the COVID-2 funding or the ARPA funding. In addition to that, Mr. Fleming is working with Mr. Milligan and Mr. Weeks and Mr. Charlemagne to come up with that plan to include preventative maintenance as well.
Timeline, by when will this plan be available, Commissioner Nominee?
So I'm going to allow Mr. Fleming to respond to that.
He could respond, but you as a commissioner, I know you established those timelines and what you expect, right?
He knows what I expect, but I would allow him to speak on that.
Senator, we're looking at them being implemented in the fourth quarter of 2023.
Implemented?
Yes.
But when will the plan be complete?
We actually have plans that were developed through one of our OIE subcontractors that we are going to be putting in place. It's already written, it's already in the department's possession. We just have to implement it and have it fully implemented by the first quarter of 2023.
I'm referring to the plan, not plans.
Yes, it is a maintenance plan.
Okay.
It is a detailed maintenance plan.
Just wanted to make sure
And it was funded by Officer Interior Affairs.
Just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. And I really wanted maybe on the chair's time talk. Well, we could talk some other time. I had some other questions. My time has been called, so I will respect that. So we're here, Commissioner Nominee, to offer any support that your department needs to ensure that you're successful. So rooting for you, hoping for the best.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Carrion. And so we are closing out, but I have a few questions to ask, and certainly I know it's been a long day. I want to first off echo the sentiment. Commissioner Nominee Wells Hendrickson and your team, y'all have really, it's been an incredible effort. We have gaps, we have areas to improve, and there's always room for improvements. And on the point of maintenance, actually, that's something that I have from the first week into this position have followed up on, and certainly we will continue to dive into that. Commissioner Nominee Wells Hendrickson, can you please give us an update, an overall update on one of the things that is also oftentimes brought to attention is the status of the teacher contract. Would you be able to give an update on the latest on any of the union contracts and any union relations with respect to the teachers? Any update on that?
So I see Acting Director Cooper Shelford is back online. I know that the contracts have been updated and we are in the process of bringing everyone on step. We did provide the first set of retroactive wages. I believe the second round is being prepared, but I will allow the Assistant Director to give more specifics around that. Ms. Shelford.
Okay, Senator, the AFT contract, which covers the teachers, is currently going through the third step of their salary increase, which would be the 9/1/2022. So that is currently being processed.
Thank you, and I'll continue to follow up on that. In terms of the safety measures on the campus, are there efforts now to purchase surge detector equipment and other devices? Because we're pretty much, we are faced with the crises. Is there any efforts to the search efforts to ensure that we, as students come onto campus, that we better ensure the safety?
So we do have some things that we want to purchase when it comes to equipment that would help us to, ensure the safety of all persons on our campuses. So as soon as I am able to get that vacancy savings reprogrammed, I will be utilizing some of that to purchase equipment, especially for our high schools and middle schools. In addition to that, Assistant Commissioner Sohm mentioned the crisis alert, or the safety badges, not crisis alert, but safety badges that all personnel on our campuses would have. Is similar to the ID that they currently have. and it will be used as panic hardware. So if there's an incident in any particular campus, there will be signals that can be given off, whether it's one pump or for a fight or whatever we decide, but it would alert all the supporting entities that would need to respond in the event that we have an emergency. We will continue to ensure that we are doing our due diligence to shore up our facilities in terms of perimeter fencing, which is what I mentioned. Those RFPs are being prepared right now to go out for solicitation. We will continue to work and have more discussions around the School Safety Bureau and what the next steps will be. One of the things that I realized that this body has some expertise when it comes to that, and so we definitely will be tapping into Senator Francis, Senator Gittins, Senator DeGraff, who have that background in Virgin Islands Police Department, to assist us in really coming up with the best fit, the best plan to make sure that we have adequate supply of human capital on our campuses to assist with securing them. And so those are just a little bit of what we're doing moving forward. And so we're just looking to really do our best to secure our campuses. The way that they're designed is very challenging, and we do have areas where they're constantly breached after we repair the fencing. And so we really have to take a holistic approach to what we're doing, which is now the time to do so since we have the resources to execute. So those are conversations and actions that will be forthcoming.
And the after-school programs, I consistently ask about them because I really believe in the importance of after-school programs. We have to definitely increase that, and I know through the ARPA, you're going to be able to do so. So are we on track going into this already into the school year, but continuing on to the rest of the school year, to having a much more aggressive approach to offering after-school programs in the schools?
Yes, so built within the funding that the districts receive through the consolidated grant application, provisions have been made to allow for after-school programs to occur in our schools. What that would look like, the superintendents would have to elaborate on the structure, but provisions in terms of funding have been made available. One of the things I did mention is that site-based management piece that allows for intentional design and plans to address students' individual needs within our campuses. And so that will require analysis of the data to see where students are and create personalized plans to help to recover some of that learning loss that our students have received. So, Senator, if you choose to have a deeper dive into that, you would need to direct those questions to the superintendents.
Yes, yes, Superintendent Ursula Otley and Dr.
So
Dragan.
good evening. After-school programs are slated to start in mid-October in the St. Croix district. We wanted to ensure that we had the opportunity for schools to collect all of their diagnostic data. We also wanted to ensure that schools had the opportunity to build out their programs to fit their specific school populations and identified student cohorts that they feel would benefit most from the after-school programs. So we are on track to having those activities started, and at the high school level, we're looking at enrichment activities in the high school for the first time versus having credit recovery after school.
Dr. Dragan?
In the St. Thomas St. John district, we do have a robust set of after-school programs that will be utilized, our credit recovery program, enrichment programs, and also that's where we'll be doing some of that intense tutoring that we mentioned earlier. So we do have different facets of after-school that's planned for this school year.
Thank you. And I just want to also put on the record that one of the things that I've been really promoting are the CTSOs. Those are called the Career and Technical Student Associations. And as you all, most everyone knows, I serve on the CTEC board. And one of the things that I recognize in our students, competing with our Skills USA, Future Farmers of America, the FBLA, Future Business Leaders of America, one of the things that we have to continue to work on is, providing the support, because those are different avenues by which our students are able to have, to continue to exercise and develop their skills. So it's really also about those young people who have those interest areas. So I will be following up on that. I do have an appropriation that I'm working through the committee process to really more properly fund that, and that will entail elements of when we look at various opportunities for students to do things after school. So I'm going to now close out. I want to say before allow you all to close out, Commissioner nominee and Chairman Callwood. To close out, I did not get a chance to ask you a question, Chairman Callwood, but I do want to thank you, thank the Board of Education and Department of Education. It's a lot of collaboration that's been taking place behind the scenes, a lot of efforts being made in this space. And so I want to really continue to put on the record, we'll continue to work collaboratively between branches of government as we have site visits, yes, going out to see what's actually taking place, and through the committee process of getting information. And we can work together as colleagues as well through legislative initiatives and the like. So at this time, I will have, I'll have Commissioner nominee Wells Hendrington, your 30-second closeout.
So thank you, Senator Whitaker. I want to thank this legislative body, the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, for this rich conversation today. I am looking forward to working with each and every one of you as we work to improve the product, the level of education that we are providing to our students here in the territory. I appreciate the collaboration that has taken place outside of this setting, and I encourage every single senator to continue to work with us as we work through to improve what we're doing. One commitment that I would like to put on record is we are public school proud, and we are about reforming our public school system, rebranding, rebuilding. We want the best for the children of this territory, and we are seriously moving forward to ensure that it's more than just talk, that it's action. And so we appreciate you being here with us. Thank you to the VIDE family for sticking it out. I know it's been a long day, but I find that the suggestions and the comments and the questions were really, really productive, and this is the type of setting, this is a type of collaboration that I would like to see us continue to have moving forward. So thank you, thank you, thank you to the senators. Thank you for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you to my team at VIDE, that we are hardworking and we will continue to push forward to ensure that our children receive the best that they can get in terms of instruction, in terms of environment, in terms of opportunities, because we are shaping the future of this territory. So thank you very much, and have a blessed evening, everyone.
Thank you. Very well said. Chairman Callwood, you may proceed with your closing.
Thank you, Chairwoman Whitaker. Before I actually I wanted to, the Executive Director did remind me, for all individuals that apply for a territorial loan and scholarship, coronavirus, the office has been trying to reach out to you. We are getting ready to finish that process. So if you haven't heard from the board, or if the board sent you an email, you didn't check your email, please call 340-774-4546 or 340-772-4144. Of course, we know you need that money for college, so please call the board. Please return the documents as needed so the staff can continue to push getting those scholarship monies to you. The Virgin Islands Board of Education humbly asks the entire community for their support as we work with all our educational partners to transform the quality of education in the territory while seeking to increase enthusiasm, high morale, cooperation, and acceptance of responsibility by all concerned. Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker, for having us. Thank you, Executive Director Berry, as well.
Thank you, Chairman Callwood. Thank you as well, and thank you all for this incredible effort. And we'll continue with this work being done on behalf of the children the administrators, faculty, and the community at large. And we're going to now proceed. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Designee Hedrington. And you do have a commitment from me to work along with your team moving forward. And this is a community issue throughout the territory that we need to address immediately. So you have my full commitment. And I just want to echo again my real concerns for this is for the liability that would be placed on the employees. And we don't want them to have any more added stress. I want you to remember two places. Our two leading law enforcement local entities in the Virgin Islands is currently under a federal consent decree for how many years now? Many years, and we have spent millions of dollars to this federal consent decree. And that's what I'm trying not to add what our older folks would have said, kokobe pantapa yas. All right, thank you. Motion?
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0236, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 190DD as in Delta Delta, extending the eligibility for the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program to part-time students, be voted upon favorably here in the Committee of Jurisdiction and forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further amendment and action. I so move.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved and seconded by Senator Potter. Roll call on Bill number 34-0236. Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Joseph as well. Bill number 34-0236 has been properly moved and seconded. Roll call on Bill number 34-0236.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Janelle K. Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Kurt A. Viale, absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Madam Chair, we have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0236. An act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 190DD, extending the eligibility for the Virgin Islands Higher Education Scholarship Program to part-time student, has been properly voted out of the committee and will be sent to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Okay. Thank you. So that concludes today's hearing. It's been a long day, and I also want to thank, because earlier today my colleagues did support Bill number 34-0238, and so I want to thank you all publicly, and thank you all to my staff, central staff, media, everyone who's been here for this long day. Thank you, and good evening to everyone. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development is now adjourned.